The end
he's
is
just a huge
shockingly
Wheel of
short.
Time fan, isn't he?
Oh yes, absolutely. But the end is shockingly short and concise.
There we go. We are up and running.
Okay.
All right.
Do we want to
to clap again?
Yeah.
Or do you want like a 10-minute?
I mean, it doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter. I can just add a time marker saying that the actual thing starts at
just keep it.
minutes.
Just keep it. Why not? Just keep it.
Add it in at the end as bonus content.
Yeah, Patreon exclusive content.
Yeah.
The 10 minutes that we talked about bullshit before.
About Kevin James and Brandon
Allison was
Sanderson.
quiet
And
to
saliva.
go play Wordle.
Kevin James starring in Mistborn.
Click, click, boom.
Kevin James as Kelsier.
Kevin James is the Lord Ruler. Come on, what are you doing?
Evan James is doing that song that Pat sent us.
Oh, right.
Kevin James as the entirety of Saliva.
Like the concept and of Saliva.
Obviously, Kevin James would be the Lord Ruler, and then Ray Romano is Kelsier, and then Ray Romano's brother in Every Loves Raymond gets to play Marsh.
I regret to inform everyone that there is a Netflix show in which Kevin James plays, I want to say, a crew chief of a NASCAR team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that advertised.
It sounds really fucking bad.
For a brief second, I thought you were going to say that he plays a crouton, and I was like, I don't know. I'm tired, I guess.
The sequel to Sausage Party.
Kevin James is a crouton.
The worst part is that the show that he's on is called The Crew.
Oh.
Okay.
Just nice bow on top.
All right.
I wonder if there'll be a tie-in the next game.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then give me a second. All right. Hello, and welcome to the most prestigious of podcasts on January 8th, 2022, to the Gaming Fix Game of the Year podcast for 2021. I'm your host, Andre Cole, aka The Wet Gamer, aka your partner's favorite game of 2004. If you check the Discord, I have placed a Wikipedia link so you can consult.
Oh yeah. This is the twist. We're actually doing 2004 video games.
I can actually tell you right now, I did not plan this. I just picked a year, and I can tell you my favorite game of 2004 is Fable. Because of course it is. Joining me,
Fable isn't one of the best.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, joining me, Pat.
Yeah,
favorite game of 2004.
My favorite game of 2004 might be the top selling game of 2004, which is Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, because I do like that game quite a lot. But oh no, it's Half-Life 2. How did Half-Life 2 not? I don't understand. It makes sense it didn't outsell Grand Theft Auto or FIFA or Halo 2, but how did like Half-Life 2 not outsell Pro Evolution Soccer 4?
Europe loves.
No, I know, it's just wild to me.
Also,
Pez was at the height in 2004.
I know.
That was the year I started university, and that was all everyone was playing.
And
but how? It's just wild to me. Anyway, Half-Life 2 would be my favorite game of 2004. Also, the year the World of Warcraft came out.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's been a while, Sam.
Been a while.
Favorite game of 2004? Go.
The Suffering. No.
That is not a Sam game at all.
No.
Wait, what if we shift to favorite new metal bands active during 2004?
No, because I have my game answer.
Live.
I'm still. Oh, I know what it was. It's Spider-Man 2 released for Windows in 2004.
You didn't play. That was probably a bad game.
I played Digital Devil Saga was very good that year.
Okay,
I'm just looking through this list.
Allison.
Hi. I kind of wish I could give a more interesting answer, but Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door came out that year, so.
Nope. Well, there you go. The banner year.
Yeah, because it's. Yeah, because I was looking at this list and I saw Katamari Damacy and I was like, ooh, that could be a good list. And then I was like, wait, I know 2004. I know what came out that year. So
If you Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire came out that year.
The Sims 2 came out that year.
2004 was like a good year.
Fuck 1997.
Beautiful
and
Joe
Alex
came out that year. Oh man.
Well,
Oh God, Beautiful Joe is so good.
Gary's mod came out.
I can't go for
Budokai
ones that have
2.
already been picked because I would go for Half-Life 2, but if I'm going for something else, I'm going to say Thief: Deadly Shadows.
That's also a really good game.
KOTOR 2, Escape from Butcher Bay.
All right, so I think we've determined that now we just need to rank the games of 2004.
I mean, just take me back, please.
Is right up there. Doom
Simpler
3
time.
is like B tier.
I was 11 in 2004.
Metal Gear Solid 3, the best Metal Gear Solid game.
Twin Snakes came out that year.
Yeah.
Well,
not the best Metal Gear Solid game.
No.
Oh, people.
No, but Metal Gear Solid 3 is.
I love
there were
watching
two-
people play both of those.
2 football games on the US top 10 that year. Weird.
Yeah, that's wild.
3 and 4. Star Wars Battlefront, Spider-Man 2. Okay.
Oh, Shadow Hearts Covenant. There you go. That's the best fucking game that came out in
There we go.
2004.
Yeah. Unreal
Anyway.
2.
Oh, and that was the year that the DS came out too. Man,
Mhm.
Jesus
Scooby-Doo
Christ.
Mystery Mayhem, which was actually a pretty good game.
Was that like? Oh, okay. Wait, I think I played that one.
Welcome to
It's
the
got horrible
Fyxies,
critical
everyone.
reviews, but- yeah.
This is what we do.
This is
City
I
of
think
Heroes
this is
came
the
out that year.
first. This is the first game I owned on my PS2. This and Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem and Final Fantasy X were the first games I had for
Everyone-
my PS2.
I can tell you, Half-Life 2 may be the best game that came out in 2004, but the most important game in 2004 that came out is a little studio called Codemasters, and their game Toka Race Driver 2, which I promise you was the genesis for why I
More
have
like
the sickness that I have
Toking
now.
Race Car Driver 2.
No, it's not one of those kind of. No, that's
The
thinking
original-
Need for Speed Underground.
The original Cave Story one that came out on 2004. Oh,
Okay. Well,
Sorry, Karen, you go.
I'm going to sadly move us on from the fantastic year of 2004 back to the present, to yesteryear, to talk about and put in some sort of ranking the games of 2021 that we played, and some games not from 2021, but mostly. And we're not doing what we did in years previous, top 10. We don't need to do any of that. What we are doing is making a tier list from S tier to things we
So who
don't
cares?
have any feelings on, or that one's not showing up for me, but that's okay. I've got S to D here on mine. I refreshed. I don't know what's happening, but that's okay. So we've just got a big list of most of all the games we remembered we played, and we're going to talk about them and try to figure out where they place on this list.
yeah.
I think there's random stuff we took off that like maybe one of us played for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, that we just
Yeah.
like mentioned on the podcast, but
Yeah.
There's a few games that I've touched but did not put on here because I was like, well, if I have no meaningful thoughts on them, I didn't like. For example, I played 13 Sentinels in 2021, and I got like 15 to 20 hours in, which is enough time to have meaningful thoughts on it. But I don't have meaningful thoughts on that game.
That game is just
I think
okay.
we talked about it last year too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked a lot about that last year.
I think games we
Yeah.
talked about last year are kind of, to me, that's the
or
one.
your years past.
Yeah,
There.
that's the one where I would maybe draw. The point is to let everybody kind of say their piece on whatever. There's certainly
Yeah.
games on this
Oh,
list that are in
shit.
early access or whatever.
I forgot to
But,
put chess on the list.
I was thinking about putting on just the concept of crosswords.
Well, now we
that's
gotta.
the thing. If you had a chess awakening in 2021, I think that this would be the perfect place to tier rank it. But
All right.
Add
I'm
a
gonna
tier
tier
to the
rank it, but I
top,
had a
double
crossword
S,
puzzle
and it's only
awakening
chess.
Chess is a good game.
It's got the rank right there in the name.
Yep.
It's. I think that okay, we're not doing this. I'm not gonna. We're not gonna talk about chess because we can talk about. There's entire podcasts about chess.
We have everything in here purely in alphabetical order for talking about. So if people have,
we should just
does not mean we'll go in alphabetical order.
No, we shouldn't. We should just random
talk about what we're interested in.
We should go in order. People should pick games. We should go around the.
Well, then we're just going to be talking about garbage at the end.
No, we're not, because I want to talk about the garbage. So,
all right, let's get the garbage out of the way then.
The garbage.
All right, everyone, pick your most garbage.
Feelings about bad games than I do about good games this year, which is not a great feeling, but they stirred something in me.
Something like let's say Age of Empires 4 is boring because I'm going to go, I think that game's at least in the B tier, probably in the A tier. What do you think, Alex, only other person who played it? And then we'll go, yeah, I can see that, and then move on. But
so Age of Empires,
when we get to 12 minutes, baby.
There we go. Age of Empires 4. Done.
You can do the honors. Where do you want to start?
Oh, we're not starting with that? Okay.
I mean, if Pat wants to, let him.
No, let's start with Scarlet Nexus. There we go.
I think that Scarlet Nexus has the worst cover of any game on this list. Hands down.
Well,
where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
I'm gonna start it.
Okay,
this isn't the
first
final
off,
ranking. This isn't where I think it goes. I'm just.
Who played it? Because I played it.
I played the demo.
I played most of it. I didn't finish it.
The demo.
Where would you put it? I know where I'd put it.
I think C is probably an appropriate place for it.
I would probably agree. I would say D. So I think C is a fine.
I like that game.
No, I think C is a fine compromise. I'm not opposed to that.
Wait, do we not have an F?
We could add one.
I would say a D is I didn't like it and I don't think it's a good game.
Okay, but what about
C is I would say C is I didn't like it, but I think it's good.
So does
that make sense to people?
It does, but what do we do with this game fucking sucks? Because that's where I want to put some stuff.
Then let's add an F tier.
That's a D tier.
Let's put an F.
Yeah. We should have an F tier.
Below. We're gonna keep things posy here, but F tier.
Some games don't deserve it.
Listen, there's a couple of games I feel like we're all in agreement on.
Can we make the bottom one shit tier instead of F tier?
Sure, I don't care.
I love shit tier. It's just a terrible phrase.
Because I like Scarlet Nexus and I think it's a good game. I just don't think it's particularly remarkable, and I didn't like it enough to finish it. So that's why I would put it in C,
I didn't like it almost at all, which is why I would say it was a D tier for me. But I'm fine with people who did like it, so I'm gonna put it in C for now. If we're good with that.
I think C is fine.
I would say if you're looking at the tiers, I would say a C and a C and B are C's it's good, but it didn't hit for me. It's well made, but it didn't hit for me.
Which I think is
and
a
then
fine.
B would be it's well made and it hit for me.
I think that's why I think I'm okay with putting this here, because I would personally probably on my tier list put it in B tier, but Alex didn't like it, so I think C is a fair place to put it compromise wise. But I'm gonna need an F tier for some games.
Yeah. Right. Who's going next then? If we're gonna establish an order here.
On my list, I'm gonna go. Sam is next. Sam.
We should go in alphabetical order. I know we started in the middle then, but
okay.
Well, if we're going alphabetical, then that's still Sam, because Sam comes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Let's pick out something. I want to start off on a solid, fun note. Let's talk about something that everyone has played. Let's put Wordle up in the S tier.
Yeah.
I'd agree with S tier. I think
Wordle is probably a 10 out of 10 game for me. I think it's really fun. I like the sharing mechanic.
I think realistically it's probably A tier, but I think the impact it's had on us and also the internet at large can make an argument for S.
I lost
your game.
I lost my first fucking game. That's a fucking F tier game right there.
No, I mean it's good. It's not. it's just meme. I mean, it's just easy to
A
viral.
tier, I would say. It's
I think
probably
A
good
is
A
fine.
tier.
Like,
A
it's
to
really
S.
good.
I
It's
can
very
compromise with
simple.
that.
It's very simple.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
it's-
fine.
But I think that's part of what makes it good, though.
Yeah, I think the fact that you can only play it once a day, the fact that it's the same for everyone, I really like.
Yeah.
The
I
once a
agree.
day
The fact
thing is
that I
part of
wake
why
it
I
up and
don't.
I'm like, oh fuck yeah, it's new world time.
If it had an account system and if you could play historical Wordles, I would think I would say A tier. I think the once a day thing and the fact that you have to play it on the same device because it's a cookie.
Oh yeah, the device thing
is what drops it.
The device thing.
I
is
also.
rough.
I don't think I'm not like attacking it for that because it was clearly a very small project that this person made for
Just
fun,
blew
and then it
up.
blew
And he
up,
did
so
not
it's
expect
not
to
their
blow
fault.
up like this.
But yeah, I mean, I'm fine with. I think we can compromise and say A tier, but
yeah, I
These
realistically
word
think
games
it's A
like
tier.
that are fun, and
they are. Yeah,
It's
there's
good.
also
Yeah, so-
13 billion of them, so that's part
yeah,
of it.
no, exactly. I
don't
mean,
think
yes,
it's
exactly.
particularly unique.
Yes,
The once a day limit is the interesting part about it. I do agree a login rather than a cookie would be good, but I like the cookie because the whole thing is that anyone can play it.
I think it's just
wouldn't play it if it had a
extraordinarily-
login.
It's extraordinarily viral. I think that's the main thing.
Yep.
It's just that it
Yeah.
turns into a social thing,
And
which is fine.
It's
That's
also
not a bad thing.
one thing that's really interesting about that game is I've seen people like theory craft amongst their friends because they know what their friends play as their first word, so they're like, okay, I can see what they got as results. Okay, so that means this letter's here. This like it's really funny to see people do that.
That's funny.
It's kind of amazing.
Yeah, and the sharing
that's fun.
mechanic I think is really smart too because it does allow people to
No
kind
spoilers.
of, no spoilers, but also still kind of discuss it
Yeah,
and
it's
go,
cool.
oh, okay, well, like, wow, that was a big jump from 2 to 3, or
Are we okay if I move these games up and around some? I don't want to take over it if somebody else wanted that job.
I mean,
What
if
do you
you're on your
mean?
own, you're on your own screen. It won't.
It won't show up for
gotcha.
everyone.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought it was showing it for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, we can't.
Then I will do it with reckless abandon on my own screen.
So then we're back to somebody
It's
whose name
Alex.
begins with A.
Alex.
Hi. Okay. I'm gonna throw out our first F tier. And that is
Okay.
Genesis Noir.
I think you mean shit tier.
Sorry,
Yeah.
shit
Oh.
tier.
I-
I really think Genesis Noir was a huge disappointment and had a lot of extremely like game-breaking bugs on top of just kind of being mediocre for a story. It had amazing art style though.
I played it for 10 minutes and was like, I don't understand this game.
Oh, it
Like,
doesn't. You would hate the rest of it then, because it's like a very
Yeah.
very. The storytelling is very.
It seemed abstract. at
Abstract
best.
is the right word. Yeah, like all the way through, all the way to the end, it's abstract.
I
isn't
bristle at like knocking a game for game breaking bugs and stuff because
could
of,
always be
like some of
fixed,
these
you know?
games that some of these games on here, at least ones that I think are pretty good. Some of them like had
Gotham City
pretty
had quite a
shitty
few
bugs at
bugs,
launch.
but still
But
played
that-
great.
Yeah, to be said, I played half an hour Genesis Noir and then never.
And
looked
I
at
haven't
again,
touched it, so F seems
yeah.
harsh to me based on what I've heard about it, but I haven't heard like
It's got a look
that much
and some
negativity.
jazz.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But I didn't play it, so
The
I
music is
can't
great.
compete
Yeah.
with it, but like,
I mean,
it
if we
feels
want
harsh
to put
in
it,
shit tier, but I couldn't tier
I
it
mean,
anywhere personally.
if that's
Yeah,
not
say
shit
10
tier,
minutes.
I don't know what is.
Oh, we can.
oh, don't worry, we'll get there. But it's fine. We can
Like-
leave it there for now.
Oh wait, yeah,
like,
you're
I
right. There
think-
is one. If we want to put it in
Like,
D to be less harsh,
I
about,
like
like,
I
game
think
breaking stuff.
because
That's
there
fine.
are like there are some like neat things about it. Like the music, you said
Yeah.
yourself, the music is good. Like there are
Aesthetically,
really
it
cool
is
things
cool.
about
The
it.
animation is really good.
Just
Well,
because it
maybe let's
doesn't
put
like
it in-
hit.
Put it in D tier for now, and
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
can.
Right.
We don't have to lock
It's-
this list in until we.
Yeah.
hit it.
Yeah.
I
And
think
if in 2.5 hours you go, I don't think I can live with that there, and you're the only person who really played it, we can drop it down.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's-
I would say
Big
for
agree.
Genesis Noir, play it on. I think it's still on Game Pass. I bought it.
Yeah, it is. I think.
But
It was on Game Pass. Yeah.
Yeah, it at least was. I don't know if it still is. It's worth playing, but I don't think it's very good, unfortunately. So
That
I
sounds
will-
like a D tier to me for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess that means Allison is next then.
Yep.
Okay, I feel like I've played a lot of games this year that nobody else played, so I'm not sure how interesting this will be. But did anybody
okay.
actually else end up playing WarioWare Get It Together?
We talked about it.
Oh, yeah. I think that it's I was thinking about that game because I think it's interesting because I feel like, do we rank it as part of as like a game itself, or do we rank it as part of like WarioWare overall? I
think
personally
it's
would say it's
standalone.
I would be ranking it
B-tier?
as. I'd be ranking it as the games on this list.
Sorry, what did
Yeah.
you say,
Really
Allison?
thinking
For
about
tier?
other stuff.
Yeah. What did you say for tier, Allison?
I think B tier. I don't think it's as good as it could be, but it's still fun.
I think I agree. However, I might put it to C purely because I don't think it should be
Yeah.
I don't think it should be a $60 game. It's way too expensive.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I
because-
could put it C because I was arguing mentally between C and B.
Yeah, because like
What budget title?
it's really good, but it's way too expensive for how short it is.
Yeah, and it's especially if you still have a 3DS with you, play WarioWare Gold. Like
Totally. WarioWare Gold is amazing.
WarioWare Gold, I would personally put S tier,
Yeah.
just because I think it's like phenomenal. And so
Agreed.
that's part of why I was wondering, like, should I rank it as part of WarioWare or as part of like games? Because it's like I think WarioWare Get It Together is good, but like compared to recent WarioWares, it's disappointing.
Yeah.
Genuine
Like, I
question:
think-
is it not a budget title in the US? Because it's £30 over here.
Oh, maybe they lowered it, but it was definitely full price.
Yeah,
here
it was
when I
definitely a
went.
full
The
60.
retail price,
Was
well,
it?
I think, has always been.
I thought it
budget.
was.
Or wait,
I thought
where
it was
is it like
50.
50?
It was 50.
It's
I
It might have been
close enough.
50.
It's
Yeah.
50
Yes.
here.
It was
That's
still
close enough.
it was still too expensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
like I think
Yeah.
the gimmick was interesting with how you can control various characters, but I thought like
Yeah.
a third of the characters were just not fun to use, so I never used them.
And also, some of them were very kind of samey. I
Yeah,
don't know
they
how
were
much I
very
liked that
comparable.
either.
Yeah,
I mean, I
like
don't know. I thought it was interesting, and I'm glad they tried something different, and I'm glad that they
Yeah.
were putting WarioWare on Switch. But
Yeah,
like,
So- yeah, I think it's good, but it has a lot of issues.
There you go.
yeah,
C tier it is.
I think
think
it's
that makes sense.
a solid C tier. Like it's, I would
Yeah.
agree, Allison. It's pretty close to B tier, but
I was
Yeah.
yeah. And you said C tier, and I was like, I was mentally going, should it be a C tier or a B tier? Because I liked it, and I like playing WarioWare games. But that was just
Fair
not,
enough.
up to snuff with, especially Gold.
yeah. All right,
All right.
I'm with you.
Andre, get spicy. Come on, let's do this.
You want me to get spicy?
Yeah. Inscription, C tier. Let's do this.
That ain't happening.
No, I'm joking. Don't worry, guys.
Game of the year inscription.
B
my
tier.
God. I mean, it wouldn't be spicy for me to drop the medium opinions now, but I think like that. I think is our
It's a very medium opinion.
no, it's not a medium opinion. It is that is like bottom tier.
Interesting.
Like
Here's that. Oh, it's
Yeah.
under the
S
medium
tier.
genre.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I played of that game, I actually liked quite a bit, but I didn't get to the part where it gets.
It has
bad.
a intriguing concept, and like it starts off all right and interesting, and this like
At some
the
point, I want to play it because everybody talks about how it seems like it's just sort of a janky but decent Silent Hill clone for a while. But the
Yeah,
narrative
so-
stuff that happens, people just like
Yeah,
hate
so
it
like
so bad.
No, it's
I'm never gonna
terrible.
play it. Can we give a spoiler warning and just talk about what's so bad?
yeah. I
spoiler
think
warning,
we should.
listeners.
Yeah, there's spoiler warning on this whole podcast. We should have said
Yeah,
that at
yeah.
the top.
we
of
won't
course, but-
we won't drop them unannounced, but
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But be prepared if a game comes up you
Yeah.
don't want to know anything about. You should probably skip
Yeah.
ahead a minute.
so what's wrong with the medium?
Okay, so the medium, you play as this woman, I don't remember her name, who was like orphaned as a child. She was like burn victim. She was in a fire, and that fire led to her being orphaned. And she has this power that lets her go into like
Marianne?
a spirit world. Maybe Marianne, sure. She lives in Poland. This game takes place in like 1980s Poland. And she can go into like the spirit world, and she exists in the spirit world and like the real world at the same time. And then sometimes she exists only in one, and sometimes in only the other. That's kind of their gameplay gimmick, is like you're maneuvering in both of these places. And when she's in the spirit world, she can meet and talk to spirits. And you, like a Silent Hill game, you get a call, and that call is like, oh, come to this abandoned like Soviet fun park or whatever, like Soviet resort. And so you go, and it's abandoned, it's haunted. There's spirits there, and there's some creature, some evil, a big demony spirit chasing you through this whole place. A lot of these spirits are people who have done heinous things and their victims. Like there are children who have been sexually abused. Mm-hmm. There are people who've been murdered, and you are having to like, I don't want to say it's been like a year since I played this game. I don't want to say you're absolving these people, like the perpetrators.
You're kind of like releasing them, though, right? Like,
yes, you're releasing them. Yes,
there's several articles and like think pieces about how fucking awful the trauma and abuse survivor dealing is.
It is.
Well, and
it's
what I've heard in particular is that like it's like they became bad guys because of the trauma that occurred.
Yes,
and
so
that's the shit part.
Yes, so basically what the game posits is that trauma will turn you into a monster, or turn people into a monster, and there is no way to undo that trauma. The end basically posits there's no way to undo that trauma without dying. You cannot
overcome it without death.
You cannot unbecome the monster that trauma turned you into. You cannot you cannot be forgiven by other people unless you die. You cannot, like, your impact will live on after you're dead, and also it cannot like be moved past until you're dead. Like the trauma, like you're stuck with it and you can't move past it.
That sounds like A, one step away from victim blaming, and B, one step away from like justifying suicide.
And so I think this
kind
is
of
like,
was,
this is why I think it fits for F tier, because even though there's okay
fair
visuals and stuff, I think when you have a story that's that bad,
it was just, like, as a piece of like media that tries to tackle like anxiety in Poland, like around like financial and like post-Soviet collapse and all that, it like is kind of interesting in that way, but where it goes and what it says about trauma and like mental health and like stuff like that is just like absolutely abysmal, and
it sounds potentially dangerous depending on who plays it and what message they take away from it. So I think
F tier sounds fair.
If it could potentially have negative impacts on someone's health, that is, even if it looks beautiful and even if the gameplay is good.
It doesn't look beautiful and the gameplay is not great. Like, it's passable, but it's not good.
Right. Fair enough. All right.
Yeah.
Medium, our first actual shit tier. All right, so next is Eric. Next is Pat.
Oh no, I'm sad.
It's okay.
Wow.
We should message Erica and get her in on here because I miss her.
I miss Erica too.
Send her this list and say, you gotta pick your own.
Pick your top tiers.
No, so I want some quick fire ones because
otherwise we'll be here for years.
That you can play,
Hot Wheels Unleashed B tier.
All right. Okay. I played it. It's good.
It's good. It's not great. It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's B tier.
It's B tier.
B tier.
All right.
That's all that really needs to be said about it, I think.
All right. What other quick picks do you got? What
other Hot Wheels games we got?
Okay.
So Sam, do a quick pick.
Quick pick. Miitopia C tier.
I disagree. I think Miitopia is closer to a B or an A. I think it's actually really good, but it has the problem of being way too long.
Give it a B tier then, I guess. Miitopia, really cool. I reviewed that this year for Six Actus. It's a really good game. It's basically like baby's first JRPG.
Yeah.
I can't wait to play it with Peter. I think he's gonna love it.
Especially if you have,
I think I B tier is there.
Especially if you have a lot of
there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, like it's really fun if you have like Mii's of like, I don't know, Mr. Bean, if you have Mii's
Yeah.
of Samuel L. Jackson showing up, like if you got like random Mii's, it's really amazing because you can just have hilarious
I
scenarios.
all my friends and family, and like seeing like all my friends doing stupid stuff was very funny.
Totally.
I can't remember if I
think
bought
it
that
should
or
be
if I
B tier.
just had the demo.
Yeah, be it up then. Excellent.
Cool.
All right. Alex. Or no, wait, yeah, Alex, you're next.
Okay, I thought of a more F tier game, which would maybe cause more conversation, so let's skip that for now.
Okay.
I think for a solid C tier, I think The Good Life. I think it's good, but I don't think it is exceptionally good, but I also don't think it's bad.
Okay.
I like
It's
it.
not the bad life, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
I
know,
would
Pat,
put
what
it
would you
in.
say?
I would say it's a D tier, but I didn't play that much of it. I think that game has some cute and clever ideas, and I think that the characters and writing can be charming at times. I think it's the reason I didn't play more is I don't think it's good to play at all. I think
Yeah, it
the
doesn't
moving
have-
around and
Yeah, the mechanical parts of it are not excellent, but also it adds a ton of mechanics over the playtime. So the more you do, the more like stuff you can do, and some of the stuff gets kind of fun. But
yeah, I would believe you. I don't. Like I said, I didn't play that much
Yeah.
of it. I only played
mean,
like 4 hours of it. But
I'm cozy with it at C. If it needed to be D, it's like I'm not gonna be upset.
I'm not
about
gonna
it.
fight for
Though
it either,
I think
so-
okay, it's better than Genesis Noir, so I'm gonna put it in C.
fair. That's fair. That's a fair argument. I think.
Okay.
I wasn't. I had pretty low expectations for it. I think so. I wasn't that disappointed by it.
No,
But I
I wasn't
also
disappointed either.
did find it pretty clunky to actually play. But I might
Yeah.
go back and really enjoy it. So C is fine with me.
Allison.
Okay.
Power Wash Simulator B tier.
Yeah, it's really relaxing.
It's a fun
It's
game. Yeah.
good. No,
It's
I
really
think
good.
that's why I want to put it as B tier because it's like it's what it says on the tin and it does it well. You know what I mean?
Also, what I like about it is there's like House Flipper, for example, which I'm not disparaging
Yeah.
House Flipper to the House Flipper fans out there, but House Flipper still is. There's like busy work in House Flipper that made me go, oh, this isn't very
Yeah.
relaxing. This sucks. I
Yeah.
don't want to have to scroll through menus and stuff to pick things. Whereas Power Wash Simulator doesn't have. It cuts out all that shit. And
It
just like
cuts out everything,
cool.
and you're just like, you see a side of the house, you have a power wash, you go ooh, and then it gets clean. It's like
Yeah.
it does what it says on the tin,
Like-
which is why I think it's a B tier.
Like,
I think
if you like Viscera cleanup detail, you should play it too, because like those are both, I think, are kind of, they go hand in hand together, because
I
it's
think
just that
it's more-
satisfaction of seeing something
Yeah.
through.
It's
And
more
in, like,
relaxing than Viscera cleanup detail
Yeah.
too, because in Viscera cleanup detail, you can
it's
knock
gory.
over a bucket and you go, "What the fuck are you?"
also
like,
that.
well,
oh,
and Visceral
Yeah.
Cleanup Detail, and this isn't its fault, but Power Wash Simulator is just a smoother game to play. Like it
Yeah.
just feels better to play because it's newer and it's got that as an advantage. Yeah, I think Power Wash Simulator deserves a B tier if something like Wordle is an A tier, because they're both examples of like super simple concepts that just work
Yeah.
really well. So
that are executed well. I would agree.
yeah.
All right. For me, I'm going to actually do a quick pick and say Super Sammy Roll that's a C tier game.
Okay.
It's like it is very much like a 3D platformer in the style of like a Mario, like not 64, but like, you know, like a 3D Mario game, but like not as tight, and
You said C?
like it's fine. Yeah, C tier, I think. Like it's not
I don't
bad.
even remember.
It's just-
I
it
didn't
doesn't-
know anything about it. So
Yeah, I played like an hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours of it, and like it's not like platformers aren't my type of game, but it just doesn't really like it's. I could see how someone would enjoy it and have a lot of fun with it, but it's not the best of the best.
fair.
Right.
All right, back to Pat.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and toss up another D tier that I think only I played, which is Hood Outlaws and Legends.
Oh, I thought you liked it.
Kind of support problems with it, aren't there?
Well, also there's a fundamentally, I liked most things about it, but there's a fundamentally bad thing that actually almost makes me want to slide it down to F tier, but I think D tier is where it lives, which is at the end of every game, you're like stealing like people don't know, it's a asymmetric. Well, it's not really asymmetric, but it's a multiplayer game with PvPvE, and you are moving around a map, and you're trying to like sneak around guards, and then go and get treasure chests, and then take the treasure chest out and put it on a boat or on a cart or something and escape with it. And the team that does that wins. The problem is that it doesn't really matter how the 90% of the match goes, because all that matters is that a team gets it on their cart and winches it up, and then they're the team that wins. So you could just sit there and let another team do all of the work, and then watch them and see what extraction point they go to, and then once they get to the extraction point, just kill them and winch it yourself and win the game. There's literally no reason to play the game at all, other than if you want to, like, the game part's fun, but since it's competitive and there's no reason really to do it. And then they added a co-op mode, but it's super easy and boring because it was designed to be played against other people. So I don't know how they could have thought that the game was not going to just turn into one team camping the extracts and letting the other team do everything, because there's no reason to play the game any other way.
There's another game that has that exact same problem. We'll get there though.
But yeah, I think it's D tier. Like I said, if it were not, if I didn't like the art and the actual moment to moment play, I would say it's F tier, but I like that stuff enough that D is a fine place.
Cool.
All right. Sam.
Okay. Right, looking at the list, just thinking about, I think I'm probably the only person who played Life is Strange, right?
Yes, you are this year.
Yeah. This is a real tough one for me because it's my game of the year, but I think that that's because of the personal connection that I made with the game, and not necessarily because the game is the best game that came out in 2021.
Doesn't have to be. We can put as many games in S tier as we want.
Absolutely.
There's no limits.
Then we have to put those in a numerical order.
Oh God, no.
Oh God. Christ, no.
No.
Oh God. Can you throw up in my mouth?
Where else would you throw up?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Cross the room.
From well, yeah, I don't know. From what I've heard, my gut, having not played it, would be to put Life is Strange in A tier, but that's probably just
where
because
I was thinking as well. So
if it's any comparison, I we'll get there, but like I would put my game of the year in S tier probably, but I would put my second game of the year, my runner up, in A tier. But I just have I'm looking at S tier as like precious on a level that I don't expect everyone else to. So I'm totally fine if you want to put Life is Strange in S tier.
Yeah.
And given that I haven't even played it, it would be wrong of me to
Considering
say
that
you
I
can't
know
do
that I'm gonna
anyway.
put a game that I know none of you played in S tier. You know, whatever
So
works.
I think we should put it. I trust your judgment on it, Sam. I would put it wherever.
Whatever
Wherever,
works for
wherever,
you, Sam.
wherever you want it. I'm cool too.
I think on the see the thing, like, as a game, I think that looking at it, I would probably say, yeah, this is an A tier game. But on the strength of the main character is what pushes it into an S tier game for me.
The power of empathy.
Yeah. And the funniest thing about that, right, is I remember when they announced it, I was making fun of this game. I was like, oh, they're trying to teach Americans empathy. That's what they're doing. And then
You need that.
I was like, oh my God, this is actually it. The whole thing is about how you should understand that other people have emotions. I was like, nobody needs this. And then I played it and I was like, oh no, I needed this.
I needed that.
Yeah, I'm excited to play it at some point because it sounds really good. I think I'll probably like it a lot too. So I'm fine with it.
There's a whole Final Fantasy section of this game which is mad. Which it's just great. It's a great game. Alex Chen is probably one of, if not, I don't know, top video game characters of all time for me after playing this game. Just like, I listen to the soundtrack all the time. It's just like, I don't know, it feels really homey and homely for me. It's the kind of game that I will probably be buying on multiple systems so I can play it again.
It sounds like they did some smart things to like update the game formula from the other games, because the other ones were pretty much this like episodic structure in the same way, and like you go from point to point, but they did a little more like not open world, but more like open space with a lot more freedom in what you can do.
Well, it is almost an open world. So you have this huge town, and I mean, like I talk about this in my review, so I won't go too deep into it. You can read my review on the site right now. I gave it a 9 out of 10. There's a section where like there's a festival going on at one part of town, and that's like where you assume all the story is. But if you want, you can walk to the other end of town, and there's like a huge story moment happening there that they don't ever tell you is there. You just have to find out through talking to people and like context clues, or by exploring. It's really, really smart, and they do that a lot.
That's the reason why I want to play it too, is because I think that the openness, my issue with other Life is Strange games, and I am going to try the remastered collection when it comes out, and hopefully that'll help me get through it. But I like the characters and story a lot, but I don't like the structure of like, here's a small area with like one puzzle and 3 dialogues to do, and then you go to the next screen. That's like, I find that really hard. I find it kind of boring, if I'm being honest. And so the idea of like a more open space where you can kind of explore and talk to people and pursue the leads that you find interesting at the time is sounds awesome to me. I'm really excited to play it when I have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, like I would guess an S tier game is a game that I would recommend to almost anyone, regardless of genre. And I feel like Life is Strange.
That's a way to look at it.
This one is that. It's a game that I would say to everyone, like, especially if they put it on Game Pass or something, I would be like, everybody should give this a try. Just play a couple of hours of it.
Cool.
Because it's real smart. And it's really well written. The characters are fantastic. Like, there's one character that dies fairly early on, and like, you get so much out of them in the very short period of time they're around, and they like hang over the whole rest of the game. It's really smart. It's well done. Anyway, Alex.
Hi. I'm going to go more pausey this time rather than just going for the garbage. I think A Little Golf Journey should be B tier. It is lovely.
Okay.
It is fantastic. If you like games like A Short Hike, you should definitely play it. If you like desert golfing, like if you like both those things that are just kind of relaxing and, you know, relatively mindless, but you're just performing a simple task and it's just kind of, you know, it's lovely. That's what that game is, and it's really it excels at that. Allison, you looked like you had something.
What is this on?
Oh,
you looked like you had something. I was like, oh.
No. I was just thinking about my choice.
Yeah. Okay. I played it on Switch. I think it's coming to PC, but I played it on Switch.
I thought it was on Steam, but I could be wrong.
It might be now. I didn't. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find out for you real fast. Yes, it is.
Where is it?
A few people talking about it.
Yeah, no, it's something I feel like I probably should play.
Yeah, it's good. I don't think it's A tier. But it's certainly no lower than B.
Okay. All right.
Cool. So,
Okay, so I think that the reason I was making a face is because you're like, oh, I'm going to be positive now, and I'm like, not going to be positive with my choice. And it's a game that I know that Alex has feelings about too. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion, I think, is a D tier.
Yeah, that game has a lot of potential.
Oh, I just bought that.
It squanders all of that.
It's such a cute idea, but it's kind of a nothing game.
Well, okay, did you get to the end of it?
No.
It's very stupid.
You get like arrested by the IRS or something?
No, it's I don't even remember exactly what happens at this point because it was just so dumb. I'd have to like read what happened again. It was like it had this big boss battle that made no sense, and it was just like it was kind of like, you know, fighting God style thing, but it made no sense in the context. It's like, what?
And fighting the IRS.
Yeah, the IRS God.
Yeah,
it's just not very
good. I didn't even get to a point where I thought like I just played it for a while and I was like, I don't want to play any more of this.
It leans too hard into the meme humor. Like
it does. It does.
Where a game like Guacamelee has the meme humor and it's like in the background. It like, I don't want to say it's tasteful, but it's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, that's clever. I'm just gonna keep going. This shoves it in your face like every 20 seconds.
Yeah, which is a bummer because I feel like the joke of Turnip Boy ripping up everything he gets is genuinely pretty good. To the point where you're like somebody's like, here, I entrust this photo for you, and you're like, you have that moment of, oh no, the second I touch something, it's going to be ripped. I thought that was pretty nice, but I don't know. It was just, it did lean really hard, and I was just like, this is exhausting. It's like...
Yeah, so I would totally agree with you, Allison. I don't think it's shit tier, but it's pretty close. You can see it from there.
Yeah. Well, I think it's D tier purely because I feel like there is potential.
Yeah.
And it could have been a good game, and it could have been a really fun one.
And I've heard it has a secret ending. I haven't seen it. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
I don't really care.
Maybe that is a transcendent like second game that's really good, but I don't know.
Oh, hey.
Damn. All right. Well, that brings it to me. I'm gonna take a game that only Pat and I played with Naraka Blade Point. I think this game's like a B or an A. I'm curious what you think, Pat.
I think it's a B tier. I'd put it in B.
Like it's very solid, like battle royale, martial arts focused, with like, you know, different weapons and stuff, and like special abilities.
It's been supported pretty well too. I'm in their Discord.
Yeah.
And I pop in on it now and then, and I actually was thinking I would probably play some this weekend because I haven't played it in a bit. But it's maintained a pretty solid user reviews and stuff. And you know, it's not like they just added Bruce Lee. That's kind of cool.
Is it a skin, or is it like Bruce Lee as a character?
I think he's a character.
Okay, that's really funny. I saw like that. I was like, oh, they probably just put a Bruce Lee skin on like one of the
it's an official collaboration as of 3 weeks ago. I never heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, that might make it an A tier. I don't know, but I haven't played Bruce Lee, so
I think B tier is where it deserves to live. But I would say it's either B or an A actually for sure. So
that's cool.
Yeah,
I'll leave that up to you two, but.
I think B is totally fine for that.
Because of the fact that it is a battle royale game with a bunch of players connecting, the fighting can't feel quite as good as it does in like if this game were a single player game or something, like I think it could have a slightly better game feel. That's why I don't want to put it all the way up in A, but it's at least a B for sure. It's a good game. Cool. Finally, one of those that is good. Because there's been so many tries to make like a melee battle royale that have been so bad.
What was that?
Hunter's Arena.
Hunter's Arena Legends. God, that was miserable.
Yeah.
God. There's a panda in it though. It was kind of cool. All right, Pat, your turn.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say XO1, but we had a side chat that we don't want to risk adding that for now. So I am going to go ahead and, I know, because I just played it. I'm going to say that Forgotten City is an A tier game.
Yeah, seems about right for me.
Sure. Yeah. I like the puzzle aspects of it and like the clockwork nature and how you get to the, like they narrativize their like, how they're like taking some of the load off on like subsequent playthroughs where you can just be like, tell the, you know, minor spoilers we'll probably get into spoilers for this game because that's kind of what
we won't get into the big spoilers, but
I
feel like the big spoiler is the only thing that I didn't like about it. The reason for the loop is the one thing I was like.
That's the thing that pushes it up to an A tier to me from a B tier, because there's a moment where I was just like, holy shit, what?
When that final door opens, when you get into the temple, and I was like, oh, this is cool looking as fuck. And then I was like, oh, I have to spend like 25 minutes talking to this guy.
Yeah, that's true. That part is so, but that also is the whole game, talking to people. I don't know.
Oh yeah, but like I thought the
parts that are talking to people are the bad parts.
I thought the other parts were shorter and more interesting.
Sure,
but but how they like
super minor
narrativize where you can like just like run up like, I need you to go do this, this, and this, and then that guy just runs off and like takes a load off of your like, and I think
the really interesting. Pushes it over into A to me is for a while I was kind of like, I don't know if I like this game that much. It feels like it doesn't feel very like simmy, I guess is the way to put. Like it didn't feel like there was but
it's all very static.
But then I realized that it's actually a little more dynamic than you think, because you can watch that character run around and do all that stuff. And that made me go, okay, well, actually, yes, it's it's all scripting, but it is a scripting that has a logic to it that like people are going from A to B to C and going about like a schedule. So yeah, I think A tier is a good place for it. It's maybe lower A tier, but you know, it's I think it's good.
It's a great game, especially for and small team Skyrim mod.
And
I
the
love
other
the ancient
thing,
Rome setting.
By your logic, Sam, I think Forgotten City is actually a game that I would recommend to pretty much everybody to try.
Yeah.
And it's maybe not got quite enough meat for me to say it's an S tier, but I think that it's definitely something everybody should try out. Not everybody will like it, but I think everybody should try it.
I feel like anything B or above is generally recommendable. It's just how many caveats or like,
Yeah.
For sure. And I also think with B, like part of the reason I put Hot Wheels in B tier is because if you like Hot Wheels, it's a really good Hot Wheels game. But if you're not into,
if you like Trackmania, you're gonna like that game.
if you don't like Hot Wheels or racing games, that game's not going to change your mind. So that's why I would put it in B tier versus something like Forgotten City. I think even if you generally only play sports games, I would still say, hey, it's on Game Pass, give it a whirl, try it out. So yeah.
Cool.
Okay, Sam.
Oh, it's me. Okay. Let's talk about
sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Guardians of the Galaxy from Square Enix and Marvel games.
Why was Let's Talk About Sex not in that game? That should have been in that game.
You're not wrong.
I don't know when the song came.
It has the Relax, Don't Do It song.
Yeah, that's very good.
Gotta kill the prime rib roast of Micronesia. I think this song probably came out too late. That song was 1990.
Yeah. So I would say that Guardians is a B tier game. I had an A tier amount of fun with it.
It's an A tier game. That game is squarely A tier.
Excellent. I'm glad we're on the same team. Shut up, Siri.
I could see
I was wondering what that was.
Oh, I was like, what is that voice?
Like, what happened to Andre?
That wasn't me. What? I don't know what happened. Yeah. There is some of the stuff with like the combat dragging at parts. I never felt like the combat actually got that interesting ever, and it's the worst part of the game.
That's the only reason it's not an S tier for me, though.
It gets in the way of itself, and
the story's so good.
I was not grabbed by the main narrative. Like I enjoyed the stuff I enjoyed the mission to mission, like, oh, we're going to this planet and we've got like a little story on this planet, but I didn't really care about the Church of Truth or whatever they're called, and
I think
that stuff I didn't particularly care about.
I think I feel so strongly about that game because I thought I would never be interested in a character focused action game, linear action game ever again. Like on paper, that game is like, I can't imagine a concept that's more boring to me. In games, seriously, I can't think of another kind of game that I would like to play less off the top of my head.
Put Power Wash Simulator at B, extolling the virtues. But
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying though.
It's exactly.
In theory, I would much rather, if you put those two games next to each other on paper, in theory, I would spend way more. I would not even look at Guardians. But then I'm so glad that I just, for some reason, was like, I really want to engage with Guardians media. And I was looking at a list of Marvel Unlimited Guardians books. And then I was looking at watching the movies again, and I was looking at the game, and I was like, well, I'm not really in the mood to read. I don't like those movies as much as a lot of people do because I don't like Star-Lord in those movies. And so I'm going to try this game because it's on sale. And I'm so glad that I did, because like the writing in that game is like so good the whole way through. Those characters.
The facial animations are like the best I've seen in video games outside of Naughty Dog. I don't
know if I would say that. At times they're really good. At times they're pretty bad, but it doesn't matter to me. Like the thing of that game is just that, like, those characters don't stop talking for the entire game. They're basically talking at all times, and yet I never got sick of them. There's times in the latter half where they repeated a couple things here and there that was like
I
kind of
noticed that
like
too. Yeah.
that was a little, not great. And the combat never gets that engaging, but I also don't think the combat's bad. I don't think it like
I don't think
sucks.
it's bad. I was never like, oh god, combat.
Exactly. There were a couple times where I was like, oh god, why won't this combat sequence end? But
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
like twice in the game. So and it was all
And the
in back
environment
half.
design is so good. Like the pink galaxy you start off in, that's like the marketing is all centered around. Like that's the first area, and it all looks just as good the whole game.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's a solid A tier.
Sure.
And that's one of the few I would probably argue for and not just go, but if everyone else thinks it's B tier, that's fine. I think A tier is where it lives for me.
Yeah, I would agree. I had an A tier amount of fun.
All right.
Alex, you're up. We
There's a
stopped talking
lot
about
of-
Marvel now.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I was listening. There's a lot of noise on this list still, like stuff that I'm like, I don't really know anything about this. So I'm trying to think if I should just clear out some of my noise that no one else played, or if I should start asking questions.
I think
I
we're
think
still
it'd be interesting to. I was going to say, I was thinking when I was picking Guardians, it'd be interesting to just start picking games and going like, who played this? What did you think of it?
fine.
All right,
I think you should
Pat,
do however you
how's
want to
New-
do it.
How's
Oh,
New
yeah.
World?
That's probably a D tier.
I thought you were pretty positive on it at the start, but it sounds like the
I-
content dried up.
It's not that really. I think I would have put it in a
Oh.
B tier, but the problem is
that.
that they broke it. It was completely broken and nobody realized it for like 2 months.
Yeah, right.
That's
the whole
the thing
thing
that's-
about how you could friggin' like move your window around and be invincible.
Yes, or you could combine certain items together with a healing spell and make it so that you could never die.
Nice.
They had to shut down the auction house multiple times because people figured out how to like dupe gold and stuff like that. Like that game is a complete broken disaster. The impressive thing about it is that it went 2 months before people figured out how bad it was. Because people, I guess, just didn't try the things that they needed to try to and like I do agree that doesn't necessarily mean like a broken game can be fixed and all that stuff, right? But also they haven't fixed it yet, and it's been like 3 months. And then on top of that, I think that while the gameplay is really fun, to me as an MMO in that game, it's so focused on PvP, and there's not really a reason to do the PvP territory control stuff, because basically what happens is whatever guild is in charge of a city, which is tied to a faction, and if you're in their faction, the guild gets to like plan the improvements for the city, and then they get to collect taxes and make money on it. But people started to realize that like actually what you could do is like guilds would take control of cities, but they also have to pay upkeep. So basically like people would bankrupt guilds by organizing to just not use that city at all, so that nobody was paying taxes there, and the guild still had to pay upkeep on it. And then they just like went into negative gold for the guild because they were paying upkeep and nobody was using it and paying taxes there. And so like those kind of fundamental flawed design elements are just like they send it down to D tier to me. I think I don't think it's F tier because the combat is fun. Again, as an MMO, sort of like how in Naraka Blade Point, the combat's really good in Naraka Blade Point, considering that it's a battle royale game with lots of people connected. That's how I feel about New World's combat, and I like the Conquistador stuff aside. I generally really like the visual design of the world and the like design of equipment and stuff. But that game is such a mess and has some fundamental design flaws on a macro level. So I think it's a D tier for sure.
Cool. All right.
A sad D tier, but
All right. I want to ask Alex about the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because I want to play that, but I haven't played it yet. So
I think it's I haven't finished it, so that's my caveat there. But I would say it's a very solid A tier. Like if you like Ace Attorney, if you like that style of writing, if you like that style of gameplay, like you're gonna really enjoy it. It's pleasant all around. The cases are interesting and fun, and it has a lot of charm the whole way through. So I think
I heard the same thing from people who love that game.
Yeah, so like I would say very solid A tier. But again, I haven't finished it, so maybe it's very garbage right at the end. But my experience for like 15 hours or so was very, very positive. So
It seems like people really like it. So
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it this year.
it's very worth it. And I got in with it that had the collection of the old games plus this one together when that was on sale for like $50 or something. I don't know if that deal is still on. If so, that's like a no-brainer because that's a lot of really
That's
good
a
It
good
was super
deal.
recently.
Yeah. So if you can get that package, definitely go for it because it's really good and totally worth it. So yeah, great Ace Attorney, easy A tier for me.
Yeah,
Cool.
I bought the original trilogy with the intention to, when I finish it, pick up Ace Attorney Chronicles and just be like, if it's not on sale, it's not on sale. But
That's like
I don't
a lot
want
of game.
it's not even. It's. I mean, like on Steam too. It's $60, but it's $60 all the time. It's not even a sale price. So I'm sure on sale it's even better value.
And I played it on Switch, so and performance on Switch was totally fine. It was good.
Yeah, I'll probably pick it up on Switch, but I'm happy to wait for another sale. I'm not going to play 4 visual novels in a row from the same writer and
Whip.
style of game.
Oh, okay.
You're not Alex. Oh.
You're going to read like 7 books in this same author, though.
Hell yeah!
All right.
That's Andre then.
I am. Yeah, it's on to me. I'm struggling here. Like there are lots of options here to choose
Right?
from.
There's noise.
Yeah.
Anytime you want to pass your turn too, I think that's fine.
No,
Not that saying you
well,
should,
it's
but-
the thing I'm struggling with is, do I want to like toss it to someone? Do I want to tackle something that only I played or have enough thoughts about? Do I want to
Yep. I feel
go
the
like,
struggle.
oh, what is like our group? What is our group consensus on like some of these games that multiple people played? I feel like we haven't actually had many games like that on this list, except like Forgotten City is probably the closest, and Guardians, but only like a handful of us played it.
There's one coming.
Yeah,
that I can think
I'm
of.
sure, but yeah, and so I'm thinking
We never at
It's
the start of this.
time-
We never read through our list for our poor listeners that are only on
that's
audio.
true.
I mean,
Oh,
we're
well.
just going through it.
We will
Audio
post,
listeners, you'll work it out.
Yeah, you'll
we
figure
will
it
post
out.
a tier maker in the show notes, and you can
Yeah.
make your own tier and reply to it on Twitter.
Yeah,
at
We
Next
can list
Podcasts.
we can list the S tiers and the A. Like we can list some of them. I don't think we can go through the entire list.
yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways,
we'll
please
recap
go
them
for
in
it, Andre.
It'll be
It's
in the
time.
article.
To go back to the beginning of 2021
Uh-huh.
and
Oh,
talk
boy.
about Hitman 3.
Hell yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's really good.
Parts of it were really good, and parts were not so good.
I think about half of it was really good. The other half was
Like-
okay.
Like I want to say, like my heart tells me it's an A game, but my brain tells me it's a B game.
I think it's a B game.
I think it's B
It's
tier.
not a B game. No, it's not a B game. It's a B
B
tier
tier.
game on this
Yes,
list.
yes.
Uh,
Well, that's a whole
I
other
don't
conversation.
know. I feel like it's A, especially like if it's someone's first Hitman game and how it comes with everything before, which is naturally what that series has done.
If you have to buy
Doesn't if
all
you
that
You have
stuff.
to buy
$150
one or
it
two,
does.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fair.
that game is without the Hitman 1 and 2 content.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be
Oh.
very satisfying.
I don't know.
and-
The Germany and the Chongqing levels were both really good. I think the England level, the
It-
Knives Out style thing was really creative. The Dubai one was kind of eh.
I think that the China level was really good. This is my issue with Hitman 3 at a base level, because I think if you include the whole trilogy, it's S tier easy.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
But my issue with
sure.
Hitman 3 is
That's
the most of those levels are fun once. That China level, when you, at least when I went back and played it a second time, I was like, oh, I guess I kind of saw everything the first time. Not everything, but I guess I saw
Sure.
like
You saw a lot of it.
most of what this level is doing the first time.
Yeah,
and
and,
it-
I was not inclined to go back to the Manor level, the Knives Out level.
That's the thing, right? So like that's why to me, and I guess this is maybe not fair, but we each have to judge this how we're going to judge it. I'm kind of comparing it against the other two Hitman games, I played the levels in the other two Hitman games dozens of times because I thought that it always felt like I was finding a new thing, a new wrinkle to exploit. And I just didn't get that with really any of the levels in Hitman 3. They each did an interesting thing, but it was an interesting thing to see once. And then I was like, okay, I saw the thing. I don't really need to go back.
I think that's a fair criticism.
And I think that a lot of the stuff that like would keep you coming back, they ended up locking behind like a higher paid tier of the game. Like a lot of like the escalations and stuff, like you have to pay extra, and that just rubbed me the wrong way. And
I can see it.
Some of the escalations I just didn't find like they required the same degree of creativity. Like in Hitman 1 and 2, the escalations felt actually pretty open-ended the way that you went about solving them, whereas in Hitman 3 it felt more like there's an optimal way to do this, and so I just need to get good at executing it, which is fun in a different way for sure. But I think compared to the rest of the trilogy, it's such a different game that it was a little disappointing to me because I was like, oh, this is what we're doing now, and I don't know. It's not really what I wanted from it, but I don't think it's bad either. I don't think it's necessarily poorly executed. So I think B tier is a fair.
It didn't keep me coming back like the other games.
And which I think
that last level was like, what are we doing here? Why are we okay?
That level it was interesting, but it wasn't great. I think. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that I think I levied the same criticism against Hitman 2, where Hitman, the first of this trilogy, really benefited from coming out every couple of months in episodes.
Yes.
Because it like you had no choice but to play the new level over and over again because there was no new content.
Yep.
It's like, okay, I'm going to continue just going through everything because it's really cool to see this. And it's like, oh, and then in a month or two, you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to go to the next one. Oh, it's a whole new sandbox. But this one, it's like, oh, I'm going to go through the first one, then the second one, then like et cetera. You're just going through it linearly, and it's like, I might not go back to any of them. So I think
at least the Hitman 2 levels, I think you're right with both Hitman 2 and 3, but at least with the Hitman 2 levels, I played through them all once, but then like 6 months later, I was like, man, I feel like playing some Hitman. I'm going to do these levels again.
Yeah.
And it made, whereas with Hitman 3, if that game had come out episodically, like Hitman 2 would have been improved by coming out episodically, I guess is my point, because it would have hit the same way the first one did. Yeah. If Hitman 3 had come out episodically, if I had played like the Dubai level and then didn't have any Hitman for a month and a half, I would have been like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like
the Dubai level wasn't
this level
good.
has like, there's like a half an hour of stuff to do here. Yeah. And that's being a little harsh, but
I think I would agree then we're saying B tier for that, I guess.
Because it's still a good game.
I think that's all very good points. Yeah. I agree then.
All right. Back to Pat.
Yeah, so let's see. I want to get some of these games that are not as oh, I know. I was the only one that played Titan Chaser.
I played it.
And did you? That's right. Okay. Well, you can help me then, because I kind of want to place it at B tier because I ended up liking it quite a bit, but it's also pretty rough. It's very simple, and it's short and clearly made by someone fairly new to game development. It's one person for sure.
Is
and
it
that
one person? Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. What do you think? I think it's B tier's fair for it, or does it need to go down?
If I'm not mistaken, it's also $5. Like it's not a very it's not a very high investment that you're making. Like you're right, it is simple. It is, but like conceptually, it's cool. And like, sure, the execution wasn't always there, but like the ideas were definitely there. And I'm glad that they just went for it. Like if it's them learning how to make a game and just trying something, they tried some cool stuff. So I think it's positive. So sorry, you were saying C or B?
I said B, but I can live with C.
I think B is fine if you consider like, all those factors of like, this was one person, it's a budget game. Don't go in expecting the world, but go in with an open mind and you'll enjoy it.
I think the thing that pushes it to B for me is just that game has such an incredible vibe. When you at times when you're driving around in the fog and you're listening to the like old radio shows and you're trying to find like this creepy, and you don't know exactly what to expect or exactly what you're looking for. I think that's the thing that makes it a B tier for me.
Totally, I agree. And like, the whole like light mechanic it's not good, but it's like, yeah, this has a little bit of tension to it too. So,
and it has something, it's not just completely, it's not just drive from point A to B. There's a little bit there. So cool.
No, I think Titan Chaser's totally fine at B.
All right.
All right. Sam.
Okay. Looking at the list. Did anyone apart from me play Jackbox Party Pack 8?
I did. I played it.
Pat, I would say that's a B tier, like classic Jackbox. Job is hilarious, like way better than any game they've done in years. But a couple of the others, we noped out of halfway through because they weren't fun.
It's classic Jackbox in that there's like 2 quite good games in it, and the rest of it is whatever. It's there. So yeah, B tier is perfect. I think.
B it up. I would recommend anyone ever to play Job. It's hilarious.
Which one is Job again?
What is Job?
The job interview one. So like,
is that you're
you write out a little story. Yeah.
And then so you're answering. So you write out like you answer some prompts, and then you have to respond to job interview questions by using all the words on your screen. It'll show you what other people wrote, and then you push the words, and then it puts those in the order you typed or you poked them.
Absolutely.
As the answer, and then people vote on the best answer to the question.
Yeah,
it's very funny.
It's very good.
Sounds good.
We should play it together.
The biggest thing that I'm finding about Jackbox, and it's not Jackbox's fault, but when it just devolves into people making dick jokes for 45 minutes, it's like I'm done. You gotta get the real obscure jokes, like someone someone kept using chicken broth as an answer one time or something. And it's like, it's like, why? And then the next time you play it, someone tries, and then it's like, nope, it's the time passed. But when it's just like 7 permutations on they have a big penis or a small penis, it's like, okay, I'm ready to be done. But I've also learned that usually what happens is you play for like an hour and people are on it and they've got fun. It's very funny, and then the dick jokes start coming out, and then I can go, okay, I'll see you guys later.
The dick points tend to come out when people I've lost many times in a row, and they're like, I know I can get a laugh if I just put cum here, or like Winnie the Pooh's cum.
Oh God, Jesus. Okay, moving on, Alex.
Winnie the Pooh's fair use cum.
Oh God.
I'm gonna just get a really fast one out of the way because otherwise we'll be here for years. Humankind is a D tier.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. I was waiting on that one. I had it.
Yeah, it's
unkind, more like.
Yeah.
Which one is Humankind?
It's the 4X made by
the Civ-like.
Is it Ubisoft? I don't remember at this point. But it's like it's very much Civ, but it changes up the mechanics a little bit, but never for the better. It's
just play Endless Legend. Amplitude also made that, and it's way better.
Yeah, Humankind was.
It's sad because Endless Space and Endless Legend, Endless Space and Endless Legend are great games, but Humankind not so good. Just go play Civ.
Civ is significantly better, and you can get it for way cheaper. Well, I mean, Humankind is on Game Pass, but anyways.
Better yet, wait for the new Soren Johnson game. I forget what it's called. It looks interesting though.
Allison.
All right.
I'm gonna do another game that I only played, and Famicom Detective Club. I want to put it as an A tier. I don't know if anybody else would have put it that high, but I'm the only one who played it. I think part of my admiration for that game is just the fact that it exists, that they made these weird detective visual novels on the Famicom, and suddenly they're bringing them back. But I think the other miracle of the game is just how good it feels to play. I actually didn't finish the second one because I just kind of like I played through the first one like really, really fast, and but I need to go back to the second one. But it's genuinely well written. The character art is great. The atmosphere is great. The music is great. Like, it's just really good, and it's just kind of amazing that it existed in the first place on the Famicom, and then it got such a big remake in 2021. So I'm just really happy about that, and enjoyed it a lot, and would like more games kind of like that.
Cool.
All right. I'll take Lost Judgment, and I feel I haven't played like
Did Sam
in the
play
grand scope. I don't think
'Cause if
so.
Sam- if
really
Sam-
liked Judgment, but
Yeah, but I don't know if Sam played it, and he's currently AFK.
Sam's back.
So
He's back.
I am pretty sure Sam did not. But I've knowing the studio.
I played Lost Judgment.
yeah,
Okay.
I was
I
gonna
thought
say
he
I
played
thought
the,
you
like
did.
the whole thing.
How
Yeah.
much did you play?
Like 8 hours, maybe.
Okay,
Okay.
you played
Not
less
enough.
than me.
I probably would not have put it on this list if no one else had played it.
I have played. I don't know exactly how much. I played more than Sam, but I haven't played like the full game. But knowing that studio, seeing what I've seen while playing it, I feel confident putting that at an A tier. It's very fun, very good combat. Like it's them at the top of their game, as far as I can see. Good writing, good story about bullying in Japan, and seeing them tackle
Beating up
issues
high
like that.
schoolers.
Yep. Love beating the shit out of some 16-year-olds. It's just very funny. That game is a good time. There's like a VR Mario Party mini game in there. It's very strange. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good time. Lost Judgment. Highly recommend it. I need to get back to it.
There you go.
I personally, with how I got super into Judgment and just cannot get into Lost Judgment, I'd probably be ranking it C or B. But as someone who's played like 5 to 8 hours, I will leave it to you to.
It takes a while to like actually get the story moving, but once the story actually gets moving, it becomes much more
So
compelling.
it's a Yakuza game.
Yes.
The initial
not
setup
a
is
knock.
so much more interesting than any other Yakuza or Judgment game I've played. But the problem is that they then go, that was really cool, wasn't it? Okay, we'll see you in 15 hours.
It all comes together is the thing.
Yeah. Alex Navarro was not super hot on it on the Nextlander Game of the Year. He said it was their weakest story that he'd played. But I'm
Maybe I'll finish it and regret my choice.
right.
But I have, my experience with the series or with these games so far is me willing to put it up that high, take the risk.
Yeah. I think I would rather have it in A and be wrong than put it in B and be wrong.
Yeah. Pat.
I have a controversial one. I don't know if this is going to be how this is going to be received. I would like to put Mario Golf Super Rush in C tier.
Oh, I was gonna say that.
Okay, perfect, good. Excellent. No, it's not.
Wants to make it lower.
No, it's still
I
Mario
think
Golf. It's still good.
it's still fine, and you can still play rounds of golf in it well. I just
Yes.
Golf
wish
games are
I liked
boring.
it better.
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah, and
That's why it's
there's better Mario Golf games than there's better regular golf games, but it's still Mario Golf on Switch, so that says something. But yeah, I wish it was better.
I was looking at this list and I was like, what's a game that I can sell as a C tier? And then I said, what about Ratchet and Clank? And then I was like, no, because you guys are going to try to inflate that for some reason. So Mario Golf, C tier.
I think that's a fair, because I would have put that at C tier too. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. And I think you're the other person with the strongest feelings. I know, Sam, that you have feelings about it too. But
How many golf games are on this list?
At least
like
2.
3. I think there's 3.
Oh,
Three.
3.
Oh yeah, there is. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
The hell?
okay, Sam.
Cool. I am looking at the list. Oh, there's one thing there's a couple of things left that only I played. I've got The Last Stop here. I'm gonna put that in a. It's a really difficult one because I liked it a lot. I think I'd probably put it
me on that one because I don't know anything about it. So from not knowing anything about it to A tier is definitely a.
No,
journey.
I was putting it in a. I was gonna say B.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
I've heard a lot of people talking shit about that game.
Yeah, it's from the people who made Virginia. It's. I thought it was like super interesting. I was like driven the whole way through to keep playing. It's like a 3D adventure game style thing, kind of similar to Life is Strange, but with the quick cuts and stuff that you had in Virginia.
I liked Virginia a lot, but
yeah, there's three characters, and you can pick which character you play. And once you've played each person's in that chapter, the next chapter for all those people opens up. So like you play like person A, person C, person B, and then all three chapter 2 opens up, sort of thing.
Sentinels.
Yeah, the Curtain Sentinels. Yeah, the one criticism I heard a lot of people saying, just from people I kind of observed, I haven't played it myself, is that there's a lot of choices to be made in the game and none of them matter.
The thing is, it doesn't feel like there's. It doesn't feel like
we're gonna go there.
super choice heavy. It feels more like a linear story that you're playing through.
Fair enough.
There are definitely choices. Like you can choose to like have a conversation with somebody, and that will give you more information that gives you more of the plot. But it doesn't feel. It's been so long since I played it, but it doesn't feel like the choices are like burn down the city or save this orphanage. It's like have a conversation or go to a party, sort of thing. It feels
like a personality test. What would you rather do on a Saturday night?
Yeah, it's like this is the sort of game where I would be like, depending on the person, this could probably be an A tier or a C to D tier game. For me, I really enjoyed it. I would say it's on the cusp of C tier, to be honest, but it's better than all the games in C tier that I have played, which is why I would put it in B. Yeah, I wouldn't. This is definitely not. I would recommend this to anyone. I think it's definitely worth a try. Actually, let's put it at the top of C tier.
Okay, perfect.
Is there a way for us
We need more C tier.
No, just put it in C. Just put it in C.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing the rankings in the tiers, but
okay.
No, if you're interested in,
theoretically can, but no.
Oh god,
we're gonna be here for 10 more hours.
We have to rank every tier.
If you're interested in adventure games, if you liked Virginia but you were like, why isn't this have dialogue? Then I would definitely give The Last Stop a shot. It's maybe a little too long.
I played Virginia and I was never like, why isn't there a dialogue? But I get what you mean. Yeah, it was a stylistic choice there, but that's not a stylistic choice in here.
I want the middle ground really between Last Stop and Virginia, where Virginia is like super cinematic and Last Stop is quite gamey.
Yeah, that's interesting because Virginia was not at all gamey, and it was. I think I really enjoyed it as an experience, but hearing you describe Last Stop, I'm like, wow, that does not sound similar at all to Virginia. But
they use like the same tech, but not.
Oh, sure. Does it have like kind of similar aesthetic?
Yeah, similar kind of like very low detailed people and stuff. Yeah, they still have like face. They have a lot more detail than Virginia.
Where there's like none.
I enjoyed it. Like, there's one of the stories is like a fun body swap where like a 40-year-old dad body swaps into a game developer in his 20s who's like a cool dude, and then like one of them works for like a secret government agency, and she's cheating on her husband, and then the final one is like a kid who keeps seeing people go into a house and never come out. And it's super interesting. I liked all three stories really. It's worth a play, and I think that the way that they come together in the end isn't super satisfying, but it's better than I was kind of expecting. So I think it's worth a play. It's a really strong C tier game. It's like a good 3 out of 5. Fans of the genre.
I will say before we move on that I think we're doing all right in terms of our distribution here.
Yep.
we'll see. We've still got a lot of games to go, but most of our games fall in between B and C. And there's some on the extremes. We'll see how this continues to unfold. Alex,
I want to nominate the first for No Strong Feelings one way or another.
sure.
Did anyone else play The Artful Escape?
No.
Yes, for 20 minutes, and I have no strong feelings one way or
Exactly.
the
I
other.
played it for like 20 minutes and I was like, I don't know. Well, it seems fine, but I don't really want to play it.
I was like, this isn't my genre of music.
Yeah,
I don't know.
the music was fine. It's just everything about it was like, this is fine. It's just not doing anything for me. Like, I don't think it's
I felt
bad.
like I was making myself play it, not that I was enjoying it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put that there. If you feel comfy with it in the no strong feelings, then I'm comfy with it there too.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Because I didn't want to talk at length about it because it seems okay. I don't know.
All right.
Which game is it again? Sorry.
The Artful Escape.
Escape. All right, then Allison.
I'm going to want to put Boyfriend Dungeon at a C tier. I think
lower
it's
than I would have thought.
fine.
That's
lower
higher
than
than
I
I
would
would
have
have put it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's particularly bad in any way. It's just kind of like, if I think it's like it is what it says on the tin, basically, where it's like, if you think, oh, this sounds like a good game for me to play, you'll probably enjoy it. I think that the
Dating
gameplay itself was
swords.
fine. Yeah, dating swords. The gameplay was fine. The dating stuff was fine. The story was fine. So it's like, that's why it's like kind of firm C tier for me, where I was like, I played all of it. I wanted to play all of it, and I finished it, and I was like, that was that. So I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Maybe it's like high for a C tier, but it's kind of. I
It
don't
was
know.
the worst playing game I played this year.
Oof.
I mean, if you wanted to put it in a D tier, I would be.
I didn't play a lot of games this year. But I think I played it like basically off the back of a session of Hades and was like, this feels.
Oh, see, that's the
garbage.
thing. It's like if you go into it thinking, is this going to be like Hades? It's like you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
It's a real shame that they came out close together. I feel like if it had come out earlier than Hades, I might have given it more time. But
Oh,
I
man.
was like, I could just
Again,
play Hades.
Going Under got done dirty. That game fucking rips. But it came out like 2 days after Hades.
I need to
Anyways.
try that out. I like Aggro Crab's social media presence.
Yeah. But Boyfriend Dungeon, C or D? How do you guys
I
feel?
don't know. I think it's like kind of on the cusp because it's like
I'd give it to Allison to vote for it.
Yeah,
'cause
I trust
played
Allison.
for 10 minutes and said, this is garbage, I'm not playing
I
it.
think it's just like, if you think you want to play it, sure. I don't know. I think it's C just
it sounds
because
like a C tier.
we've had negative, like, I feel like more negative opinions about stuff in D tier than
Yeah.
Boyfriend Dungeon, which is a game where I played it and I was like, I never was. It was just kind of fine, the whole
It sounds like
experience.
C tier to me. I think
Yeah.
A tier and down is this is bad. There's something
Yeah.
specific about it that is bad.
Yeah, and
Just like,
it's like
I didn't like it. I didn't think it played very well. That's not D tier to me.
I think the
unless-
So, like,
story
ob-
of Boyfriend Dungeon got
objectively
pretty
bad.
good at points, but it was like,
Yeah.
it was just like the gameplay itself was kind of, and the story was fine, but I didn't really, love it. But yeah,
Fair enough.
C tier.
I wish that the game parts of it were a different game, because the story parts I played were interesting. That's the main thrust of it for me.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I was never playing the story, the game parts, because I enjoyed the game parts. It's more of like, I need to get further so that I can, get more of the
some
story
swords.
bits. Exactly.
All right, let's see. Comes to my turn. Does Cookie Clicker need to be on this list?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's old,
It came out on
but it
Yeah,
came out,
that's
it has
where
a,
I'm
came
like,
out on
yeah.
Steam this
Does
year.
anyone
so
come
it-
to it this year as like, man, I love Cookie Clicker. This is my game. I'm playing.
I have like 300 hours logged on it on Steam. Like, bear in mind that's
This year or
running
what?
in back.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
year
well,
because
yeah,
it came
it's
out
an
because it
idle
came out on
because it's-
Steam.
yeah,
But the thing that makes it
idle game, yeah.
interesting, the thing that makes it interesting this year is they added mods, like mod support through the Steam
Yeah.
Workshop.
Okay.
Oh, that's kind of rad.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think
Well-
iRacing needs to be on this list for me, and so I'm willing to say
Yeah.
Cookie
Yeah.
Clicker.
Like I'm not gonna say that Cookie Clicker is the all-time best game ever, but like I think I would almost feel comfortable putting it at A, because like just it has a lot of clever stuff in it. It is, I mean, it's not mechanically dense or anything, and like they
No.
actually encourage you to use like third-party tools to just make you not actively play it, essentially. But like
I think I play quite a like just I have quite a few idle games on my phone just as like, you know, playing around, just, you know,
Watch
just
the number
kind
go
of
up.
put some, yeah, like watching TV and you just look at it and go,
Push the
nice,
buttons.
progress was made. I push a button. And I think that Cookie Clicker both is like the impetus of the modern one, and then also kind of maybe still one of the best
and
representations of it,
they
to
still
the point where I'm like,
update it
I'm
all the time.
think I'm gonna buy it on Steam now.
It's good. They put updates out, like even to the original website version. They still put updates out to it. Like it's constantly maintained. They're doing lots of it. Like it has like a weird narrative that like goes places. Like it starts with, oh, you're gonna make these. I'm gonna put it in A tier for now. Like it has this weird narrative. Like you're like, oh, I'm gonna hire these grandmas to make cookies, and then like you play for another 10 hours, and then all of a sudden the grandmas start like basically unionizing and revolting against you, and then like evolving into higher grandma life forms and taking over the universe and stuff. Like it goes weird. It's really great. So yeah, I think it's A tier.
Based on my memory, I would have put it as a B tier, but it sounds like you're both fairly passionate about it, so I think it's fair. If
I just bought it on Steam.
It's good.
I'm not going to fight about it.
Yeah, and like just download the mod that automatically clicks at the maximum speed for you, and you can kind of blast through all the weirdest stuff.
Amazing. I'm getting that mod.
The thing about that game. Clicking. But yeah, so this is the thing about that game and other games in this genre that I struggle with, is it seems they're all kind of designed so that you don't have to play them. Like they're designed to make it.
Yeah,
it is boiling down
more and more hands off.
It's boiling down the video game.
And you feel good.
Yeah, it's boiling down the video game experience to the bare minimum in like a really funny and creative way. It's the kind of thing that you keep on a second monitor and like you do other stuff and check in on it and click stuff occasionally.
I think my willingness.
Diablo 3.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Now you're getting it. I think my reasoning for why I'd be willing to see it this high on this list is because it was like the first one.
Yeah.
So it kind of. But I think that
I don't know if it's necessarily the first one, but I feel like of modern idol kind of
the first one
games.
people
There's like
knew about.
Candy Box and stuff or whatever. But Cookie Clickers, it's been good and it continues to be good despite all odds.
Oh, I can get a bunch of Steam achievements for this.
Oh yeah, it has a ton of achievements.
There's 532 Steam
You should
achievements.
stop. The more you're talking about this, the more I want to put it in like D tier. So we gotta move on.
Listen, you're up next. Let's go.
Wait,
Let's get the banger out, Pat.
1 hour and 50 minutes.
No, that was me asking
that was
you.
Andre.
So it's Pat's turn. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Pat's
my turn. It's my turn. Okay.
Get that aggression out, Pat.
I want to let's get a banger out of the way. I think, I said it. It's an only me thing, but I think iRacing is an S tier.
I mean,
an S tier entry in the list.
That game has taken over your
simulation.
life.
It's not a game, so we're gonna have to take it off.
I mean, and specifically,
it is not games, but Pat loves them.
Specifically, new this year, the support for that game has been incredible. The Mercedes E-Performance W12. It's not a game. It's an iRacing car. It's a car in iRacing.
Yeah.
Yeah. They added the current Formula One car that Mercedes drives. They've added so much this year because they had such a huge influx of money last year from a bunch of people getting into sim racing because of COVID. So that influx of people bore out into a year of like utterly incredible content. And I mean, this is just a absolutely brilliant simulation that is not necessarily accessible, but it is usable in a way that like I've been playing, for example, a sim called R Factor, which is very hard to get into and very anti-user, whereas iRacing has its frustrations and it's complex and heavy, but it's usable. And I just think it's
a subscription.
iRacing, yeah, it's a subscription service. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I think it's just from what you've told me, like the fact that they both use it for professional, like they were using it by actual like NASCAR people or yeah.
NASCAR used it last year during COVID when they couldn't have in-person events.
So it's both like professional level, but also it's something that you can get into on a personal level. And just from what you've described to us about the community aspect of it, it just seems like a really neat thing that I know that I would never get into, but I'm just like very, very happy that exists for you.
Ultimately, the thing that is the most... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Alex.
I was just gonna... No, please continue, and then I'll finish off.
The thing I was going to say is that the very most impressive part about it, there's plenty of racing sims with good physics. The very most impressive part about it, even more than the realism, is that they've managed to find a way to make it so that people from like, as far as the Philippines, like people from the Philippines and the UK can race together and still have a meaning, like have it not be completely ruined by ping times and netcode. Not that it's perfect. There's certainly... Those two people would be advised not to race too close to one another because there are still netcode issues that can occur. But it's just it's an incredible multiplayer game. That's why you pay for it month to month too. It's just that it manages to handle multiple people racing from different parts of the world better than anything else ever has, and better than most multiplayer games handle it. Even I would say outside of the genre. So
yeah,
nice.
The thing I was gonna say is, I am never going to play that game. I have no interest in it, but I think it should be S tier.
Yeah. I think
Absolutely.
that's my easy. And that would be my anything goes game of the year list. iRacing is my game of the year for sure. I also have a 2021 specific game of the year list too.
I would love to play it. And I'm looking around like, where the fuck do I keep a racing wheel? I don't know. To play mouse and keyboard.
And to rent a second apartment for your racing rig.
Yeah.
If only. Don't tempt me, Frodo.
The look on Pat's face of like if only I could.
I mean, I could have a full 80/20 if I did that.
God. Sam.
Is someone like hooked up like a car to it? I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Sam.
probably.
Wait, cooked up a what? Finish that thought.
Hooked up a car.
Just like hooked a car computer into like somehow put all the information through.
People absolutely build very expensive car cockpits that use a full car's body in their garage, and then they just put screens in front of the windshield or in place of the windshield.
Sure.
Anyway,
all right, Sam.
Okay. Oh, there's still something that I've played on here that no one else played, which is East 9 Monstrum Nox.
Oh yeah, right.
I did just buy it.
Played like a bunch of other East
I played
games.
other East games and the demo. I will get to it eventually because those games are fun.
So this one's another one that's like a struggle A and B. I think I'm gonna roll it in to B tier. And I think, like, I might regret this when we come to talk about Tales of Arise, and I'm like, oh, fuck you guys, that game's way worse than East 9. But East 9 has, like... East 9 has, like, Dynasty Warriors energy in the way of...
Okay, knock it down the list.
Yeah.
In the way of, like, how fun it is to play and just, like, chill out and play it. The story's really good. The characters are great. One of the characters is just, like, a girl in a cow bikini with big horns.
Moving down the tier.
Yeah.
Big
We need to make some more tiers.
Yeah, we need to
actually I'm gonna back Sam up here. That character is very funny and has a very good design, and is not super shitty either, from what I have seen.
Okay.
I think she's
like I said, I literally did just buy it.
I could be wrong.
I believe she is called Raging Bull. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's great.
Wait, hold on. So this is gimmick infringement. Freddie Prinze Jr. is sending his lawyers over. No, that's what is it? No,
that's the Bald Bull. Wait, no.
What was
oh god.
Is it not Raging Bull? Iron Bull.
Iron Bull. There it is.
Yeah.
We both had that like Iron Bull.
And for what it's,
The interesting thing is that they every character has a distinct fighting style, but also a distinct movement ability, which lets you. It's almost Metroidvania, like in the when you get a new character, you're like, oh, I can now jump up onto rooftops and I can do this stuff from around here, or like, oh, now I can glide because I've got the guy with the wings, so that opens up a huge section of the city's rooftops and hidden areas. All the hidden stuff is really fun to find. The side quests are pretty good, and then the big my big criticism of this game is that in kind of the same way that in Diablo you are just going down into that extremely samey, like the original Diablo, you're going down to this extremely samey dungeon zone, and East 9 has that too. The town is a prison city, so there's a giant castle which is a prison that you are constantly going into to complete quests, and every single part of that prison is real samey. It's not the only quest area, but it's where almost all the important quests happen, and it's a real shame. But the story is great. It had a genuine surprise, which I was not expecting. Characters are great. The world is really fun, and the movement powers are cool. So yeah, I would recommend it. Based on that, and I think it's a strong B.
Yeah, I think that tracks, and those games are very much Japanese, a sort of like a JRPG take on Diablo. Not that they started before Diablo, so I'm not saying that they're doing.
I think they're heavily influenced by in the later games. Yeah,
I think they probably influenced each other too, to a degree. I would be willing to bet that someone who worked on Diablo played the older Ys games, because they're very, and I think they're very good. I actually think I like them personally. This isn't an objective statement. I like them more than Diablo, but that's because Diablo hasn't clicked for me like it has for some people. So I'm not trying to say anything. I'm trying to start any wars here, but yeah, I think B tier, even though I haven't played it, I think based on my experience with the series so far, B tier is a good place for it for sure.
And there's also a super cool magic wizard woman with a prosthetic arm and leg and a huge gun, and she's extremely cool. The whole thing is great. Big
designs
fan.
in those games are really cool.
Yeah, this game in particular has much better character design in my opinion than the others. The characters all have secret identities. And you meet them in real life and you're like, oh, this person seems a bit boring, and then you're like, oh, actually they're the white cat, the secret thief. And then they're all just really cool. They've all got good backstories. Big recommend, I have to say.
Okay.
Prillis is the character I was thinking of, who is in charge of the monstrums, and she's basically been trying to save the city by herself for thousands of years and keeping back all the monster population, and she kind of finally can't handle it and recruits you in. It's very cool.
Okay. Moving on. Alex.
I am going to make a proposal because we are not even halfway through this list. Is it okay to start bulk asking some stuff or bulk doing my own shit?
We should start rapid firing. Yeah,
we should.
Okay, Maquette, shit tier.
I disagree. I'd say that's a C tier.
I would put it no higher than D, but it is shit.
Alex, specifically hates that game.
Yeah, the last third of it. The last third of it is awful. Even if everything is working, even if it's even if the mechanics are working, if it's not breaking itself, which it does.
That happened to me. I got a bug 20 minutes in and couldn't complete the first half an hour. It also does a really shit thing where it allows you to reset to the start of a level, but it doesn't tell you that until the last zone.
It doesn't. There's no way to bring up controls. There's no way to do anything like that. It doesn't bring up the helpful tooltip until literally the last level, and it's what was the point of that? It's just a bad design all around. It's a bad game.
I enjoyed my time with it enough to say D. Yeah.
The story was
I'm not going to say
awful.
I'm not going to say it's
worst.
great. But
also though,
I don't think
there's
it's vile, hateful, harmful like the medium.
yeah, there's definitely going to be stuff on this list that I think is pretty awful that I'm going to keep my mouth shut on because I know other people really like it. So.
I mean, if you severely wanted it D, we can, but I think that's one of the worst games of the year. Like, it's not like you're right. It's not at the medium level of
It's
being
not objectionable,
potentially
I would guess.
harmful to people. Okay, if that's our level, is if something is going to be actively harmful to someone's
I don't think
life,
it needs to be actively harmful to be F tier, to be clear. But I think that
but
perhaps
like I don't.
we
I think
need to be in the
Mechanic
middle
is
and say it's
really
D and
bad.
move on.
Honestly, I struggle to remember like the narrative. It was about a relationship and it going bad, but
and it was really poorly executed. I don't even remember the details at this point, but I remember just being upset and writing a long review on Steam, so I can probably find that.
there were definitely like I definitely ran into like a progress halting bug like in the last like sequence. I'm like, are you kidding me? And so that was annoying, but then it was like, for me at least in my experience, it was quick enough to get through that stuff. And that stuff again, like with what was the first Genesis Noir, like that stuff's all like fixable. It doesn't mean it doesn't suck that it happened. And I don't know what the state of the game is now, but
if we want to put it at D tier, that's fine. Okay, another shit tier game in my opinion, and I know there's only one other person who has played it and hasn't finished it, and that's The House in Fata Morgana. That game is terrible. The story is awful at the end.
I literally played it for like 4 hours. I finished the whole first story chapter.
That one's
good. I thought the writing wasn't very good. I liked the story.
If you didn't like that one,
the writing style was bad.
If you don't like that, you're gonna hate the rest of it.
I think I would still put that in D rather than shit tier.
Well, I'm curious why you think it belongs so low. Because like I don't know anything about the story, or
we can. Yeah, I don't. If
we want to go,
we can.
We don't need to go into like a super detailed, but I am curious.
The same way, the way I described it on the cast months ago, I think, was it's very much like a Darren Aronofsky movie in that it doesn't have anything substantial to say, but it's going for darkness's sake. Like, it's just like, I'm going to be edgy and like, I'm going to put these characters through these like torturous, terrible situations, but like they don't earn it. And it thinks it's way more clever than it is. It's like, spoiler Sam, but it's like, this is a love story like that's told through multiple generations and multiple reborn people through multiple eras, but like it's done extremely poorly. It's the kind of thing like, through multiple eras we all crossed paths again, and we fell in love through multiple lives. But then like you go through about 4 or 5 of those stories, and then the last one is just I don't even want to get into how bad it is, but it's like, this was clearly an abusive thing. And it's like, you should just kind of live with this abusive relationship, I guess. Like, it's just, it's terrible. I think it's beloved by certain communities, but
it is the number 2 game on Metacritic by score for 2021.
I know it is. And that's what finally prompted me to play it, because it's really high on VNDB as well, the visual novel database, but it's, like, I actively despise that game. I think it's terrible.
Okay. I cannot say anything in that is just, that in itself is very interesting to me, is that you feel so strongly in opposition to the critical reception to it.
I won't fight against this, but what I want to say is don't count this as my opinion on this game.
If you wanted an opinion, you should have played it, Sam.
I have played it. I want to play more of it.
It's a lot of hours. It's not worth it.
If I'm reading, I'm reading a good book right now.
And I'm trying to see if there's any other quick hits. Those end up not being as quick as I thought. Before Your Eyes, was I the only one who played that?
I have no idea what that is.
It looks like Pat might be away. I think Before Your Eyes is easily an A tier. It is.
People love that game. I'd be fine to see that then.
It is really, really good.
Is that the blinking game?
Yes, it is the one where it requires well, it doesn't actually require webcam. You can play it without, but it greatly benefits from that because it is putting you in scenarios where you have to keep your eyes open for like not 30 seconds, but like a long time, where it's actually one of the core game mechanics is a human limitation. in a really cool
Mhm.
way. And the story it's telling is amazing. It kind of goes down into the stuff about like someone who's really sick. Like, so you were playing as someone who is really, really ill, but you don't realize that until later. And then it's like, wait, is the game the actual going through this person's experiences, or are they like sick in bed dying and they're dreaming of these experiences, like what they would have in their future? Like, it's going through all this kind of stuff in a really, really well handled way, to the point where like when you're nearing the end of it and it's asking you to keep your eyes open for like 30 seconds and you're like welling up with tears, it gets really fucking hard.
You're like staring at.
Yeah,
that
it's
sounds
like,
good.
oh
I
my
should play
god,
that.
how dare you do this to me, game. It's really, really creative and really good. But you don't require the webcam. There are accessibility modes that get around it. But yeah, that's easily an A tier game. It's really, really good. I think
right.
that's it for my quick-ish hits. So that knocked out 3.
Okay.
Fuck
Yeah.
the House and Fodder Morgana. It's so bad.
Allison.
So my easy S tier is Nocia. That's like easily.
I played 3 hours and I don't like it.
No, god damn it.
But like, if you really severely want it there, we can. But I played 3 hours of it and I have no interest in continuing.
I will say you, I think, barely scratched the surface of the story, but also,
I mean, that's like, you know, that's a long time to give a game. And also in some of these games, like if I played 3 hours of the Muv, if I played 3 hours of Muv Love, you'd be like, you have not even begun to Muv or Love.
Yeah.
So, you know,
like
these
I get it,
games
but
are
like,
long. And
Wait a minute. I got up for like 5 minutes to make a coffee and we haven't finished ranking House of Fata Morgana.
No, this is different.
No, we did.
We also did House Fata Morgana's there.
Eyes.
Before Your Eyes is A tier. It's excellent. And then Allison just put Nocia in S, but I kind of don't like it 3 hours in. But my problem with it, Allison, and like I think I think the story is good, but I think the social deduction part of it is kind of bad, especially like it gets a lot of really repetitive dialogue where it's like, if you say, oh, I'm going to defend this person, like I'm going to say, yes, I believe them, or I accept them, they always say, like 90% of the time they say the exact same dialogue every time, every loop. Like it's like, oh, so like this is literally just watching numbers like go up or down for, oh, they trust you, they believe you, blah, blah. Like it's very mechanical in that sense.
I don't really mind that, just because I feel like that's just like since it's a single player deduction game, like to a certain extent it's going to be gamified where you have to see, okay, you're convincing this person, you're trying to deduct who's doing this.
But for me, it just felt overly mechanical. Like that was the problem I had. I did like 15 or 20 loops, somewhere between there. I don't remember the actual number. And at that point I was just like,
Because I feel like the loops itself, like they're good, but I feel like they're secondary to both the characters and the overarching story. That and I feel like also once you start unlocking more stuff for you to be able to do in the loops, they get a little bit more interesting. But
maybe I'll have to continue. But I at the moment I don't feel inclined to continue. But the characters are good. The overall story is interesting.
I think I would defer to no offense to not to dismiss any of your opinions, Alex, but I would kind of defer to Allison too.
I haven't finished it.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with it at S. It seems like something that Allison really.
I don't want to be like overriding, but like that is like up there as like my. Up there is like one of my favorite games of all time at this point.
And this isn't an objective list. This is a subjective list. This is our subjective list. So I think that's fine for it to be. I think if we were making an objective list, I would say I really need to see Life is Strange in motion before I'm willing to put it at S tier. But that's not what we're doing here. So I think it's fine to be S.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, Alex, and I personally didn't have issues with that, and I was just so motivated by the overarching stuff that I kind of was like, okay, cool, this round took me 5 minutes, but it'll get me to this versus I think I don't know.
We all get to have some hey, look, I don't care if you didn't really love, because like there's a game coming up that I'm sure is going to end up in S tier that I wouldn't say is bad or anything, but I wouldn't put it in S tier. But I'm also going to defer to that to the people who. I'm talking about Final Fantasy. I don't want to try to make this, but when we get to that game, I have a feeling it's going to end up in S tier, even though it wouldn't be where I'd put it. But I would also trust the relationship and experience that you had with it, Alex, when we get there. So
yeah. I do think though, like the first time I played like those first kind of rounds of the loops in that, I think that it becomes a lot more interesting when you have more to do, but also when you know the characters and their abilities well enough that you can kind of be more manipulative in a way, because you've gone through so many loops and you go, okay, I know that if I blame it all on this person, they seem more suspicious in general, so that will most likely be able to get me to this. And like you start looking at it like from a larger meta versus the kind of like, you know, individual kind of moment to moment.
Well, yeah, I haven't finished it, so I'm definitely not going to like object too much. But I would just say like 3 hours in, I don't think I'm in love with it. I'll try and finish it, but
we'll leave it at S tier. We can.
Yeah, I won't.
If you
I won't
finish
spoil
it,
it, but the ending made me sob, and I love the.
If you finish it, Alex,
character.
and we need to have a to revisit the list, we can do that.
Yeah. Allison, do you have any other quick hits though while we're here?
Oh, while we're here,
Mario Party 10.
Atelier series. I didn't play that.
Okay. Wait, did anyone? Okay. Atelier.
Damn. Oh, Atelier. Rise of
Rise
1,
of
I'm
1
going
and
to put
2?
it B. Rise of 2, I'm going to put it A.
Yeah, I trust you implicitly
Oh,
to put
that's
these
Rise.
wherever you want to
You
put
flipped.
them.
You flipped
Yeah,
it.
I just saw.
You flipped it. Yeah,
There we go.
because
Okay.
I think that I think that they're both great. I think that if you like JRPGs, I urge you to get that series a shot. Rise of 1 is really quite good, but there's a couple of issues with some of the, especially like the combat that I didn't quite love as much. 2, I think it makes it a much better game, and there's a lot of really fun exploration, and it just, I think, elevates it. So I am just really glad that I discovered this series this year, because
I think one of those games, probably Rise of 1, is going to be the first thing that I play on Steam Deck when that thing.
Yay!
I want to play those games, but I think
keep
that's the best way
thinking
to play
about
them
my
for me.
Steam Deck. I want that so bad.
I'm having many a dream of
I
kicking
know,
back and putting on some show that I don't really need to pay close attention to, and playing some of these games on the couch on a Steam Deck. It's gonna be a good time. And
Other quick hit. I would put Unpacking at a B.
Oh,
I think it's
interesting.
pretty.
I found that game real boring.
I've heard a lot of
I didn't
I've heard a lot of
play
people
it.
I've heard a lot of people putting it as their game of the year. So I'm just surprised.
Yeah.
To see it.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I think that. I think those people are mad.
People also said that about House of Fata Morgana, I assume.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's-
Yeah.
that
Oh,
is
people
very
love
true.
that game. I think.
very true.
Yeah, like I didn't know that you also played it, Sam. But did you? I just think it was really interesting with the way that it did the storytelling of it all, and the way that it was able to, you know, have a couple of things that just with specific physical items that made you feel things in a certain way. Like there's a couple of times where on the Unpacking Twitter, they post like a picture of a single item or a single room, and people are like, that bitch, or like that asshole. Like there's there's you just learn very, very specific things about these characters, about what's going on based off of that. And then also, so I just think that it's really interesting in that specific way. And there's one point where it's implied that the main character is in a relationship with a terrible person, and you're just like, I hate this person. I don't know what happened, but like there's just very specific modes of storytelling with that. So I'm just, you know, I think it's really nifty. And it also has one of the things I also think is really good and should be really noted is that the sound design is fucking stellar.
Yeah.
Because like they went and made sure that like every object with everything could be set on, they put a new sound for that.
Yeah.
So it's just very satisfying in a specific way to put things down and set them up.
There was the video that was going around of like, I think it was like a can or like an air canister or something being set down on top of the toilet, on top of the bathtub, on top of a counter, on the floor, on a carpet. Like it all had its own individual sounds that were proper for that item on that surface. Is cool.
Yeah. And they did that with basically everything.
That's
the only thing that I think was not my favorite was that there were specific times where I was like, where do I put this item? And it's basically made it a little bit trickier than it maybe should have been, but it's not hard. It's just there are a couple of items where I was like,
just like real life.
Where do you want me to put this? Where do you want me to put this? I don't know. I put it under the bed because that's what I would have done in real life, but clearly you're judging me for that. But yeah, I think it's just one of those games where I'm just glad that it exists, basically.
And I would say, while more and more a game being boring or anything being boring is the most damning thing for me personally, we're talking about putting it in a tier next to things like Power Wash Simulator. So I don't know that I think I trust your opinion, Sam, and I have a feeling I would probably agree with you, but I don't know that I think that brings it.
I don't think it's for everyone, and I can definitely see
storytelling.
I could definitely see why you might think it that way, but for me, it was just kind of like, for me, it was just kind of soothing in that aspect, because it was just like, everything has its place here, and it wasn't like a lot of moving is stressful because you don't have enough space for certain things, but here it's like, yep, no, everything has its place, and we were just putting it all away. So it kind of, it was relaxing for me.
Not all of us can be as lucky as Sam and own a home. So
oh my god, yeah.
Very different relationship with packing and unpacking.
Exactly. Where I'm like, oh my, or I have to move in a few months, and I'm like, oh my god, that's gonna be a nightmare. But unpacking was great. What else? Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon.
Unpacking is a D tier for me. It's all. That's what I'm saying.
What about like dodgeball?
We should all make our own versions of this list to share.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Like, is in D tier. Life is Strange.
Over the weekend, we'll all make, and it'll be funny because it'll be a bunch of stuff none of us have played, and we're gonna rank it based on our impressions of it. So.
Oh, see, I was just thinking I was gonna have like no strong feelings one way or another be the like B tier
no
for
cop
me.
outs, no cop outs.
God damn it.
But
Dodgeball Academia.
Dodgeball Academia. Ooh, I think I'm gonna put that as another B tier because it was. We're getting B tier quite full, but
that's okay. It's gonna be. We knew it would be the most fun.
That is kind of the idea.
Yeah, it's. I still need to play more of it, but I think it's really a neat world. The aesthetic is really great, and the gameplay feels really good. So I actually play more of Dodgeball Academia, but it's if you like a lot of those kind of sports RPG type games, definitely give it a shot.
How about D4DJ? Groovy Mix.
I'm gonna put that as another B because
that's fine.
I think that the gameplay is really good. I think that the worst parts of it are the that it's a gacha game. Is the gacha game of it all. I think that it's as far as mobile rhythm games though, it's really, the gameplay itself is really good. The music selection is great. Like I actively listen to the music just like walking around, like on my off time when I'm not playing the game, which I think is high praise considering I've played all the songs in that game quite a bit. But it's also a gotcha game that,
I think that makes sense.
For all it is. Yeah.
Okay.
What else?
How about Shovel Knight? Shovel Knight's very much an Allison game. If you want to save anything too, you don't have to do it yet.
Pocket Dungeon. I think
if you want to gather your thoughts, that's okay.
Might put that as another B tier because I think it's like
okay.
God damn it! I feel like I'm like just
No.
shoving
This is the
everything
whole
into B
point
tier.
of this, so that we can rip through the B's and C's.
Because it's very, I think it's very good. I'm just really dumb and bad at it, but also it's a really good puzzle game. And if you want to play a puzzle game on the Switch, it's up there as a really good one. So yeah.
I didn't buy the. God damn it! I didn't buy the treasure trove during the Steam sale. I had that on my list to do it.
Yeah, it's like I think I said this on the podcast when I talked about it, where it's like if you want to play a Shovel Knight, it's not what you're gonna go for. I would still recommend Treasure
it's coming
Trove
soon for me. I'm gonna get it, so I'll probably just pay full price for it when I'm ready.
But Pocket Dungeon, I think, is an admirable addition to the Shovel Knight franchise, and I love that franchise very much. So
yeah.
Allison, I have 3 questions because I think these are you games, and I don't know if they're ones we should have longer discussions about. The first one is Clap Hands Golf. The second one is Pokemon Snap, and the third one is Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, etc. I don't know if anyone else played any of those.
I played a lot of Clap Hands.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if Clap Hands is. I played some Clap Hands, but I don't know if it's quite as much me as.
Okay.
Others.
I think we can.
I think it's B tier too.
Let's put Clap Hands in B tier right now.
It's a good mobile golf game, and
since it's on Apple Arcade, it doesn't have a bunch of free to play bullshit in it.
It doesn't have free to play bullshit, and it the gameplay is very good for a mobile golf
and if
game.
you have a controller, it's basically like playing like Everybody's Golf or something like that on console.
And I legitimately really want to get
it's worth getting a controller for that game. I think
for
it's
my
really good
iPhone so that I can play that. Yeah.
B tier is fine because it doesn't do anything new that Everybody's Golf hasn't done before. So
Pokemon Snap
sorry,
was that
Sam,
the other one?
I was going to say, should Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl should just throw that in the C tier. I think it's good, but it's nothing different. It's just that game. It's hard to.
That's the thing is like because it is just that game and it's nothing new, but it's.
I've never played it before and it's good. I'd never played it before. It's the only Pokemon generation that I missed, and it's good. But that's it. It's not doing anything exciting. I'd rather play Sword and Shield.
Well, then in that case,
I mean, the best case.
Okay, I mean, put that game, put Shining Pearl in the shit tier if that's the case. If it's going to be below, if it's below Sword and Shield,
I would probably put it at B, but I can put it at C. I don't. I feel like it's kind of at the cusp of that where
I could see
there's other Pokemon games I'd rather play, but it's Pokemon, you know.
Like I rented it and I played like 5 or 6 hours of it, and I sent it back because I was like, I don't want to out Pokemon myself on this when a new interesting thing is coming next month.
Yeah, it's like
I mean, if you've played more of it, I would defer to you.
But I've played more of it, and I'm planning on getting a little bit more of it. But I think you're right in that it is basically Diamond and Pearl, but more. But I think C is fine. I think it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't feel particularly strongly one way or another about it, to be honest. And
it's a good remake of that game.
It's a good remake of a good Pokemon.
Okay, so Pokemon Snap.
C.
I played the first 2 levels.
I think it's fine.
No, C sounds like the perfect place for
it. The immediate C was just very funny.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I think so.
It was like you want to play Pokemon. It's again.
You're not.
It's what it says on the tin. It's Pokemon Snap.
Pokemon Snap.
It's new. I thought it was. thought it was fun, and I enjoyed what I did of it. I didn't finish it. I don't think I will finish it, but it was the novelty of going. Oh, Pokemon Snap is back on my Switch. That's
C tier is
neat.
I'm not going to shit on this, but it's not my.
It's not what I want to play right now.
Yeah,
it's all right. C is all right.
It's fine. I think that's good. Yeah.
You could still find a lot of people's Game of the Years in C. Oh
yeah, and it's like there's going to probably be a point where all the games that I've played on C tier that except for maybe Boyfriend Dungeon, I'll just want to pick up and play again. I'll play WarioWare Get Together again soon. I want to play Mario Golf. They're all solid, but they're not
I might finish Scarlet Nexus someday. I enjoy playing.
I installed it the other day.
Okay, so do you have any other quick hits, Allison?
Was I the only one who played Shin Megami Tensei 5?
I think
Might
so.
have been.
Yeah, you were.
A tier.
Okay.
Okay.
I intend to play it at some point.
I think it's really great. I didn't finish it yet, but I
Really?
quite enjoy it,
Oh.
and I think it's
Those
just
games are always great.
I've
So.
added an easy mode, so now I might play it.
It's a beautiful game, and it's really fun. There were some moments with it that I thought were just like hilarious, which. Oh.
Cool. I think that's fine.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty solid A tier for me personally.
It seems excellent for one of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I've got some games we can.
Quick hit. I have some too. Once you're.
All right. The Gunk, I think, is a solid B game. It's
it's
very PS2, like reminiscent of a PS2 game.
Perfect.
I had real fun with the hour and a half or so I've played of that.
Yeah, perfect example of a B tier and probably a B game, but not that that's a bad thing.
No, I think
where
cool
do you draw the
that
line
game.
between B game and indie game?
Doesn't matter.
But,
It's a stupid. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's a indie game.
Okay. Indie one. Anyway, it's like the main mechanic of like vacuum up the gunk, the titular gunk gets a little rote and kind of like, okay, I get it. Yeah, I'm vacuuming. There's the gunk. Yeah, it's in the way. But exploring the world and the stuff there and kind of the story they're telling is fun enough to put it at B, I think.
Cool.
Psychonauts 2, I feel like I'll end up really liking that game once I play more of it, but I feel like it has to go in at B.
I feel bad because it sounds like an
a C tier game.
What?
I'm
feels like
Sam's
trash
out
to
of his mind.
play. It's
No,
like
it doesn't.
Yeah,
I was like,
Sam has expressed this.
PS2 game.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know multiple people
wrong.
who it's their game of the year. So
Yeah,
People have bad taste.
okay, okay, buddy.
Hey,
let's.
I'm not saying it's
Sword and
unequivocally
Shield.
bad.
Yeah, I was
I'm
gonna say.
I'm not saying it's unequivocally
step off
bad.
a little bit
I'm
here.
saying it feels like it was made a year after Psychonauts 1. The way
That doesn't
it
matter
plays,
though. I don't know. I don't think
it
that's.
just felt clunky and not fun to control. For me.
Okay, Mr. Sword and Shield guy.
So he's going to come back to that.
It is.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people speak very, very like highly of Psychonauts 2, especially how it handles like
Absolutely,
the later levels, how it handles like mental healthy kind of stuff in really fascinating ways, especially because Raz like f's up pretty early on and has to learn to live with it.
Yep.
Like, let me see that story, definitely, but I don't want to play it.
I definitely. So I don't know. I played some of Psychonauts 1 this year, and I really enjoyed like the gameplay in it. So I think I have a feeling I will probably think of Psychonauts 2 as an A tier when I play it, but I haven't.
That's like, I want to put it in A, and like what I've played, which is maybe a third of the game, puts it in A, and that's where I put Lost Judgment too for like the same amount. But I feel like B is.
It's fine.
And I'll come back and be like, I screwed
let's
up.
compromise and say B and I'm compromising with you, Sam, because I have a feeling when Andre finishes it, when I finish it, we're going to want it higher.
Why don't we do a game club on it this year? All three of us will play it. We'll give it at least 10 hours.
Yeah,
and then
that sounds. Is it 10 hours long?
We're stealing a Super GG radio segment now. They're games homework.
Yeah. Good. Yes.
Fuck them.
I think they're not fuck them. I think they have good ideas, and we should take some of them.
Nice.
What Super GG radio shit tier?
The game is main
I'm
story
joking.
15 hours.
I know, but it just makes me sad.
Some of their ideas are good.
Oh, sorry. Can I take a step back? That reminds me, Spider-Heck was on the list. We should come back to that. Allison.
Oh,
but
It's on the list.
let's finish Psychonauts first.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll do a game club on it. I think it plays real bad, and I played it like not long after playing Ratchet, which is like a super fun platformer for me, and so I came at it was like, this is not as fun to play as Ratchet, and that was what really drug it down.
But
Like
the thing about
Hades and-
Psychonauts is not how it plays. It's the world, the visuals, the story, the characters. It's all, and
That's why I said I will try it again. I'll give it another shot.
I think we're
I'm
good.
hoping to buy a Series X this year. Maybe that will make it feel better. I don't know.
And in fact, if we want to just do Ratchet right now, since we're clearly not actually doing quick hits, we could just knock it out. I would put Ratchet at a C tier, but I think you guys really like it. So
the thing I struggle with on Ratchet, I think there are parts in the middle that go on a bit too long, and it's also another one of those games. Like those games have mostly. There have been some low points, but mostly been pretty good.
Yeah, it's well made.
I want to put it in A.
I want to put it in A as well, personally.
I think ultimately the thing that frustrates me about it, I'm sorry that I took your quick hits. That was mean of me.
No, it's okay.
But you guys can have it in A as long as I can say my little piece, which is. There was a period of time where people were shitting on it on Twitter and saying there was the one that sticks out in my brain is somebody was like, look, this foliage doesn't even move when you walk into it.
That was dumb,
and I remember it was Rami pointed it out and stuff. And while I do think I get it. I agree with everyone that's like a kind of a shitty take. But on the other hand, it is a fucking PS5 game. And there's so much in that game where I was like, this feels like it's from 2 generations ago, like from a visual perspective and a world design perspective and a gameplay perspective. That was like,
we still talking about Psychonauts?
No, but see, this is the thing. The reason Ratchet to me is like
Psychonauts is anything other than Psychonauts 2.
The reason that Ratchet is B or C tier to me is when I went into it expecting the same kind of gameplay. I didn't expect them to reinvent Ratchet and Clank, but I was like, man, I bet this is going to be the big visual tour de force for the PS5. It's going to be so.
And there are parts of it they were selling.
Yes, and there are parts of it that are really impressive looking for sure, but it just ultimately felt to me like I was playing an up-resed PS4 game. And it didn't feel like anything about it was like actually that interesting or exciting from a generational perspective. And that was ultimately why I was kind of like, I don't know, I'm bored. Like,
I actually played
one of these.
A few hours of it, and I kind of was like, okay, this is fine.
But it's okay. You guys can. I got to say that. I think if you guys really enjoyed it, A tier is fine. I'm not going to feel bad about that.
Yeah,
kind of
I only ever played 2. I've only ever beaten 2 platformers ever, and Ratchet and Clank is one of them. Because those games just don't grab me usually. And I really like Ratchet and Clank. I was going to go back in and get some other stuff, but I was like, I don't have time to finish this more. I saw credits to beat the game.
I think for me, I have the exact sort of relationship with platformers that you have, Sam, and to me, it was another one for the pile. It was not. It didn't have that grab me.
It is very much another Ratchet and Clank game, and your mileage is going to depend entirely upon how you feel about those games or like those types of games, for sure.
The thing is, I don't like Ratchet and Clank games, and I have I've never enjoyed one before. When 2016 came out and people were like raving about it, I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And I was like, oh, this sucks. This is not fun to play.
I think
I loved Rift Apart.
I think the PS3 games were the high point of the series so far, in my opinion, but I still had enough fun with Ratchet and Clank, but I didn't feel like I wanted to go back and replay it as much. So like in that way I could see it moving down, but I still think it's very, very solid.
That's
and
fine. I think it's fine where it is.
Yeah, probably would have been like in my top. It'll be in my top 5 for the year.
It might be in mine too. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about that. But
what else you got, Andre?
It Takes Two is like a messy one.
You mean the game of the year?
The best family game?
Best family game?
Best family game.
Again, you torture a sentient elephant. It's like I've seen some takes that I don't necessarily follow. It's a lot of like inferred information on like this on characters, like, or
Yeah.
like they don't necessarily say things about certain characters that I've seen other people say, and I'm like, maybe, like, I guess that is certainly a way you could read that. And it's about a family going through like a divorce and kind of trying to bring them back together. And like it certainly doesn't ring true about my experience being a child of divorce, but like you can't expect every game to like speak to every situation. That's just literally impossible, especially with a situation like that. Mechanically, I think it does a lot of great stuff for being like a co-op game. You actually have to work together. It's not just, oh, I can just do everything, and then you just have to like, okay, I'm going to do this puzzle and then this puzzle, and then you just stand on the elevator and wait for me or something. You actually have to work together and cooperate and like time things. And so I think that's very clever, and the way they set all that up is requiring teamwork is nice and fun.
I think it sounds like a B tier.
Yeah.
To me, from having not played it yet, I plan to eventually. The mechanical stuff sounds awesome. It sounds like they change it up so often too, like what you're doing, which is like awesome to me. That's like the number one thing I want more games that do, is like give me different mechanics all the time. Throw out mechanics, bring them back, whatever, but change it up. But the story, as someone who is also a child of divorce, the story sounds like borderline offensive to me, because I think that kind of narrative of like bring the family back together is pretty toxic. So I'd have to play it myself to see how that manifests. So I'm not willing to like put it in like D or shit tier, because I don't know where it goes. But
an assumption.
It's very much you just have to talk and like
and I think that
like, and
really
some
sucks,
people some people that is the case, but it's not the case for everyone. And
it also sounds like the delivery of it is inoffensive enough, aside from some of those pretty dark sequences, but like those aren't really part of that story. They're just things you do. That I'm willing. I think it sounds like B is a good place for it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It's a different thing. I think that there's a lot of trauma around those stories, and I think that it sounds like maybe it's kind of shitty, but it's not the same thing as suggesting that if you're a victim of like sexual assault, that you have to die to cleanse your trauma.
The medium.
Like it doesn't sound like that kind of harmful in any way.
Last couple quick ones. Like, what is it? Shores Unknown is in early access, and
I don't know.
Like what I played, I liked, but I like no strong feelings. I think people should try it out, but it's early access. It's not finished.
Man, I would have bet that was a pack game.
And
there's a lot of pack games in the world.
And Solasta Crown of the Magister, I have not played enough. Like, it's a D&D like, or it is a D&D
also a pack
based
game.
Where is that?
And it starts with S. Solasta.
It's two over
Shadowverse.
Next to Shadowverse, Should we put Shadowverse in No Strong Feelings, because none of us played it?
I just played the demo. The card game's great.
I played the demo as well.
RPG
I thought the demo was great, and then I swapped switches, and you can't.
I'm really interested in playing it. It's just I haven't.
Shadowverse, great card game. So
all right.
Andre, sorry. No, please go for it.
No, I was going to say anything important, Alex.
I was just going to ask, what about the League games, like your Ruined Kings and your Hextech Mayhems?
I did not touch Hextech Mayhem. I don't know how it made it on this list.
Me neither. I think it came up because it was mentioned as coming. I was going to ask who played it. I think that can go in No Strong Feelings, because I haven't touched it either.
Yeah. I've been playing Ruined King. I'm like 40% of the way through the story according to the save menu. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. I like the writing.
I played like 15%, and I think it's a good B tier. Personally.
It's got fine to me.
It's got good
it's really short.
It's got
real good looking.
Great art. It's got like an interesting enough combat system, and it's got it like the writing moves quickly enough. It's not like dragging you down, and there's a lot of like quick, like little interactions between the characters to make it like, oh, this is fun to see them interact, but I'm not having to sit for like a 5-minute conversation or something.
But there's nothing about it that's like remarkable, I don't think either, really.
No.
Other than maybe the art, but that's debatable.
Yeah.
How about Sable?
I think Sable. I think I'm the only one that played it, right?
Oh, you
Yeah,
were? I thought it was Andre.
I'll be back. Nope. I'm gonna pass to Pat, and I'll be back.
Okay.
That's perfect because Sable is one of my quick hits. I think I would put Sable at a C tier, as much as it pains me to do it. I think conceptually, I like where their heads were at and where their hearts were at, and I think it has some really interesting world building concepts. But imagine if Breath of the Wild didn't have any combat at all in it.
It was all exploration and puzzles.
And no puzzles really either.
Oh.
I think technically Sable has, I might be misremembering, it might have like a tiny bit of combat and a tiny bit of puzzle solving, but it's like, so it's a game about riding a hover bike around the desert and going, I see one thing over there to go do, and then you do some platforming, and then you push a button, and then you got a thing. And I think C tier is a good place for it, because I think for certain people it's going to hit really hard who want a very specific thing. But for me, I just got bored really fast with it, and I felt bad because aspects of it are cool. I also think the visual design is striking, and I think their art style is cool. I don't think it comes together in a really readable game world very well. It's really hard to parse for me sometimes what I was looking at, because it is such a stylized thing and it's trying to do a big open world with a stylized thing. So sometimes I'd look out at the horizon and I'd be like, this is weird looking, and it didn't do it in a good way for me. So I think C is where I would put Sable. I think Century Age of Ash, that's a B tier to me. I think that game is
higher than I would have put it, but I haven't played the full version.
The release version is more, it's better, I think, than the beta. I thought the beta, I would have probably put the beta at a C tier, but the release version, they really did they delayed it for a reason. They really did do a lot of stuff. There's some new game modes in it that are genuinely very cool. So maybe lower B tier.
I can only base it off of the beta. So
yeah, lower B tier I would concede, but I still think it cracks the B tier for me. Okay. Same with Circuit Superstars. I think we can toss that in B. That is a fun racing game that I would recommend to anybody looking for something arcadey if you like Mario Kart, but wish it was a little more informed by real racing. Circuit Superstars will do you one.
Is that the top-down one?
Yes, it's top-down, but it's very arcadey, but it also has things like tire wear in it and fuel consumption, so you have to do like pit stops and stuff, and so there's a little bit of strategy there. They recently added oval racing, which I don't think was implemented particularly well, but I think they're going to keep working on it. And they seem to, and it was free too to add the addition of it, so that's pretty cool. I think who all played Monster Hunter Rise? Was I the only one that played much of it?
I played it. I got quite bored after like 12, 15 hours in.
It's about how much I played. I was going to put it in C tier.
I think it's because people weren't playing it because it wasn't on PS4.
That's the thing about it that I think is part of why I would put it in C tier. I think it runs surprisingly well for a Switch game, but I think
it ran great. Looked amazing for a Switch game.
It's not as good as World in any kind of context, I don't think. And
having not played it, the one thing I can say is that like makes me want to play it is there are just more monsters than there are in World.
It's very possible. This is why I want to put it in C and not lower. It's very possible that it'll come out on PC and I'll get into it with some friends and go, oh wait, this game's great. But it just didn't. I found it kind of boring, like you're saying, Sam, at a certain point. It just felt sort of repetitive and like it wasn't really.
I just wanted to play it with friends, and none of my friends were playing it apart from you at 9 hours of time.
Exactly.
Difference.
And I think if it's that dependent on that kind of thing, then I don't know. C seems like a fair place to me to put it for our list. Again, if it was more objective, I'd probably say, we should probably put it higher. But I'd
like to give it another try.
Me too.
But not enough to actually do it.
I'm gonna do the exact thing that I said I knew I would do. Is I'm gonna get it when it comes to PC, and play more of it on PC. So
it's playing it at a higher frame rate, playing probably lower load times, like that'll smooth out a lot of the stuff. But yeah.
And then let's see. There was a couple more that I thought.
Should we just put Forza at A tier? Does anyone?
I would put it at B.
Saying S?
I would say B too.
Yeah, I would also say B.
It's
a B, and let's get it in there.
Yeah,
I think it's
fine.
fantastic. It's the best of those that I have played.
I think it's
worse than 4.
I think it's the exact same as 4, but in a different world.
They've put too much stuff on top of it, like too many like menus, seasonal, like all that. Like
that's my problem with it as well.
All the service game stuff just gets in the way.
Yeah. I mean, what pisses me off is it's just like, if you want to drive a DeLorean at this point, you have to buy it on the auction house. Like, you're never going to unlock it by playing, because it was a part of a seasonal event that'll maybe come around in a couple months. Who knows? And that's shitty. I think that's just like not what I want from those games at all. And to me, that's, for me personally, I would probably put it down at C. I was pretty disappointed in that, but I do think it's still a really good game. And so I think
mechanically, like the map is really good. The driving is good.
So B's fine with me.
But it's just, it's.
I could even live with it at A if someone felt strongly enough about it, but it sounds like maybe we don't. So
I don't know. I would give it to a B again. I played like 5 or 6 hours, and I thought it was a lot of fun. It
is fun.
I thought you guys liked it more than I did.
I will put it. I'll be playing it more because I like Forza, but it's just, it was disappointing in certain ways.
Pat, cool. I have 2 questions for games that I, or no, 3 actually that I think are you games. No, 4. 5. Now that I'm looking at it, I'll want me to give you the short list of those.
Yes.
Age of Empires, Chivalry, Tarkov, Hell Let Loose, and Valheim.
Okay. Age of Empires was going to be my next one anyway. I think Age of Empires is a B. Great game, but it is the campaign is astoundingly hard. That's why I haven't put more time into it. It is shockingly difficult.
It's a really fast curve.
At normal difficulty, it seems mathematically impossible to me to beat the second campaign, which is like, clearly I'm wrong because people have beaten it at normal difficulty, but I got so frustrated with it that's why I put it down. But I do think the game design is great. So B is, I think, a good place to put it.
It jumps up, and the History Channel aspect of it is so cool.
I love that part of it. Of it. If the campaign had a better difficulty curve, that would have put it into A tier and probably like top 5 territory for me. But the difficulty put me off on it pretty hard. And I don't feel like I should have to put it. I'm not saying anything against playing it on lower difficulty at all. I don't feel like I should have to, because I've played hundreds of hours of Age of Empires. So it's just kind of frustrating to me that it is where it is in that way. But yeah. What was the second one? Chivalry?
Yep.
I unfortunately want to put Chivalry at the C tier, I think. And that's
really...
I would want to put it in A.
Yes, let me finish.
Yeah.
The reason is it is an A tier game. It is so fucking ruined by Epic's friend system. They never got the party system working well and consistently. My friends and I stopped playing it after a month because we just gave up. And they've made it clear that there's nothing they can really do about it. So we're hoping that when it comes to Steam, it'll be playable. And I'm fine with bumping it up to B if we want, because again, the gameplay part is easy A tier. But it's just the server stuff and the friend stuff just sucks.
It feels bad holding like the Epic Game Store stuff against them. I can see why that's frustrating though.
And I mean, it's their choice. They did it.
It's
not like the gun was put to their head and they were told they had to.
For what it's worth, Chivalry 2 is also on PS4 and PS5, so maybe there it works a little better.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know from experience.
But I don't know. I can tell you that for the first month, you couldn't do a cross-platform party. So if your friends were on PC, you were screwed if you were playing it on console. I don't know. But I'm fine with it at B tier because the gameplay is awesome. It rules.
Yeah, I had a ton of fun with Chivalry 2.
I'm even fine with putting it up to A tier if everyone else feels comfortable doing that. Or if you do, Andre. But the server stuff was really a letdown to me.
Yeah, totally fair. I wonder how that stuff is now, but yeah,
It may be better.
not, it's not anything I ever interacted with, but yeah, it was on my personal list. It would be higher, but
I think the
which
reason
is
that
shocking to me.
the reason that it's frustrating to me is because I was so hyped for it, and my friends and I were so hyped for it, and then we spent a month trying to play it and not being able to play together. So that's probably why I feel as strongly as I do about it in the negative.
Yeah.
But also that's could be tainting my opinions of it in a way that's not fair too. So I'm
like
really okay with moving it around.
It's like a really good game let down by just everything surrounding it.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same reason why I would put, and I'll get back to your other ones. Well, no, we should talk about it later because it's more bigger things. So what were the other ones you said? You said Tarkov and
Hell Let Loose and Valheim.
So I would put, actually, we'll go one at a time, but Tarkov is A tier in my opinion. I think when it comes out, I'll probably feel it's an S tier game, but it is still in development. And Jesus Christ, that game is
it rips.
I mean, it's fucking good. Yeah. It's really, really, really good. The other night I laid on a rock about 250 meters away from I laid on a rock about 250 meters away from Santa Claus and spotted for my friend who was sniping Santa from this rock because he's given up completely on his scav karma and is just killing Santa whenever he sees him now, even though that does horrible things to your rep with a certain vendor. And it was incredible. I mean, that game is just, it rules. It's
really funny.
It's another level. And I'm not going to keep talking about it now because I'll probably be talking about it more this year over the course of the year. So, but it's great. Hell Let Loose, I would personally, I think you played some of this, right, Andre?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I think didn't it come out on like PS5 or PS4?
Yes, it did.
Like,
It 1.0 this year. I would put Hell Let Loose in A tier. I know some people that I played with found it really frustrating, but I think it's a fantastic shooter in that regard. I think, Alex, you should try it at some point when you have the inkling and interest, because I think you would really like it.
Yeah, I've heard Bread talk significantly about it, and it sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is. I think Hell Let Loose is probably one of the top 3 best Battlefield games. Let's put it that way.
I think the things that make people like Hell Let Loose are the things that would make me not like it, and the things that are making like the differences between Battlefield 2042 and like Battlefield 1942 or whatever. Like those differences between these two games are the reasons I like Battlefield 2042 and I don't like other Battlefield games really. So I don't
might feel very much that way about it. But I think it's a pretty easy A tier for me, and I would say the same thing about Valheim too. I hate to load up the A tier with my my quick hits. But
you liked games this year, and I'm happy for you.
Valheim's another one that when Valheim hits 1.0, I think it'll probably be an easy S tier game.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
there's a very good chance it could be my game of the year next year. I
was surprised it wasn't S, but
the thing about it,
I'm really looking forward to it.
It's just very limited it's not very limited. I played like 80 hours of that game in like 2 weeks. I played that game more than I worked this during it was hot for my friends and I. So it's not that it's limited in content, but it isn't finished. So it's the one knock I have against it is we looked at like the one update they did this year and we're kind of like, I don't want to reinstall it because we don't want to do all the early game over again to see the new stuff. So we're just waiting until 1.0 comes out. But it's a banger of a game. I mean, it is probably the best one of those that I think has come out in terms of an all around mix of stuff to do, fun to play, accessible, and still keeps to the core of like what the survival game sort of genre is about. So yeah, it's an easy A, and will probably be an S when it's done. So yeah. I'm gonna pass to Sam if you have any. I think that's all my quick hits.
Cool. Okay. There is currently nothing. There's only like 2 things left that I've actually played on this list.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. if I go alphabetically, the first thing I played is Death's Door.
Okay.
You wrote an article about it.
Yeah, does anyone have strong Death's Door opinions?
Nope.
Sort of, but they're not valid.
Not strong. Oh, your feelings are valid, Pat.
Well,
what's your feeling on it?
My feeling on Death's Door, I would personally put it at a C tier.
Yeah, same.
My feeling on Death's Door is
it's too hard. It's not fun.
People were so hot on it, and I played it, and then I was like, why were people hailing this game as
people were talking about it as the goatee, and it's like,
it does it's got font work, like Control had font work, where it's just like, boom, here's a thing, pothead.
Yeah,
but
right.
like,
Forgot about pothead.
it has like it has some
good.
like good moments, but most, like, I also felt it was a little overhyped.
I just didn't have fun playing it. I felt like I was forcing myself through it after the first 3 or 4 hours.
I thought the art was cute, and I liked that part of it quite a bit. And I think some of the characters
were visually
cool.
nice. Yeah.
I just thought it was boring. Basically, and again, like I said, that's one of the most damning things I can say about a game this year.
I just don't see the reason for it to be so hard. Like, obviously, like, yes, I'm not good at these kinds of games, and that they aren't.
No, you're right, though. I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Why was that game not like Zelda difficulty to the point where everyone could have finished it and had a great time?
Yes.
Don't force, a third of people playing it to replay the first level 20 times.
If it was that difficult, no one would have had a good time, because you wouldn't have had people going, "Oh yes, I'm so."
So that's the thing.
Good.
It's just I don't
think it was that made people like it.
I don't want to dunk on people who. I don't want to dunk on the people who made it either. So that's not my point. But yeah, it didn't really.
And I don't think we'd do that for most of the games on this list.
No, but I just don't want to sound like. I thought it was pretty surprising to me that people liked it as much as they did, and were pushing it as much as they did. To kind of to get to the point you're making, Sam. Like, I started playing Blasphemous last night finally, and I'm having a fucking rip shit time with that. That game is cool as hell, and I went into it and went, oh, I was expecting this to be way harder than it is. This is actually like, I'm not going to say super approachable, but it is approachable. It's as approachable as a Dead Cells or as like a lot of those kinds of games. And it was a pleasant surprise, because I was like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. I wasn't like let down by it being easier than I thought it would be. Whereas if you picked it up, you might never play it if you heard that it was like brutally hard. Not that I expect you to play it anyway.
Shin Megami Tensei 5 because people said it was hard.
And so I think, like,
and I love SMT games.
It's an interesting comparison point, because like Death's Door doesn't need to be as hard as it is, and a game that you would expect to be hard can be less hard, and it's still a great time. So anyway, I think C tier is fine. That's a good place.
He needed a map.
What is the last one you have played on this list, Sam?
I have played. There's a few I've played. It's 3 games less. I think I've played 4, kind of.
Okay.
Returnal I have played. I don't know.
That's the same thing as Death's Door. It's hard.
I mean, like, it's not, that game isn't for me. I like how it looks. I enjoyed how it played. I loved the like minimal story stuff. I like visuals. I liked how, like, controlling Celine felt really cool, but it is not really for me. And this is more me triggering a conversation between other people, where they want to rank it, because I wouldn't rank it.
I would put it probably as an S tier for me, but I get that that's high. I think it is.
I have no strong feelings personally.
It is absolutely my favorite PS5 game. With a bullet. I think that game is fucking fantastic. But
where is it for Andre?
Yeah, that can meet in the middle.
Like, so okay, no strong feelings, so it's a C. No,
if I can get it a B tier or higher, I'll be happy. But it's. I haven't.
I'd be happy with it in an A or an S tier. Honestly, it seems like a fantastic game.
when it came out, like I beat that game, and
I haven't beaten it, so
I went through, like, I think the storytelling, I think all that stuff holds up until the end. Thankfully, fucking the last like areas are not too difficult, at least in my experience. Or like, I don't know, the end of that game's weird, but thankfully I was able to clear like the last area in like one go, because when I was playing it, it was still like buggy as hell, and I had like 7 hard crashes in the second to last area, and that just wiped all my progress and I had to go back. And
That's a shame it didn't have a quick save back then. Everyone was like,
I mean,
it doesn't need quick save. And I was like, it fucking needs quick save.
That wouldn't save. I don't think that would solve the issue with the hard crashes. And I'm not trying to hold that against it. It was, but that would like really was like, oh my fucking
But
God.
I do think for our list, we should put it as an A tier, because regardless of I think it's probably number 2 or 3 on my personal list for the year. Even having not finished it all the way, I think I got like 2/3 of the way through it.
Yeah.
And I intend to go back and finish it at some point. But there was a lot of bullshit around that game's, and it's not the game's fault, but like their response to it to suggest that like it didn't need features that it did absolutely need was kind of ridiculous. And that stuff is there now.
When rest mode was damaging PS5s.
Yeah, it was. That stuff is enough for me to see it.
Fucking don't do that. Don't say that.
And they did eventually. Like now it has saves.
You
clearly
can save, like you can save a run, but then like it's not like you don't just keep that.
It's a single save and reserve, like on like Advance Wars and Fire Emblem.
Yeah,
like you can load an active combat session.
But I think it's so I haven't thought about it since I beat it. Like I've thought about, I should go like read the Wikipedia and find out what like the secret ending is.
And see, I think about it all the time, having not finished it.
It's weird because
aesthetically it is so strong, and like atmospherically that stuff is all great. Mechanically, I was like, okay, yeah. Like I found the gun I liked, and then I never felt a reason to really change it up.
I think it's an A tier game, unless anyone disagrees.
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Allison?
It's just a game that I keep thinking, should I get back to it? But I'm just like too exhausted at the end of the day to play it.
Yeah,
I don't know. And so it's like it's one of those games where I really want to keep playing more of it, but it's hard, and it's like kind
a
of
run can
like
take a while.
The atmosphere I think is beautiful and like interesting, but it's also dark and kind of a bummer when I'm like, I've had a long day at work and I kind of just want to play something for a game. But at the same time, I do think A is it's I think really reasonable, because I do think it is like a really beautifully made game that,
and to be honest with you,
put more time into it.
I came into this conversation going, I'm gonna push for that for A tier. And then it's only while I've been sitting here thinking about it that I'm like, God damn it, that game is so cool. So I think A tier is fine for it. And even if touch higher on my personal list.
I think some of the bosses are not great. There are some really good ones, and that's I think like the mid-game boss is actually the best boss in the whole fucking game.
And I would defer to you on that, because I've only seen half of them. So and the half that I've seen are, I thought, pretty awesome, but there's more I haven't seen. So all right, Sam, what else you got?
Other things I have played. Inscription, and like
this is going to be a whole fucking conversation.
If we wanted to let's talk about the Inscription in terms of this thing, and like the first act.
Okay, we need to say this is a specific thing.
This is a spoiler warning.
Yeah, we'll talk.
I actually might.
Yeah, you should take your headphones off, Allison.
Because I still haven't finished it. I've only finished the first section.
Yeah.
Good. I want it.
You finished the best part of the game.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you just take your headphones off. And people should tune out if they don't want spoilers, because we're going to... Yeah.
Okay, so the first section of Inscription is one of my favorite games I've played this year. The second section of Inscription is one of the least fun games I have played this year. And like...
I think the second section fucking rules.
I like the second section too.
I think it's the best part of the game.
I like those kinds of games. I just didn't like how they were like, this is how you play this game, and then they took it away from me. The thing that I was having a lot of fun with.
You still can, though. You still totally can.
I didn't care about
You can't play it the same way. Because you don't have a squirrel deck.
Yeah, you can get the squirrel deck.
Yeah. You can.
Like it's just
you can't draw a squirrel or a card.
You mean in the second section?
The way that you play that game.
Oh,
yes.
I see.
And like,
it is. Yes.
I didn't like the graphical change. I didn't think it was like. I loved that first section so much.
Oh, you'll like what they added then.
It was like absolutely. But the second section felt like a disappointing sequel. It was like watching Iron Man and then watching Iron Man 2. I was like, this has a lot of the same elements, but I don't like it anywhere near as much.
See, I would have played a full if they had said. I was actually kind of hoping that when the second game was introduced, that it was going to be like a 30-hour RPG at that point of that game, because that's what I want. That game.
I couldn't be bothered.
Did you finish it, Sam? Like the whole game?
No, I didn't finish section 2. I thought it was shit.
So
you would like section 3.
Section 3 goes back to the first section.
And the last section
on YouTube or whatever.
And the last like hour is like extreme. Like I think it was
wild.
a little bit rushed. Like that was my only critique, is it felt a little bit rushed, but it's like transcendentally clever. Like it's just so good.
You know what I want to do is open up my laptop, stream it out to like Pat, and be like, "Okay, Pat, you beat section 2 for me," and then I will come back and play the rest of this game.
Yeah.
What I mean, I think from what I've heard from people who really hate section 2 too, is it sounds like it's more of a balance issue than it is a truly hating the gameplay. Because I picked the death deck to start. I never thought it was that hard.
Yeah.
I just don't like the I don't like the visuals. I don't like all of the new mechanics. I don't like them.
I think
you might not like the rest of the game then. So.
Yeah, I think if you approach it,
I didn't think I would, so I haven't played anymore.
Like I think if you kind of in some ways have to approach it almost as though that game is diegetically within that world. Like it is canonically.
Yeah.
You were playing this game off of this disc, and this is what like those old kind of Commodore games were like. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to say to you guys this is a shit tier game. What I want to say is, like, to me, this is a C tier game.
That's fine.
I think,
and place it wherever you want. Really,
it's mine. It is, well, for full disclosure, it's like my number 1 game of my 2021
and I
list.
think it's
pretty
my
easily.
number 2. Let me pull up my list.
I think it's
number 1 for Alex is obviously Guardians of the Galaxy. We know
it was actually my number. It was my number 3, but like I still think it's excellent.
Behind Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, behind Guardians of the Galaxy.
I don't think I can see Inscription lower than an S tier. I think of the remaining games, it's the only one left that I would really feel the need to fight for as an S tier, and that's including the fact that there is DLC for my favorite game of all time remaining to talk about.
Well,
so
if you guys want to put it in an S tier, absolutely fine. My objection here is I thought the second section was so bad I stopped playing it.
Yeah, I thought the second section was what elevated that game from being like good to being my favorite game of the year. So
I really enjoyed
from what
it
I've seen from everyone who plays it is that if you love the second section, it's your game of the year. If you don't, you don't finish it.
Yeah, which is a problem. And I sorry, Andre, go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, I I didn't like the second section either, and like I restarted it because I just felt like I picked a bad deck or whatever. Like I wasn't happy with, and I had like missed some stuff apparently, like mechanically. So it was like I was able to breeze through it once I figured that out. But it, like, aesthetically, it just wasn't doing it for me like the other stuff was, like in the first and second act. And then also like the meta narrative stuff, like all the found footage stuff, like personally that's just like, this is just a taste thing. I'm not a big fan of found footage, and like it was like kind of fun and goofy, but whenever I see found footage I'm just like immediately like pulled out and like not like engaging with the thing anymore. So that doesn't hit for me at all.
Me too. I like found footage stuff a lot. So.
And I am saying that, I am acknowledging that is 100% a taste thing. And like personally, that stuff, like it was like fun and goofy, like the way they centered it around like, oh, he's a YouTuber, was fun. Sure. And like I want to look into like the ARG stuff that they've done around the outside, but I don't
Luke.
care that
If-
much.
If I have
Chogger.
any criticisms, of that game, I think it's that I'm a little frustrated that they put stuff in an ARG because I
Sure.
don't like playing. I think ARGs are really cool as a genre of thing, but I don't like trying to keep up with them. It's just too.
Yeah.
I just don't have a
And-
brain for it, and so I kind of am a little annoyed that some of the cool stuff that I found in the game that I thought maybe I could dig more on in the game to find out more about is
It's
relegated to an ARG.
Hard.
Um,
yeah. Like, did you ever?
But
in
it's
the
okay.
second,
I can read a document.
Yeah, in the second section, did you ever find the mushroom stuff, Pat?
I think so.
That stuff
I
was
don't
cool.
remember.
It was kind of hidden on the map where you have to kind of go to the east side of the island.
Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, it's
No,
cool.
I don't think I did then. I
It's
did
cool.
find. Did you find the driver's license?
No, I don't
There's a
think so.
wall you can walk through in the second section, and it's
Oh,
just a
shit.
black screen with a big JPEG of a person's driver's license.
I
and you can
did
walk
not
all
see
over it
that
and
one.
stuff. It freaked me the fuck out when I
That's
found
awesome.
it.
And like,
So-
one last thing I'll say about Inscription, because I agree. I think I would say pretty heavily it has to be S tier. Near the end, and sorry, spoilers, Sam, but I think if we were still doing moment of the year, like one of the best moments of the entire year is where you sit back down to play in that original section with
Yes.
I forget his name now. It's been several months, but
Leshy?
Leshy,
yeah.
where you sit back down with Leshy and the game is like deleting itself and everything is collapsing, and then
I almost cried.
the scoring mechanic, the scale disappears, and he's just like, "It's all right, let's just play to play. Like, let's just,
Yep.
I'm here to be with you." And like that set,
It
that
was
part, I was just
like-
like, "Fuck, that was so good."
It was deeply emotional to me. For Sam, like, yeah, you find the only way you can save it is you have to delete the game to save the world, basically,
Essentially.
because it's got dark shit in it. And yeah, you sit down with Leshy, who it turns out was really a good guy,
A good dude.
trying to,
yeah.
and he's just like, yeah, let's just play to play. And I was like, it like crushed me
was
because
so
he's
good.
getting deleted along with it. And then you go through a sequence of playing with the other characters, and it's just like different
Yeah.
mechanics and wild each time.
Where they
And
built up
Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual
entire,
Disc shit was
Yeah.
awesome.
yeah,
Yes.
they built up entire areas and mechanics and visual just stylings that are used for that scene, and that's it.
That
It's
lasts like 10 minutes a piece.
10 minutes, and it's like as creative and with as much fidelity as that entire first section. Like, they could have made an entire other game with this. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
that
a
stuff
really
was
good game.
Crazy.
At this point, if you're still listening and you haven't played it, you've received a lot of spoilers, but
But
it's
there's
a
still
great game.
there's still
I think
way
everybody should
more.
play it.
Like in that last
Yeah,
section.
there's more
that's
we haven't talked about for sure.
Totally cool.
And
Yeah.
the puzzle and stuff are fun, and
Yes.
like the card
Yeah,
game is
and
pretty
breaking
good.
breaking the card game got extremely
Yeah.
fun.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
I think we're good. I think
I'm gonna end the spoiler marker.
I hear
there
what
in
you're
our show
saying
notes.
too. Yeah, I hear what you're saying too, Sam. I don't want you to feel like you're being just like totally talked down or ganged up
Yeah.
on.
No,
yeah.
absolutely. Like, it's like, I understand that you guys liked that game and I didn't. It's not like I don't feel ganged up on at all. Like,
Good. Okay.
Also, I don't like a lot of games.
It's fair. I don't either.
This is very true.
Speaking of which, Tales of Arise.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
No, I think that game is like stunning. I've seen the combat is boring as fuck. I don't want to engage with it. And what is up with the skits? What skits are bullshit? Like, just have a
It's like a
cutscene.
classic Tales thing. The
Yeah, but
skits
just
are
have
like
a cutscene. Why do I have to fucking?
No,
Why does
this
the
is
game
fucking-
become a visual novel? Like,
that's
no,
classic
just
Tales. It's like, you know,
Okay,
what if
but
they
you know,
removed
also
the favorite
it's like
classic thing
slavery.
from Trails or something? You know, it's like if a Tales game didn't have skits, I'd be like, what the fuck is this? This is some nonsense.
I think Tales of Arise should go in the B tier. 'cause
I think so
liked when I
too.
played that
I
game.
need
I just didn't play
I
very
need
much of
actually
it.
Fine
play
with
more
that.
of it. I think
just
it's a
want-
full straight up
I
B
want to
tier.
I just want to voice my opinion that skits are shit tier, and that they should just
That is some bullshit.
cutscenes.
That
Just
is-
make them cutscenes. Like, why am I going
Because
to
they're, like-
1982 for like
There's small
70%
character
of conversations?
moments that you
I
they built
I
this
disagree.
dynamic between the entire party.
I'm glad you're
This
on
is
my
some
side, Andre.
nonsense.
No, I disagree with you, Sam.
Yeah.
because I don't want to sit through a fucking cutscene. I can read fast. I just want to like, okay, yep,
Yeah.
I read it. I'm done.
Also,
It takes It takes me 2 minutes to read a 5-minute scene or whatever. I'm like, okay, I'm done. I can just button through. I don't need to sit and listen to it. You know,
I think I might agree with you, Sam, on this particular point, but
Yeah.
I still like Tales of Arise.
Fucking Yakuza 0 like slideshow cutscenes versus
The thing
Yakuza
is that
6. I know what I want. I want some
prioritizes them.
emotion. I want some character.
I like
characters, I want
visual
some
novels.
acting. Look, I also like
I'm not
visual
coming to-
novels.
I think that the most damning thing that I can say about Tales of Arise that is that I hopefully we can all laugh at, but it does. This is what generally bugs me about a lot of JRPGs and a lot of RPGs in general. I don't want to just throw Japanese RPGs under this bus. When you play like Trails in the Sky and you talk to characters, almost everyone has something interesting to say. Like all the NPCs. In Tales of Arise, I was like, well, I better talk to everybody in this camp early on. And some people you talk to them and they're like, hope there's enough bread. And it's like, what? Why did you even have dialogue? Like, you didn't say anything interesting.
It's because people like you are going to go around and try to talk to everybody.
But I still think the game is very good.
Like,
I like it a lot, and so I don't. That's. I'm just laughing at that. I'm not trying to level that as a real criticism. Just because some of the NPCs don't have good dialogue does not.
it's okay if you want to show me a conversation between two JRPG characters as like a blurred out background with two character models that emote towards each other. But I don't know why I have to watch a slideshow. Like, this skits are such it just brought me out of it every time, and I'm like, oh, and they also have like in the skits, sometimes physical comedy will happen. Why? They'll be like, oh no, I've dropped something, and I'll be like, yeah, but it's fucking really cool to have seen that. Cheers.
Why does anything happen in games?
Or why, oh, wow, the slapstick moment happened in this book I'm reading, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, but books aren't a visual medium. The words.
Okay, but like, what about something like in comics, like Squirrel Girl, where like half of it happens off screen, and you go, ha ha ha, that's so funny. It happened off of the page, and you turn the page, and she's defeated Galactus.
Well, I don't like that. I don't like that meta storytelling in Squirrel Girl. I think just tell the story. But like, I just don't like the skits. I was just like, why am I playing? What is this?
So would you rather they not exist at all? Not exist at all due to like budgetary, like they can't animate the shit, so
10% of them. Just give me 10% of those skits fully animated. If it's that important, put it in an animation. If it's not important, if it's just fucking flavor text, just have
character building
conversation. Just chat while we're walking around town buying up hats.
You might have some problems with Scarlet Nexus, by the way.
Oh, I know exactly what happens in Scarlet Nexus, which is one of the reasons I haven't gotten into it yet.
Okay.
Anyway,
if you have any other games,
Tales of Arise is good.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah.
I think B is a perfect spot for it.
Yes, I think
there are no other games on this list that I have played except for Nuts, which I played for about 5 minutes on Apple Arcade.
I don't even know what that is.
I played Halo multiplayer. I obviously played FF14 for a couple of 100 hours. And I played the original Mass Effect trilogy, but I have no thoughts on any of them.
Do we want to play like Pokemon Unite or anything?
I didn't play it.
What's up, Pat?
I would have played fucking Mario, but my copy is sat in a collection office that's closed for 3 days.
I think just Andre and I played Halo, right?
I think so.
I'm fine with putting that in B if we want.
I think like for me personally, like even like with outside of the like my problems with the progression and like the cosmetic stuff, like I think just like that's where Halo sits for me is like
I think the multiplayer alone for me is A tier. It's pretty high on my list of personal games of the year. However, there's not enough maps. They still haven't added more maps as far as I know. The auto aim shit with controller is like super egregious. My opinion of that game went down when I saw someone showing an auto aim test, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is what console players get? Holy fuck! Why did they even put it on PC? I will at least be turning crossplay off when I get back to playing that game multiplayer because it's ridiculous. but I haven't
Campaign
played the single
seems
player yet.
fine.
So,
yeah, campaign seems fine, and like
Campaign
you know,
seems weird.
I think I'll
there's
probably fall on it
linear
being-
there's linear moments and there's open world moments, and like
I think I'll
if
probably
you
fall on it
like-
being an A tier game in the end, but it sounds like you need to kind of like what you're saying. You need to kind of like
Yeah.
Halo for that. So B is
yeah,
fine with me.
and I am the thing that makes me like Halo is playing with friends, and I can't go
do
back to
that,
high
yeah.
school. I can't go back to school and LAN with like 12 people and play custom games in Halo.
And
fair.
co-op campaign is not in that game, which is why I haven't played any of the campaign yet.
Yeah.
So on the Halo note, where do you guys feel about Splitgate?
Now that's an S tier game.
Interesting.
I would put it at B tier.
not actually.
but-
Would you put it
if I
above
was
Halo?
rating, I personally would.
I would not, but I also am
Yeah.
fine with wherever you want to put it, Andre, because you played a lot more of it than me.
Yeah, I did play a lot of Splitgate, and I had like that was also a game where I had people to play with. But even when I played like a little bit of Halo with people, I didn't have as much fun as I did with Splitgate. That was just like but I still think it's like maybe a B game. Like I didn't think like everything about it was perfect or anything. But I had a lot of fun with like the kind of Halo-ish game modes and sensibilities mixed with the Portal stuff, and like kind of a quicker time to kill. And at least in my head, it seemed like things were a bit quicker and snappier
I think
than parts of Halo. Worked for me personally,
think
and
the reason that
like
it's-
the Portal stuff is just really fun and creative.
I think the Portal stuff is what makes it a little snappier because you come together faster. I don't think the actual TTK is that different than Halo, but
Maybe.
I think
Might
the
have just been
reason
the modes I was playing and stuff too.
the reason that I would put it below Halo for me is actually because of the Portal stuff. I think the Portal stuff is super novel and cool, but it also leads to like sometimes in Halo I'm already like, oh fuck, that guy got me from way over there. I didn't even know he was there, to levels of, oh fuck, I got shot through a portal that I didn't know was there from a person that I didn't know was on the other side of the map, which is a very clever and fun and cool mechanic, but it led to me getting kind of frustrated with it when I started to get into higher levels of MMR. I was like, man, fuck this. It just got a little less fun as I climbed the ladder. But I think it's I'm fine with wherever you want to put it. Like I said, if you want to put it at A, I'm fine with that.
B is fine in my heart.
well
It's higher than Halo, but there is like
Here,
is Halo Infinite better or worse than Hot Wheels Unleashed?
Yeah,
Let's say.
we're not- yeah. We're kind of normalizing because in my heart of hearts, Halo's higher than B, but I think it's fair to put it in B based on where we're at.
Yeah.
You know, the contemporaries Halo Infinite and Power Wash Simulator.
Yeah.
What does Todd Howard think about Splitgate, Sam?
He's a big fan.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So coming to
B it
Starfield.
is.
Okay. So I think we've gone through all of our quick hits. I have questions about What Remains, not of Edith Finch.
Okay.
Mario Party. Did
gonna say.
anybody play it?
Shit too. Not Mario Party.
shit too,
Sorry,
you're
Edith,
right, yes.
Edith Finch.
Mario Party, like I cannot like who put this on here?
No
don't
strong
know.
feelings. Nobody played it.
Yeah,
Strong.
I don't
No
know.
strong feelings.
How does this make this on the list?
I was
Because
really
we-
confused.
Probably
they
in like a
talked about
news
Did
it on
people
segment.
just
at
assume
some
I
point.
played it?
Might have been in a
No.
news segment
Alex
because they
pulled
added
my
multiplayer
reviews.
or something.
I seeded it from
Alex-
the stuff we talked about over the year. So
Yeah,
Alex,
Alex
do you just-
pulled it. So at some point, somebody mentioned it, and it made it into the hashtags for the show and the tags. So that's why. But it's fine. We can put it in those.
Alex, do you just want to put Final Fantasy in S tier,
I think
or
there's a
do
bigger
you have any
conversation.
disagreements?
I mean,
Is-
yes,
is
but
it?
I think there's a lot of
I don't
conversation.
know if anyone's gonna.
So
okay.
do you feel? Let me ask you because I want to make sure that your feelings on it are respected. Do you feel the bigger conversation is that you want to hear why people might not want it in S tier, or is it because you want to talk about it at length as to why you feel it's an S tier?
I think there's both.
Not because. Okay.
But
'Cause I
I'm at
don't
the point
wanna-
like if we're having that conversation right now, I would almost create
We
a whole
can.
new I would create a whole new tier of S plus tier because I think that game is the game of the generation, and I'm not exaggerating.
And I just I want to put it in S tier because I think you feel so strongly about it, and like I think that plenty of people could play iRacing because I feel the same way about like iRacing, for example. I think plenty of people could play iRacing and go like, "You're out of your mind." I was pretty deeply disappointed with Shadowbringers to the point where like it was I would, if it were on my if it were my list, it would probably be like in a B tier. I also think it's a deeply personal game that if you have the connection with it, then you have the connection with it. I guess I just want to temper. I think it's very specific in the ways that it affects people, I guess.
Specifically,
that I was like,
sorry.
I respect the love that people have for this game.
Me too.
But having
Yes,
played over 100 hours of it, I don't have that love for it.
But you've only played A Realm Reborn, right?
Yeah.
Well,
But
So
you should
I think
play the
I
first
think
100
that's
hours of a game and like it.
But that's a
I
different story.
I do like it, but you know what I mean. I don't.
Well,
love
I
it.
mean, I think it's different for an MMO just because that's like, yeah, like there's an expectation that there's going to be so much content in that.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
think the main thing about Final Fantasy is, for me, I'm judging this as not really an MMO player, purely from a story standpoint. Like, I did some side stuff, not a lot. And like, if you've only played A Realm Reborn, that's like 20% of the content in a lot of ways. And like
it's
the thing,
not good.
it's fine. Like, a lot of it
it's
is
fine.
it's world building, right? Like, it's setting, it's the not the prequel, what's the term? Prelude, essentially. It's setting everything else up. So like, I think I'm mainly coming at it from MSQ, with some of the side stuff mattering a little bit here and there, but like the majority of it coming from that core story. So yeah, Pat, from just for from my perspective, what point did you stop at? Like, what was the last story thing, even if it's not spoiler, just what area?
After the Feyland stuff,
So like the forest.
that's around where I stopped. Yes, I think so.
Yeah, so that's definitely where things slow down in Shadowbringers, and I would say you haven't actually hit the craziest shit in that game that's like actually starting to tie things together from like A Realm Reborn and Heavensward in a way that you're like, whoa, this shit was set up like at that point 8 years ago. And like, it's very clear that it wasn't retconning. It's very clear that it wasn't like, oh, we're writing the story to fit this stuff. It's like, no, this stuff was planned from the beginning. And that's like the area, like probably 1.5 areas beyond there is where you really start seeing that. And then the last area onwards is like, oh shit.
And
Like-
maybe I'll get to it someday. Every time I started to feel a dip in my interest in it, there was somebody there to kind of explain that, like, well, you're almost to the part where stuff starts to get really, really good and crazy. And I feel like I played like 300 hours of that game and was always like, I get why people really love this, but it's not hitting. Like, my favorite expansion of what I played was Stormblood, because I really like Lise as a character. I think she's awesome. And
You will like Endwalker.
well, if I get there, like it's just, I just don't think that the writing is as powerful as a lot of the really big super fans feel it is, and that's a taste thing, I think, at the end of the day. But it doesn't have that universal thing going for it, in my opinion. I think it just hits really, really aggressively hard with the people that it hits for, and I would say that I really liked a lot of it, but it's also tied up in the fact that I kind of wish that game was a visual novel, because the gameplay is, by the time I played 300 hours of it, I was so bored, and playing a different class didn't help, because it was still the same motions of I'm pushing the 1, 2, 3 keys just in different orders. And that's a criticism of an entire genre of type of game. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to hold it against it, but it contributed to my struggle with the whole thing. And I didn't have a moment where I was like, I'm done playing Final Fantasy. It kept becoming more and more of a like chore. It felt like, to be like, oh, I should keep playing. And then eventually I just sort of fell off, because it just wasn't, that expansion wasn't hitting for me.
I definitely feel
that's without Endwalker feelings.
Yeah.
So
I definitely feel much the same as Pat, and I didn't even get as far as he did. I got like midway through Stormblood, but like I would be fascinated, like, because I don't understand why people talk up like Heaven's Word as much as they do, and that's a whole other conversation. Or like, the story stuff, like, it's fine, it's not like bad or anything, but the way people have talked about it makes it seem like so transcendental in a way, like kind of the story as a whole, and maybe it gets there, but like when you say like, oh, they bring things together that like they set up in A Realm Reborn or in Heaven's Word, and I'm like, I could not give a shit because I don't think either of those stories have anything particularly good for me. Like they don't hit in like any particular way in that way. So hearing, oh, they tie it all together, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess maybe.
I don't
like
think
maybe
it's
tying
not,
it together would make it more interesting. But like aside from like one or two characters, I don't care about most the characters in the story or like anything that's happening.
sure,
And part of
but
that's like
think,
the structure of the game and like the type of game it is. But yeah,
yeah,
please.
I think the way when saying tying it together is kind of a hand wavy way to say it, because it's
Sure.
not like, oh, we're going and like the fucking turtle dude from Stormblood, oh, we're wrapping up his story. It's not like just like, oh,
Yeah.
again, it's not the Mass Effect 3 grabbing all the loose ends and just making sure that they're all tied in a very neat way. Like it's not putting stuff away on a shelf. It's not that. It's more like you're looking at it from the perspective of, oh shit, I'm recontextualizing everything. It's like you're getting a different perspective on everything. You're looking back on these major conflicts that happen and you're like, wait a second, oh shit. Like it's, again, it's really difficult to talk about without spoilers, but like if I were to go through and do my own personal tier rankings of each like expansion, like Realm Reborn, B tier, Heavensward, A tier, Stormblood, probably B for me. And then if we're doing Shadowbringers, like I think it was S. And the thing is, it's specifically like the last half of Shadowbringers is what really got it for me. Like I thought the first half was cool, especially the concept, but the second half really, really, really showed like a lot of muscle flexing in like writing like chops in terms of just like, holy shit, wow. And Endwalker, especially for a lot of fans who felt the same way, that Shadowbringers was that S tier, like the top, the height it had ever reached. They're like, how do they follow that up? And the thing is, they completely nailed it. They completely knocked it out of the park, like to just an amazing degree. And like to talk about why would need full conversations. But like the way it deals with really serious topics, like it deals with suicide, it deals with empathy, and how too much empathy can be like a really painful thing for people and be like a bane. It talks about how it has extensive thoughts on nihilism in terms of like if people who are tired of society, people like it seemed like it was very much perfectly timed with like this pandemic, because it's looking at like, oh, what do we have to hope for? What do we have left to hope for? Why are we even working towards this stuff? Like, what does it matter? Like that kind of stuff. Like it's going deep into this stuff and it's exploring it. I heard one person describe it as like, it's going into these topics as though like it's teaching you life lessons at like a university lecture level, like in terms of just pure quality. And I would agree, like, and it's difficult to talk about without spoilers, and it's difficult to talk about without like showing you. And like qualitatively, there was one cutscene that I will say, like without question, was the best cutscene I've ever seen in any video game, in terms of the quality of the cutscene, in terms of the content, in terms of story revelations, in terms of just how fucking like how bold it was. And then after that, there were 3 more that were just as good. Like it completely nailed it in a way that I've never seen before. And that's why I'm like, for me, it's the game of the generation. They did a lot with it that you can't do in other games, because you don't have those 10 years of history. Like, and the way that they go back to it is amazing.
Trails of Cold Steel 5.
And
I think
that's why I S
an
tier is
easy S
I think
placement, like,
I think we need to.
how you feel about
like
it, yeah.
beyond not
it's
like having touched it
means a lot
ourselves,
to you.
like it hit for you in that important way, and like I am trying to take that away from you,
I will
because
say,
like Inscription, it didn't hit for me like because of XYZ, but just because it didn't hit for someone doesn't mean it didn't hit for others. So
yeah, like if you are not spoiler averse, go to Twitter and check out the hashtag Endwalker or Endwalker spoiler like conversations. I've yet to see anyone who dislikes it, who even has like really like there's
People-
nitpicks like with pacing, but like there's no like when it comes to the story conclusion, I've yet to see anyone who really even has complaints.
What I do want to, not in argument, and we don't have to open up a whole conversation about it, but I do think that there is a degree of sunk cost happening.
Survivor bias.
With the way that people rate, like I know that like I saw some people critical of Shadowbringers at one point on Twitter, and they got fucking dogpiled and were just like, well, it's not for you. So
the ones
you
I
just don't
saw-
like it.
The ones I saw were specifically people who had skipped the first 3 expansions.
Gotcha.
And then like they got shit on because they just went to the end of the story and were like, who even are these characters? Who cares? This is dumb. And it's like, well, yeah. Like you
And
can't
nobody
skip.
should be saying this is dumb either, because that's just not you.
Yeah,
but I guess
like that's
the only
that's what
point
I've seen.
the only point I'm trying to make is I think to get to the stuff that's truly revelatory, and I think Heavensward is good too, and I think Stormblood is good, to be clear. So like I don't regret having played through those stories, but to get to the stuff that makes people go, oh my god, this is the best piece of media I've ever consumed, and I don't mean that to sound like a mocking tone at all. If it is for you, like awesome, that's really, I mean it. But to get there, you do have to play like well over 250 hours of a game to have that relationship. So I think that's definitely going to color the conversations around this expansion in a meaningful and interesting way, not in a bad way, not in a you know, take it with a grain of salt even necessarily way. I just think it's an interesting piece of media because of what it sort of represents for the medium in terms of time commitment and interplay between mechanics and story, in a way that I think is hard to kind of capture with a 10-minute or even 20-minute conversation.
Yeah, and I think there's also a lot of examples of people having the exact opposite experience of that. Like you look at with the whole WoW exodus that happened, like I'm not even gonna count like the Asmongold dude, but you got people like Pint and Pyromancer and Preach and like that, I forget the name of the group, like the ones that played WoW
was going for 10 more years than Final Fantasy. Like
Yeah,
there's a difference between sunk
I haven't
cost in
finished my
story
thought.
and like
I haven't finished my thought there,
Sorry.
Sam. It's not about the sunk cost fallacy. This is about like people who have come to it this year and have played through the entirety of From a Realm Reborn up to the Savage raids at the end, at that point of Shadowbringers, and they're currently playing the Savage raids that have just released for Endwalker, and they're looking back and be like, man, I should have been playing this game the entire time. Like they look at it as like, man, why did I waste so many years on this other game because I did not have my mind open to this other one. Like there's a lot of examples of that, and like look up Preach
I also know people
and Pint and stuff like that.
I also know people who went and played it and went, yeah, this is good. I'm going to go back to the one that I like more though. So like,
Sure.
I think it happens, but I think it's just it's a game people have strong opinions about at the end of the day, and more positive than negative for sure. And I think for this show, given the fact that I did, even if Andre and I fell off, we still played a lot of it. And for us to be willing to go that far, plus your passion for it.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'd be able to put like even talk about it, but I still put like good 20 hours into it, and it's like I keep meaning to go back to it, but it's just like a big time commitment.
Yeah, I would love to have
a
heavy spoiler cast on what happens in Endwalker, but like I just don't think that's gonna happen.
All right, that's Endwalker in the S tier. Okay, Sam, you got minutes.
Before
any
you
final
go,
thoughts you need to?
I didn't play any of these games, so
You need to say anything about this, about
nuts.
the list in general.
or about video games as an art form. Go.
These nuts.
I don't know. Like I think this is a good strong list. I think all of our S tier games are games that are like I'm either interested in or have played, and like Genosha, definitely I'm very interested in, really want to play that. Inscription didn't hit for me. Life is Strange came out of nowhere as a game that I literally wasn't even planning on playing and made fun of before release, and then just heard a few people talking about it and was like, okay, this sounds like something I want to see. And then when I saw it, it ended up being like a really like life-changing is the wrong type of thing to say about a game, but like
no, that's not wrong.
Perspective
Sure.
changing.
it's yeah, like I don't know, just made me. I never felt more like I had like a virtual home, and I was another person than playing that game.
Let
It's
me
really
frame it.
interesting.
Let me frame it this way. When you talk about that game, the ways that you talk about it are very genuine to me, in a way that a lot of people talk about a lot of media. When they say something is so good, I believe them, and I think it's certainly true. But there's a certain warmth with which you talk about Life is Strange that is really compelling, I think, and I appreciate that about it, and it's the main reason that I want to play it. So
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I think that would be my game of the year.
I'm glad it's S tier.
Yeah, and
Well, before you leave, what would be your other games of the year, even if not ranked?
Yeah. Give us a top 5 at least.
oh yeah, like the other games that I loved, East 9, excellent. Guardians of the Galaxy, Forgotten City, and then like it's hard to you can't really count Trails of Cold Steel 4, but I did finish that this year. I started it
Count
last
it.
year and finished it this
Count it.
year.
Count it.
And like, it's mad to say that like Trails of Cold Steel 4 was the end of a 400-hour game story across multiple games, and I'd still feel like Life is Strange hit harder for me than that series of games, which is mad. And yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, like I knew I would like that because I've read Dan Abnett's writing, so like I knew the story would be good. It was just execution, and I think the execution was like a really solid 7 out of 10 for what I would say is like a 9 out of 10 story. Yeah, I just had a great time with. I didn't play anywhere near as many games this year. I think I had like, I don't know. I had a like personally more difficult year than I have had ever. Not difficult in the ways that many people felt it at all. Like more just mood related, and I often found myself not in the mood to play games this year. And also, like, I don't know how deep I went into this, but we like lost power to half of the sockets in our house, so all my consoles were unusable for over a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm super looking forward to a lot of stuff in 2022, the year which it now is, such as the first Crossbell Trails game is due out later this year, Monarch, and yeah, like I think there's a lot of fun stuff coming up in terms of the previous year. A lot of people have been saying that it was a weak year. For me, I think my personal year was quite weak, and there were a lot of real big high points in games that I really loved. I love Ratchet as well. Ratchet would be in my top 5. Absolutely, Ratchet would be in my top 5. So there you go. That's an extremely long roundabout speech about how I felt about life and video games in last year and also this year.
All right.
I probably should leave because the cat is trying to scratch the door off.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Where can people find you?
In my house because we don't leave it because of COVID. You can find me on Twitter. On Twitter at SGCH most of the time, and hopefully on the podcast more this year. So that's a good New Year's resolution. All right, goodbye everyone. Thanks for doing this.
Hi, Sam.
All right, now let's move Life is Strange True Colors down to C tier, and we can move on.
I know that's a joke, but it makes me sad.
No.
Down to see you in the streets, brother. Tier. That's where it's gonna happen.
It's not going to move. Don't worry. I'll protect it.
Excellent. All right.
I have no problem with it there.
I'll speak to you hopefully soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Okay, we came off Alex and his passionate
Sam
discussion of
started that.
why. Did he? Oh,
Yeah.
God damn it, Sam. Okay. Well, then, okay, Alex, you got something you want to...
I think we have some not heavy hitters here that like Nuts was brought up. I'm going to move that quickly into a B tier because it's actually quite
Wow.
I don't know what it is.
good. It is.
It's
it
like,
is
like isn't a security? You got like security cameras and squirrels and
it's
No offense to Nuts.
Five Nights
I
at
don't need to
Freddy's,
know.
but squirrels.
No,
Okay,
it's not like
that sounds better.
Five Nights at Freddy's. It's basically combined walking simulator like Firewatch style, where you're having conversations over radios, with like you're basically a wildlife preservation officer trying to find out what's going on with these animals. So you're setting up cameras and you're like letting them run, and then you're going back to watch the footage to figure out where the animals are going, essentially, and
It's
like
a Jeff
what they're
Vandermeer simulator.
yeah, and I think it's really well executed, and it's cute. It's fun. It's
Good.
It's
Sounds good.
Yeah,
I'll hopefully I'll play it at some point because that sounds like something I'd like.
Yeah, like it's well executed across the board. So I just wanted to get that one out of the way because I think it's not a heavy hitter. Is Scourgebringer a heavy hitter? Oh, so wait, Spiderheck. Can we talk about Spiderheck really fast just to get the small ones out of here?
I don't know what to put that on there because it is still not out because it's basically we just played like a demo beta for it. I played it prior to Super GG Radio, but it is. Oh my god, I am so excited. I might put. Oh my god, I don't want to put it in No Strong Feelings because I feel like that's. I have strong feelings is the thing. It's just not out yet, but I think it's what I've played of it. It feels super, super great to play, and there's something special there. Alex Arona of Super GG Radio and I, like every so often when there's a new Spiderheck thing that pops up, we're both like, yes, and it's just, oh man, it's just so fun to
fucking spiders with lightsabers.
Yes.
In like the style of what's that fucking sword fighting game called?
But wait, it's
not even out
right now.
It's only
like it's
demo.
not out.
Yeah.
No, we should put it in. We shouldn't talk about it right now. I mean, like we can.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to.
Yeah. See, that's why I don't know.
Let's
know
put
where
it
to put
here
it
for now. Then let's put it here for now,
my
and then
heart,
it can come back later.
My heart is like when it comes out, guys.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to play Spiderheck together.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It fucking because the demo I played earlier this year for Super GG, it ripped, and they keep adding more stuff, and I'm like,
that's awesome. We will have to consider it for the game of the year when it comes out in a play as more than a demo. At least
I think that's fair because I was like, I can't really rate it, but I'm so excited about it.
That's fine. I think this is perfect. I'm glad you got to say a piece on it too.
So Scourgebringer, do we have feelings on this?
I think it's C tier from what I played, but what I played was about 45 minutes. So if somebody else played more of it, I'll defer.
No thoughts or feelings in any way because I didn't touch it.
It to me
would it be
felt
better
like
to put it here then?
Yeah, sure. That's fair.
Okay,
that's more fair.
Here for the listeners is no strong feelings because it's 45 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I think that leaves us with a list of stuff that's actually worth talking about. Well, okay, another minor one, Idle Manager. I think that should be B tier.
I think that should be. I liked it a lot. I want to play more of it. The only thing, like my only hang up is that it is hard.
It gets very hard, like really hard.
It's like you are immediately like, okay, I am going into significant debt, and I feel like that's basically the case. Everybody I've seen it play it on Twitter is like, help, I am in immediate debt. But I think it's a B tier because it is quite a good game, and
there's a lot
if you like that kind
content.
of management simulation type of stuff, even if you're not necessarily into J-pop, you might want to give it a shot. If you are into like the Japanese idol culture, it is like fucking like it gets that culture right, and like everybody in the J-pop community I follow is
want to play it.
Big into it because we're all like, yeah, you see us.
It's really cool, that game, how it makes you make decisions you don't want to make, but you have to make, because it's like, I really want to prefer this girl's mental health right now, but if I do, the whole company is going under, so shit, I'm gonna have to exploit her a little bit and like make her work a bit harder than she should, and like it's like, oh, I don't want to do that though, but if you don't do it, game over. So
everybody is super exhausted and I'd love to give them a break, but we have zero income coming in, and
rent
it costs a whole lot to maintain the studio. And I think it does a good job with not being like, with both managing that, like the harsh realities of the thing without being like, look at how terrible it is. It's just kind of like, it's balanced in a good way, I think.
It still has the moments of like, one of the girls had a great day and she's like, yeah, this is like the best day of my life. I'm loving this. This is so good. Like you are still getting those, and it's like, shit, yeah, this is awesome. So it's not pessimistic.
I think
it's just realistic.
That's the most compelling thing to me, is that it sounds like it's actually trying to approach the subject with some care, given how, I mean, you know better than anybody here, Allison, how awful that industry can be to people.
Right. But then also you have a lot of foreign media be like, here's one instance and look at, this is an example of how this is completely like going to, there's nothing saving this industry. Like there's like within J-pop Twitter, we have a joke about there was a member of AKB48 who got caught dating. She had a moment, she shaved her head and did an apology video. She wasn't forced to do that, but it was like a whole thing. But ever since then, like for the past, even though this was like 8 years ago, the people are like, this is why J-pop is trash. And you're just like, I mean, like, yeah, that was kind of a shitty situation. She shouldn't have gotten punished for that. But also, like, people haven't done that in the past, so she kind of just made that choice, but she shouldn't have had to feel it. Like, there's nuance there, but then people don't view it from the area of nuance.
Let's be honest, like, I'm sure I would have strong feelings about it if I got educated on the subject, but people in the West don't really do a good job of understanding the cultural backdrop of a lot of things that we look at and go, oh my God, holy shit, this is bad.
Right.
It doesn't mean that
Whereas
you don't have the ability to talk about it at all, but yeah.
The person who got like at exactly the same time got busted dating, she basically said okay whatever, and then went on to, you know, be the most popular member in the group by far. And so it's like there's like a balance there, and I think like there's a lot of bad in the industry, but there's also a lot of good. And I think Idol Manager, I think from all the people who've played it, it does both. So
it's really cool.
I don't know how much more we need to talk about it, but it's a good game.
Yeah, I get that was a minor one. So I think that leaves us with a pretty reasonable list for stuff that's actually worth talking about, except for one maybe.
Mass Effect Legendary Edition, like it's Mass Effect. Like
it looks gorgeous. Is the thing.
Sure, but it's also Mass
also
Effect
just
again.
Mass Effect. I don't know if we necessarily need
with
to talk
all the
about
DLC,
it much.
Like it's a good package. It's a good package
again.
But it's a good package.
I would honestly probably, like, this is my gut is saying putting it in A, because I feel like those games are fantastic, and this is like the optimal way to play these games. If you haven't played these games yet,
not putting it on the list.
Yeah, that's fine too. But I'll defer to you guys. I'd rather defer to the more positive opinion than the more pessimistic, I guess.
I mean, mine is not even like from a quality standpoint.
I'm with you.
It's literally just it's nothing. It's not. We've all played it.
None of us played it for the first time, or like had some rediscovery of it for the first time. You know.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
That's my biggest argument.
I just need to play. I haven't played all of the all of the trilogy again yet, but it is, I think, visually very, very stunning, and I think that might be enough for me to put it on the list. But also, if you guys don't want to, that's fine too.
I don't want to argue about it. I want to make sure everybody leaves feeling good about it. So it's really fine with me, whatever we want to do with it.
I think it's a really strong collection.
We compromise and we put it on the shit tier.
well. I think I would put it on no strong feelings, but if you guys really want to put it in A,
I'd like to put it at A, but
I'm fine with it at A.
Let's put it up. Let's put it up there.
Yeah.
It is a good series of games with a good collection. Like, feelings about 3 notwithstanding, like it's the best way to play that game.
I love 3, but anyways. But I mean, if you haven't played it, this is the best way. If you haven't played it in a while and you're like, I want to play Mass Effect, maybe put down the money for it, because it looks beautiful and it's the best way to play it.
Is it on Game Pass now?
Oh yeah, it's coming to Game Pass
now. Yeah.
Today, I think, as of yesterday.
Perfect.
If not this month. This month at least.
I think it was a day or 2 ago.
I have 180 opinion on Mass Effect from 98% of people who play video games, and I want to revisit it to see how valid I feel personally my opinion is still after all that time. So for that reason alone, I will probably be revisiting it soon.
Okay. All right, Andre.
I not too long ago watched Mass Alex on Giant Bomb, so
I forgot
that was
Mass Alex slaps.
That was the thing that made me go. I mean, I love that team playing it, but that was the thing that made me go, I think I fucking hate these games. but I'm gonna give them another shot and see if I actually feel that way.
So Andre, as the host of the Gaming Fix podcast at this here, the Fyxies 2021 Game of the Year podcast, should we go through the remaining games?
Sure.
Just give it a read.
Here's what we got, like the last 14 on this list, so you know we're in the home stretch. There is a single line at the bottom here. I don't know.
Some of these I don't think are really that big of a conversation, but yeah, sure.
No, since
there's one that's definitely not a big conversation I can think of, because it's immediately in shit tier. But we'll see.
We need to talk about how that game is shit, though. That's
exactly. It still needs a conversation.
In that shit.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm so excited to hear you talk about it.
Pig and slop. Nothing will make Pat happier. Battlefield 2042. Chicory: A Colorful Tale. Cruelty Squad. Deathloop. Metroid Dread. Nier Replicant. Opus: Echo of Star Song. Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye, that's the DLC, Pokemon Unite, Resident Evil Village, Super Mario 3D World, and Bowser's Fury, 12 Minutes, and Wildermyth? Yes. I think it's Wildermyth, yeah.
So I think Wildermyth is a quick one, because I don't think anybody else played it but me, right?
I did. We talked about it.
Okay, I couldn't remember if you had played it, sorry.
Yeah.
I would be fine with this in A or B tier. I don't know. It was PC Gamer's Game of the Year, actually, which I think is interesting. I think it's really good. I think it's a really, really good game.
I think
you could say that. Like IGN's Game of the Year was Unpacking, so like,
yeah,
I think it's good that we're seeing. It's good that we're seeing drastically different Game of the Year.
What I think is special about Wildermyth is Wildermyth does stuff with its narrative design that I think is fascinating, and that I have not seen other places really. Not even just the way that it does player choice. That stuff is a little more, that's nothing new, but the way that it serves you story content, not really procedurally, because I don't think there's an equation behind it, but
because you're playing episodes.
Yeah, but it serves you different content within those episodes, different events in a way that is very reminiscent of board games, but because it is a video game, it can remember those events in ways that board games can't really, and I think it's awesome the way that it handles that. And then I think on top of that, it's a perfectly solid tactical RPG, like
an XCOM.
The combat is not a weak point in it, even if it's not the thing about it that makes it really compelling. So I would probably, but I also only played a few hours of it and then said that was really cool and then moved on. So I'm fine with it going to B tier if that's where we think it lives.
I wasn't in love with it, but I can see a case for A as well, because like I do think everything you're saying is correct. Like I think objectively it is a really good game. I think it's objectively a really good game that I don't love, but like it's creative, it's polished surprisingly for what it is, especially with how modular everything is. Like it's really cool how you can essentially like you're told to pick essentially like between two items at various forks in the road, and then whatever you choose, like it has its own complete different story path and like completely different ability set, and just like it's like 100% diametrically different than if you would pick the other one. It's really interesting.
And I'm not saying this to dunk on Mass Effect in any way, shape, or form. So the fact that we just talked about it is coincidental. It's like the opposite of Mass Effect, because every choice you make in Wildermyth can from what I've played. And you can't really finish it, so it doesn't really have a like ending. Really,
you can finish the episodes, but like you can replay the episodes in a bunch of different ways.
There's such a loose structure of frankly, like when it's they're just like give you places to pause and kind of start the next thing. So there is like sort of a main narrative, but it almost is inconsequential to what is all the extra stuff that's happening around it.
It's not particularly good. At least the episodes
the main narrative is I think it's fine, but it's fine because it solely exists to propel you along a path to have all of these other narrative things happen.
Totally.
And I think what's cool about it is it's like the opposite of Mass Effect in that those other narrative and it's only because of the kind of game it is. Mass Effect when a different thing, but the choices you make can just cause the whole thing to branch wildly into a completely different universe where your characters are nothing like the ones that I end up with. I think that's cool.
And like the interpersonal
pretty special.
relationships, like kind of in a Fire Emblem-y kind of way. Like it's a cool game.
Yep.
Like I'm fine with it at A tier. Even again, I didn't love it, but I'm happy with it at A.
I think we should put it at A. And I think that that's one of those games that I think anybody who has any interest, if you like Fire Emblem or XCOM
Or
at all,
D&D.
you should really play it. Or D&D, tabletop games in general, you really should play it because it's one that's easy to fly under the radar. But that's why I'm glad that PC Gamer gave it the award that they did, even if it's not in my top 5, because I think it needs more press because it's a really, really special game that is doing some very cool stuff.
Yeah, agreed.
Cool. All right.
What do we want to tackle?
I mean, do we really? Did anybody else play the Super Mario 3D World Bowser's Fury
That's what I
other
was
than
going to
me?
ask about.
I didn't play Bowser's Fury at all. I played 3D World with Karen, and like we had our fun, but then we just never got back to Bowser's Fury. I've thought about like, oh, hey, we should play this again, but haven't.
I think for me, it's like a pretty solid B tier game.
Sure,
But it's like it's very good, and
I would say I could see an argument for being A because like I think parts of it are
too,
really,
and I think
really, really clever. But
Bowser's Fury made some really interesting stuff, and game design wise, I think it's really,
I think it's
for what it's going for. I think it's actually going for, it does pretty much exactly what it's going for with the 3D kind of platforming with levels, and then you have Bowser's Fury, which is more open.
Yeah, like
actually now I'm kind of convincing myself that
I think it is more of an A for me. Like I think
if it's
I think the Super Mario 3D World, like I don't want to call it a 2D because it's not exactly, you're still running around a 3D space, but it's closer to the 2D Marios, like the way it's structured and everything.
In terms of design too.
I think there isn't a bad level in that. Like they're all really good, and it like you don't get that with all the 2D Marios. Like even the OG ones, like there's some that you're like, I just kind of want to get past this one. This one, it's like, I want to keep going back to these because each of them is doing something unique.
And sometimes I'm like now I'm thinking about some of the kind of the levels that I liked with that, and I'm like, man, that was good. Actually,
yeah, they're really good. Like some of them are like gimmicky in a really cool way. That like, it's a good game.
Yeah, and then I think that it's interesting that with Bowser's Fury that they very specifically weren't like that they went for something different, and I think that's kind of why I tend to be the Nintendo defender here, is that they didn't just go, okay, let's add more levels, that they went somewhere completely different with that addition.
Honestly, it's why I'm so willing to just say, let's toss it in A, because it sounds like it's one of the most original and interesting things they've done since Breath of the Wild. So
I mean, it's also
I never finished it, but it's quite good, and I need to actually go finish it.
I think anyone with kids should play that game, and I think anyone adult who played the old Mario games, especially like the NES ones and stuff, you should play that game because it's really, really good.
If you like the kind of level based platformers, the 3D World is one of the best in my opinion, and then Bowser's Fury, cool. Really interesting and neat and original, and
it's a great package.
Quite good. So, yeah.
All right. I think Metroid Dread can go in the A tier.
Sure.
It's not the snappiest or like best playing one like Metroidvania, but I think it's an exceptional like Metroid game and has a really great like presentation. Like the presentation is just incredible with that game, but like the 2D, 3D, like the 3D stuff in a 2D plane is really neat and really cool. The atmosphere and environments are really cool, fun to play, really tight controls, and Samus, like the presentation of Samus is really good, and I had a lot of fun. I played it twice. I did it like on hard just because I was like, oh, I want to do this, and I found everything because it was satisfying to do and felt really cool. It's held back by the hardware of the Switch more than anything. Like I was using a Pro controller, and I was still just like, I do not happy with this. But
if only you could play it on PC.
You can't do that. It's impossible.
No, it's possible. If y'all haven't watched it, there is a Did You Know Gaming video all about Metroid Dread, and it's really, really, really good. Really interesting. It's like from last week, I think. It's worth a watch.
I should play that game and then watch that video.
It's the end is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And like
sounds someday.
Yeah,
I'll play it someday.
Like the kind of the last boss, it gets hard. Like even on like normal, it's difficult, but like once you figure it out, there's a lot of like, oh, you like sequence broke, and so when you fight this boss, you can get like an instant kill because you have this thing before you're supposed to. So they took that into account, which is neat from a programming perspective.
I'm just kind of I think it's cool that they brought back Metroid and made such a cool kind of interesting game with it.
And
I don't know.
The fact that it has a 16-year history, if you look into it, that video talks about it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Impressive.
It's cool. Okay. Do we want to talk about Battlefield, Andre?
Sure.
And Alex too. You played it too, Alex.
Yeah, lots of it.
Yeah. I still play every week. I'm not playing as much now because I've been fucking sunk into a League of Legends hole, which I can't get out of.
There's nothing wrong with that. Like it's a comfy hole.
But it's I'm in it for a bad reason, and it's not. It's bad mental health, and I'm just like I don't want to do anything. I'm just gonna sit here and play League of Legends, which is not good. But but playing Battlefield 2042 has been surprisingly fun, and I like went into it going, I don't really like the Battlefield games, and I'm loving 2042.
I would say it goes no lower than an A, because I think it is a really good Battlefield game, though I can see some caveats with it.
I don't think I can live with it as an S, but I would accept an A. I think I would personally probably put it as a B, but I have two issues with Battlefield 2042, a game that I like. So I want to start. Really had a fun time playing it when we've had the chance to play it, Andre, and like generally I think it's a really good game to play with friends and stuff. And I think that people who say that like, oh, they ruined it when they took the classes out, it's like
they're crazy people.
Whatever.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. The two things I don't like. One, I do think the maps are way too big. I think that like you hit a point where, and I think some of the map design is actually like bad. Like on, for example, this is kind of technical Battlefield stuff, but and I'm thinking the one that comes to mind immediately is the Hourglass, the desert map. One of the sectors of that map has 3 control. They changed it. They took away one of them, but I want to talk about the way it was before they fixed it. Before they fixed it, there were 3 control points that you had to take to hold. Well, you had to take the majority of them to hold the sector. Yeah, and you need to hold the majority of sectors to start scoring points, basically. It's more complicated than that, but basically for people listening. One of the command points in that sector was on a skyscraper, and it was virtually like impossible to take. Like once someone held it, it was like you could literally lose the game. And I had this happen many times, wasting resources trying to take that one command point when there's like 9 of them around the map. And that design was just like aggressively bad. And I think that speaks to some of my issues with the general map design. And what it comes back to is if the maps didn't need to accommodate 128 players and be this massive thing, there would be much more. I think the map design would just be better. So I do have that as an issue with it. However, they did remove the skyscraper command point from that sector,
and from most of the
so clearly
maps that had them.
They are trying to make improvements in that regard. I have other nitpicks about balance stuff, but whatever. Because the game is fun. I think it's very fun to play. That's the most important part. Is even if you are throwing all of your forces at the skyscraper, it was still fun to do that. So like it's that's sort of neither here nor there. My bigger issue with it, and why it for me unfortunately is a B tier, but I'm fine with it being an A tier, is I can't get that game to run above 45 frames a second no matter what I do. And it sucks.
Super CPU bound.
It sucks. It sucks to play. That's why I'm not playing it that much. It sucks to play it at 45 frames a second for me personally. And I think it is super poorly optimized. And I don't have any faith that they're going to make it better. And it's like, I've looked at like, well, do I want to get it on a console because it seems to run better on console? but I don't want to play with a controller.
You could try playing on your Series X because it's on. You got 10 hours on Game Pass.
Yeah, with a mouse and keyboard plugged into it.
Move it to your desk and play. Yeah,
I don't know.
It's interesting because thinking about the legacy of Battlefield, like if I think back to Battlefield 3, the fact that it wasn't running on your computer was actually kind of a cool thing because it's like, oh, this is pushing stuff forward and it's moving graphics better. But I think we're at the point where it should be more optimized for more machines because it is doing stuff, but it's not like leaps and
but when I
bounds.
put it at the highest settings, it doesn't look as good as Star Citizen, for example, which is a game that is in turbo alpha that I considered putting on this list, but it's still so underbaked that it needs more time, even though I really liked it. And Star Citizen runs better on my computer than Battlefield does, and it's
right. And that's what I mean when I say it's not leaps and bounds. This time, like Battlefield 3 was. At the time, like it was leaps and bounds of graphical fidelity that you didn't have at the time, so it made sense that it made your computer like into a little heater. And whereas this one, it's like it looks good, but it's not like the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
To anybody listening out there, my CPU is 4 or 5 years old. It's not like I'm dealing with like a dinosaur CPU. Like there have certainly been advancements in them since then, but when I was looking at the kind of like improvements I could get if I did buy a new CPU and motherboard, on paper it's not worth it on paper for me to buy a whole new system. And frankly, games coming out now should run fine from a CPU perspective on my computer. So anyway, that's very technical. Yes, that's very technical, and so it's not really a good.
Did you set the CPU priority to high?
Actually, I haven't tried that, so maybe I should. But, I did overclock, and that gave me a few extra frames, but it didn't make it better.
I will say, I think Battlefield 2042 as a game, like in terms of its feel, in terms of like the general just how it is pretty much S tier. Like it is one of the best Battlefields there's been in a long time. Like I like it up there with 3 and 4 and Bad Company 2. I think it's contemporary with or like I would hold it in the same regard as those. But of course, there are nitpicks and stuff like that, of course. But there's also a lot of stuff. Sorry, go
ahead. Finish your thought.
I was gonna say there's really extremely dumb stuff that I've missed in modern video games. Like I loved the bug of how the hovercraft could just climb sheer cliffs and walls.
That stuff is great.
Like it's so funny.
Yep.
I think that the balance and map stuff is enough of an issue for me that I would not put it in. Like it is top 10 for me. I would not put it in my top 5. I don't think I would quite say S tier for me, but like little things like, there's some points on that one port map, which I also don't like very much. That has that Singapore map. Yeah.
That was.
I like parts of that map a lot. I like parts of that map, and if they were smaller scale and it was just the individual sectors, I think I would like it more. But like the one on the hill where there's the 2 buildings.
Oh yeah, that
and sucks. It's just it sucks. Defending that point sucks, and attacking that point sucks.
Yep.
So I think those little things are
the 2 ships also suck.
Yeah, those little things are enough in a year where also Hell Let Loose hit 1.0, and I think the map design in that game is exquisite. Like I think it's borderline perfect. I look at 2042, some of the map stuff, and I'm like, man, it just feels to me like it was designed to fit. It's like they said, okay, if we go to 128 players, that'll be a big marketing thing that we can push. Not
half a mag.
No, we want to talk about mag. Not like we have some really good map ideas, but we need to increase the player count to make them work, which I think is a little frustrating to me. But at the same time, maps like that, the Antarctica map, that map is amazing. And the Egypt map, the Egypt map is incredible. One of my favorite Battlefield maps ever, probably. So I don't want to knock it too hard for that stuff. And I think I'm fine with it being an A.
So good.
Yes.
That's such a cool place.
So A tier is fine with me. I think it's a very good game. I'm looking forward to 2022, and I'm really hopeful that they do some optimization, because if they can get it a little better optimized, then I think it'll make me enjoy playing it a lot more.
Congratulations to us being the only people on the internet who like Battlefield 2042.
I think where I differ, a bit from you guys is, while I don't agree with the complaints about the class stuff, I do understand a lot of the other complaints people have, and I think it's unfortunate that there is such a toxic part of that player base that's saying shitty stuff, because I actually think there's a lot of people in the negative on it who have some really valid points and actually express them really clearly and like fairly, and then they get kind of dismissed and swept into the horde of like more toxic people, and I don't think that's fair.
That's difficult.
Like when I like Andy McNamara, but when he did his like tweets about like the DICE is taking a couple weeks off for the holidays, the narrative around it kind of seemed like, oh, it wasn't fair that he got dogpiled. But I scrolled through it and I was kind of like, I don't know. I think a lot of these tweets, these replies make a lot of sense and they're pretty fair. And he seemed to take it really constructively too. So, good on him. But like, responses like, oh, I work in shipping and I didn't get to take 2 weeks off and I paid $70 for the game and I don't think it's very good and it fails in a lot of areas that you said it wouldn't, are like, that's a reasonable thing to say in that context. And
I guess, yeah.
So I think like, once again, the like swell of culture war around that game just sucks because like, just talk about games pleasantly.
If you can't be fucking civil and like constructive with your feedback and you just like keep yelling and it's going to make everyone look bad and it's just going to make the whole thing toxic.
Well, I have an idea to throw out here while we're talking about negativity and things that are worth criticizing and shitting on. I think there's one game we should probably put on here because we've purely left it on knowing where it's going.
Yeah.
In the year.
Who wants to say the words? Because I didn't play it, so.
Neither did I.
The worst game of 2021 is 12 minutes.
I immediately put it in the tier.
I would disagree, but it's still it's not good.
So
wait, what would you say is the worst?
I would say the medium is worse.
Oh, okay.
I think they are equally garbage from the message you take away from them perspective, and also 12 minutes sucks shit to play. At least the medium is a reasonably okay survival horror game, aside from having a garbage story.
For parts of it. But yeah, so 12 minutes.
Did you ever spend half of a loop failing to click a 3-pixel item in a closet that is there because it was too hard to click on your monitor's resolution in medium, and then have to replay the whole fucking loop?
That sounds like
I don't care. Problem. I don't care. I'm still holding it against it. It's
the thing that sounded really frustrating to me beyond the story stuff, which obviously whatever, we can talk about it. But the thing I heard is that like people were like, okay, I think I know what I have to do to satisfy the sequence, and then they do it, but it didn't like pick up.
Yes.
It's like you have to do it. You have to do the exact same thing again for the scripting to like pick up on what you did. It's like
I got stuck for 2 hours.
You could get false negatives essentially.
I got it right, and I kept doing and it said it was wrong, and then eventually I had to look up a walkthrough, and I was like, "Why didn't it work the first time? This is exactly what I did."
Yeah, like that sounds inexcusable from a gameplay point of view.
From a time looping adventure game perspective, and it's been a strong couple years for those kinds of games.
Yep.
And like the fact that this game came out the same year as the Forgotten City, and they're effectively doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Just with different scales and perspectives.
Probably had been in development as long.
Yeah. Forgotten City is like comparatively pretty low budget. And like they like went out and got pretty unknown people to do voice acting for it. And I think they knock it out of the park, giving the budget of that game. And then you go to 12 minutes, which has a star-studded cast who all suck shit in this game, by the way. The performances are trash.
Same with Maquette. I forgot to bring that up, but yeah.
Like Willem Dafoe in this game, one of my favorite actors, and he's like, if I ever have to hear, I hear it in my nightmares. Hi, Bumblebee. Oh my God. And I love Daisy Ridley and James McAvoy too, and they're just and it's because they were given a horrible script, no direction. Just so
the most like all that is like, okay, yeah, it could happen to anyone. Like there are bad scripts abound, like that,
sure.
That kind of stuff happens. But what the story is like I don't understand how they like, they saw the script and were like, yep, I'll do that. Like how they accepted it, because like spoilers for 12 minutes, you don't need to play it. So the story is about a husband and wife.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I think the story in this game is better if you hear someone tell it to you and then you go, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
See, that was the fun part about this game for me, is just seeing, wait, what? What's it about? What? Like hearing about it from afar was great.
Please continue, Andre.
Husband and wife. Husband comes home from work one night. This game takes place over the course of 12 minutes on some like weeknight after work. Husband comes home, and the wife is like, "Oh, I've got a surprise, a special night." And you come to find out she's pregnant. Then Willem Dafoe's character, claiming to be a cop, comes, like kicks down your door, starts demanding to know, like, where's the watch, and then ends up killing the main character, which loops the whole thing. So your whole thing is trying to figure out, how can I manipulate all this stuff to maybe not get killed, maybe subdue the guy, come out on top in this exchange.
Save my wife
and sister.
And my wife's sister.
So it turns out, through some repressed events that the husband has completely forgot somehow, you are brother and sister, and have been married for several years, like half brother, half sister.
Oh, that makes it a lot better.
Yeah, right.
And like basically finding out, like, oh, her father was, or I guess both of their fathers, was sleeping with the nanny or whatever, and that is the mother of the husband, and then his wife was the mother of the sister, and the sister shoots the dad at some point as she's like running away from home, and she thinks she killed him, but it turns out that who actually killed him was the brother, like 2 days later, after being like, hey, I'm in love with my sister, and he was like, no, you can't. And then they fought, and then he killed him, and then he married his sister
and got her pregnant.
And
forgot.
Yeah,
and he was the brother.
And the worst part, like, all of that is bad. All of that is awful. Those things are things that if it were done with pitch perfect, crystalline execution, it could have still turned out as being a pretty good story. But it's not.
Yeah.
And then to cap it all off, when you do get to the ending, the good ending is
the true ending.
The true ending is that the Willem Dafoe, the dad character, actually, that the son came to the dad and said, this is the thing. Because there's a sequence you play over and over again that's like supposedly what happened in real life, which is that the brother kills the dad. And you keep seeing that happen. And then when you get to the true ending, it's that what actually happened is the dad hypnotized the brother to live in this the brother to live in this mind palace where he's happily married to the sister, so that he would forget about doing it in real life and like forget about his feelings for her, which is just like, are you fucking kidding me? It's just terrible. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's a bad game. It sucks.
We've been waiting for this catharsis.
And I think the reason why I'm so hot on it sucks and not just like whatever, it sucks, move on, is for years the director of this game was like, it's going to say some profound things, and was like talking it up as being like this super deep, meaningful exploration of life and relationships and causality. And it's just like, dude, go to therapy, man. And I hate to sound like that bald-faced, like shitty talking shit about somebody, but fuck, man, that game just.
Yep. Well,
I don't understand why.
Yeah,
that's like I don't hate it as much as Pat, but I also don't understand why it exists. How it was in development for so long. Like presumably people looked at this and were like, all right, man. I mean, you know, Annapurna looked at it and went, yep, all right, here's a bunch of money.
I will say it's a really fun thing that I got to go through the experience with friends playing it. We were all kind of playing it at the same time. And I was like, holy, and we all kind of hit the moment of realization at the same time. And we're all like, oh my fucking God. And there were other people in the chat that were not playing it and reading our reactions, and they were cracking up. It was, that part of it was fun. And I guess I'm thankful to have had that happen.
Yeah.
The dawning realization of what is going on was definitely like oh no.
If we had like best worst moment of the year, that might be in contention.
That's funny.
Anyway, we can move on.
And I know of one person who actually really likes 12 minutes. That's Joel from Super GG Radio, specifically because
I'm sorry, Joel.
Because he played it with his wife, and apparently it was just a good couch co-op-y kind of figure out the puzzle without looking anything up, just like talk about it with each other. Do we have any other games like that to recommend to him that might actually be good?
Firewatch.
It's not that puzzly though. It's pretty linear.
Correct. You're right. Yeah. It's a Myst. If you haven't played Myst.
Oh, Myst.
I'm serious.
Yeah, no, that would be good. Or Riven or Abduction. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of those like Sherlock Holmes games. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm feeling the strong itch for a Frogwares game. Actually, Frogwares makes good shit, and that's good.
Yeah. Which the point
that new
is,
Sherlock Holmes game sounds great.
The point is, like, these kinds of puzzle games exist and have been done better, and this one just whiffed on a lot of different levels.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for anybody who really liked that game. I don't really like to. I hate the idea of somebody listening to it and just being like, "Man, Pat's such
best
a
family
asshole.
Game nominee at the Game Awards."
But
God. Okay. Anyways,
anyway, we should move on. We're almost done here. We should move on.
Yep. All right, Chicory: A Colorful Tale.
Sure. I didn't play this, so I heard it's really good.
Either.
I think A sounds appropriate.
Only played a little bit of it, but I need to get more of it. I kind of fell off, but it's a good game.
I think you should play it for the story. The story is really charming, and it's like the gameplay ends up far more Zelda-y, like 2D Zelda-y than you would expect as it moves on.
Yeah.
And also you can draw big wieners on the screen, and the people in the world are just like, hell yeah, thank you for painting my house with this giant wiener.
That's great.
But no, like legitimately, it is a really good, charming, sweet, positive, optimistic, good game.
You do that in iRacing or Forza, you get banned. So
yeah, I don't think it's a long conversation. If we want to talk about the story, we could, but Chicory's really good. People should play it.
I think I want to play it eventually, so it sounds great.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's really, it's sweet and charming and good, and wholesome.
All right. Now Alex got two on here with Nier Replicant, Opus, Echo of Star Song.
Did no one else play Nier
Replicant? Well, I played the original Nier, so I mean, I didn't play Replicant
remake of version 1.22, etc.
My thoughts are tainted by the kind of reverence I hold the original in. I don't see this being anything less than an S tier personally, but I mean, you actually played the remake. I think
it's a perfect remake. Like I went back and watched footage of the original, and I wasn't able to track down a copy, but like just the gameplay is much more Nier Automata-esque. Like it's not made by Platinum, but it has that feel, so it's way less clunky. It adds a bunch of story content like that further, like, or voice acting to parts that were not voice acted, and and just better extrapolates on some of the ideas there. I think some of the story beats that happen are fucking crazy. Like, you know, if I talk about the city that has all the houses on the walls. Oh yeah. And what happens there, that's great. I think the thing that differentiates this and the Mass Effect legendary stuff for me is for the remake,
one, there's all that content that was added, but two, Near Gestalt is a game that not that many people played. Like
Sure.
the people played Automata and it blew up, but not that many people played that first game. And I actually found the first game's story to be more affecting to me personally and more like meaningful. And that's saying a lot because Automata is one of my favorite game stories like ever. So
Yeah.
to say that about the original, that I think I ultimately like it more. I think it's phenomenal.
I also think it's probably S tier. We don't have anyone here with this opinion. I could see why someone would say it's A because the A and B playthroughs are almost exactly the same. Whereas like in Nier Automata, like it did change. You played as, spoilers for Nier Automata, you played as 9S instead of 2B. So like it was a completely different perspective. Whereas this, you're playing a lot of the same content.
I do think the thing though, this is kind of esoteric and we don't have to get deep into it, but I think Nier, the first Nier, the perspective you gain on the story after having finished the A playthrough actually makes those two subsequent playthrough, or at least the B playthrough,
It recontextualizes it.
It's so recontextualized. Like and that single turn of what it does at the end of the A playthrough is, I think, one of the most impressive narrative design choices in any game I've ever played.
Totally.
And so that's, I think, and really that's the main reason why I feel so strongly about that game, even though I think the rest of it is great too.
And just, I don't know if you know this, but with this new version, when you do the B and C playthroughs, it doesn't put you to the very start. It puts you at the library, like that big event.
That's good because that cuts out some of the earlier stuff then.
Yeah, it cuts out like a solid, probably like 3 or 4 hours if you were rushing through of each playthrough, which is good. And it also adds an E ending, which the original did not have.
I know, that's why I got to play it. I got to play the whole fucking thing again.
It is a really cool end. Yeah, that should be S tier.
Yeah.
That ending is really cool.
And I think
I don't want to talk about what it is because you haven't played it.
I think anybody who has played an action JRPG and likes that genre should play this game. I'm imploring you to play it. It is really special. And I don't feel that way about I am someone who, I think narrative design is what makes a lot of games compelling to me, but I think the actual stories of a lot of games are fine. I don't think that they're necessarily like particularly affecting or impressive. But I think that's the case with Nier Gestalt, and Nier Replicant.
I'm just kind of thinking about the stuff that happens in that game. Yeah, it is S tier. Like thinking about like the King of Facade, like that whole storyline. That was amazing. Devil and Popola, who show up in Nier Automata, their story is amazing.
Now you understand when I played Nier Automata, having had played Gestalt first, and they were appeared. I almost had to. I basically had to put the controller down and walk away. For a while. The
Emil storyline, Kaine storyline, like all that stuff is really good. The forest of whatever that turns into a text adventure. That stuff is really fucking cool. Yeah, it's S tier.
Phenomenal game.
Yeah,
one of the
really
greatest.
Excellent.
I think I would probably put that very high on the list of games of the generation for that generation for me personally. The original one.
I can see it.
PS3 one. Okay.
Andre, you had questions about Opus?
I know you liked it. I don't know if you liked it like B, A, S.
That is an S tier game. I would say it is my number 2 game of the year. I think it does some really unique stuff. Like it is it has a narrative that I think it's either going to hit or miss for people. Like it is the kind of thing where if you don't like it, you're really not going to like it. But if you like it, it's like really cool. Especially because it's one of those games that it basically starts with the ending, one of those kinds of things. So you know how it ends. You're figuring out how you got there. And, some people like that, some people don't. But it's the kind of thing where the more and more story you get, you're like, oh man, you're always bearing that ending in mind. And it's like, that's really cool. It's like there's basically a scene where an old man is sitting down in this area. And at first you realize, oh, who that old man is. why is he old? What is this area? Like, you're getting these pieces of information just kind of slowly flowing into you, and you're like constantly recontextualizing that opening scene with yourself, and it's like really cool. But
Sorry, please finish.
Oh, I was just gonna say, mechanically, it's also really great. It's, if you like FTL, play it. If you like Inside and Limbo and stuff, play it. If you like decision-based kind of decision-based visual novel-y kind of stuff that actually has consequences that will lock you out of content if you do poorly. Like, so it's kind of, I don't want to say hardcore in that way, but it's like, it's willing to kind of kick your ass if you do the wrong thing. You should play it. Like, it's just good across the board. Sorry, you're gonna say that.
Not a lot of games. I plan to play this game in 2022. I actually want to play the developers' other games as well.
Yeah.
And
I'd really like to play that.
Not a lot of games can say that they have the same rating on Steam as Half-Life 2. And so for that reason alone, I am fine with putting it in S tier, even if user reviews can be fuck shit a lot of time. There's very few. I can only think of one game that I've seen that has reviews that are that overwhelmingly positive that I didn't think deserved it. So
yeah, I'm looking at it now. It is overwhelmingly positive with 97% with 3,300 reviews. So, like, it's really good. Like, sure, there's small tiny critiques, of course there always are. Like, nothing is perfect, but I think this isn't aiming for perfect, and it's aiming for doing a lot of stuff really, really well, and it nails those things.
That game that doesn't deserve it is Superland.
Yeah,
it's fine. The puzzles are good, but
we don't need to talk about that.
There's a lot of shit.
But yeah, Opus sounds awesome.
Yeah, it sounds really good. I definitely want to play that.
The soundtrack is impeccable, and it's also core to the story. So, as you would expect from something that's called Echo of Star Song. But
yeah. What else we got here? Okay, I've got like
just what
a
a weird list of our last 5 games.
Yeah,
Squad, Deathloop, Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye, Pokemon Unite, Resident Evil Village.
I have strong feelings on these games to an extent, but they're not as strong as games that we've already talked about. So
that's why this is a very weird list of.
It's interesting, yeah.
I also feel like these are ones that could have the most differing opinions between everybody. Maybe.
I think Outer Wilds is kind of the outlier there, but
sure.
I
haven't played
I need to play. That's the one where I'm like, why didn't I play that already? Like, and I know I'll love it. I've got kind of 2 free days coming up here. I might try and finally do it. But
I'm gonna drop Outer Wilds Echoes of the Eye in S tier because I can't explain to all of you why it deserves to be there if no one else has played it. So I really want you to just trust me.
Welcome to my.
Honestly, I know that
implicitly on that.
I trust you, Pat, with Outer Wild stuff. So
welcome to my difficulty with what's so fucking cool about Endwalker.
Fair, and that's part of why I totally trust.
And that's why I trust.
Final Fantasy aside, I absolutely trust putting it there for S tier. And I think that if you are someone who enjoyed Outer Wilds, you do owe it to yourself to set more time than you think you probably need aside to play the Echoes of the Eye DLC.
Looking at this list still in the S tier, Outer Wilds is the only game that I would say everyone needs to play Outer Wilds. Like, you need to at least try it. Like, that is the only game that is one of personally is one of a few games where I think just everyone needs to at least try it.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite game, so obviously I'm a little biased, but I think it has more friction points than some of these games. I think it's probably easier to like Life is Strange, for example.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, if you try, I think you should try it, and I think it's on Game Pass now, actually.
It is.
I think you should try Outer Wilds, and if you like it, then you'll like Echoes of the Eye, because it's more Outer Wilds and not in an impressive way.
For Joel, if you need a game to play with your wife, play Outer Wilds.
I actually thought about that.
You have to talk it over. Like, there is some of like the time constraint might make talking through some stuff take some time. But
that's sort of the thing about Outer Wilds that I think makes it a little harder for me to recommend than certain games is that you do I know a lot of people who said I can't fly the spaceship, and I'm not going to play it because of that. I don't get it, but that's fair. I mean, if that's your feeling, then you got to fly the spaceship a lot. So I can't fault you. I can't tell you that you have to like something you don't like. And then on top of that too, there's also just some of the puzzle solving is kind of like you just have to go with your gut and do it, and it can be hard to talk over with somebody else. So yeah.
I've heard,
but it's,
and I haven't played it. I don't know if I will. I was okay with Outer Wilds. I was
Sure.
okay with it. I didn't adore it, but I thought it was good. I've heard some people critiquing the fact that it sounds like some of the stuff that Echoes of the Eye does not benefit from still being contained within the looping construct. Like,
Sure.
it's like it would be better if that construct was not a part of it in this case,
which is shocking to me because I've heard those criticisms as well, and I would love to sit down with the person who provided them, because I would be interested to hear how they would even implement it without having the time constraint, because it's like core to the way that the DLC works. So I thought that I heard that opinion, I was like, did we play the same thing?
Yeah, and I haven't played it, and I also don't know what that is. That's just something I've heard. So,
but I'm also sure that there are people who would hear me say, I wish the Final Fantasy XIV had just been a visual novel, and we're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So I'm sure I would be interested to have a conversation about what the solution would be to that. Because I think.
Okay. I can go ahead and say Resident Evil Village, I think, is A tier. Because it does so like where this is hard to explain, where I think Resident Evil 7 took like one idea and did that really well for like 80% of the game. Resident Evil Village takes like four-ish ideas and expands it out over a full game and does each one, I think, pretty well. And is just like ridiculous, over the top.
I love that.
It knows exactly what it is, and it like revels in it.
It's an S for me, but it's also.
If you think it's an S, like I have no problem moving it up to S. Like
I guess I don't think it'd be an S for a lot of people. I don't know.
This is our list.
You're right.
I am happy to put it in S.
It seems more action than horror. Like 7 definitely had a lot more horror, and this one definitely seems a bit more roller coaster. So I think it depends.
It definitely has like probably the scariest stuff, at least in modern Resident Evil. With like
really good stuff.
The like doll house in like the kind of the second main area or third. It's weird. It's like a hub and spoke thing. But yeah, it's very cool.
It's hard for me to recommend to anybody who like doesn't already know they want to play it. Is the thing. That's like my only caveat. But for us, I don't know.
They continue to knock it out of the park with Resident Evil games. Like Resident Evil 3 remake was a little iffy, but I'm more than happy to put Village in S.
Rolling over my list, I thought Guardians was number 3. I think my top 5 really is Inscription, Returnal, or top 3 is Inscription, Returnal, and Returnal and Village, because I just think that the stuff that it does, first of all, like also, I mean, I guess this is a spoiler, but I think you're safe to keep listening.
Yeah.
it recontextualizes like the entire franchise.
Sure. Yeah.
Which is so wild. And it doesn't do it in a way that feels like they're trying to make you like throw your headphones off and run around the room like holy shit. It's actually pretty like level-handed in the way that it delivers the narrative stuff that is doing that. And then also you fight a guy that's like turns himself into a giant trash monster in a junkyard while riding a like lawnmower with a minigun on it.
Yeah. While the monster calls Chris Redfield a boulder punching asshole.
Yes. Good, that game fucking rules.
It's
just so
like
smart.
like it actually had like jaw dropping, like holy shit, I can't believe they just did that moment.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
Like,
but it wasn't
spoilers,
that.
Like, it didn't feel like cheap or like, because they kill fucking Ethan. Ethan dies like before the end of the game. He's just like, he's done, and then suddenly you're playing as Chris, and you like find Ethan's body.
That's a jaw-dropping moment, but also not the thing that, like I said, recontextualizes the whole franchise.
Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, like there's like shit there that recontextualizes 7 and 8, but like there's other stuff.
Let's put it this way. Like longtime listeners will know that my biggest issue I've always complained about with Resident Evil is, well, it bugs me that there's no supernatural shit going on, and it's just all virus stuff. And having played Village now, I feel like I could go back